Cool life. Okay. မင်းကပူတာအများကြီးပဲတော့ကဲအားလုံးပဲမင်္ဂလာပါမင်္ဂလာပါညီကိုတို့เนาะကျွန်တော်တို့ဒါ PMWC Group A ရဲ့ Day 2ကျွန်တော်တို့စတင်လာခဲ့ပြီလည်းဖြစ်ပါတယ်ခင်ဗျာတော့ကျွန်တော်တို့မကြခင်ချိန်တွင်းမှာပွဲလာပြီးတော့เนาะကျွန်တော်တို့တိတ်ဆုံး9အသင်းပဲအသင်းဖြစ်ပြီးတော့ Grand Final တက်သွားမယ်ကျွန်တော်တို့ချက်တော့စောင့်ကြည့်အောင်ပါလေဖြစ်ပါတယ်ခင်ဗျာအားလုံးပဲမင်္ဂလာပါခင်ဗျာเนาะညီကိုလေးကြည့်မယ်ဟုတ်လားကျွန်တော်ပွဲလေးကိုကြည့်ရမယ်ဗျာเนาะပွဲကကြည့်မှရမယ်မကြည့်လို့မရဘူးပွဲလေးကဲတော့ကျွန်တော် like and share လေးနဲ့ကူညီပေးကြပါဦးเนาะကျွန်တော်တက်ဆိုင်ပတ်ညီဝင်ကူတွေမှာတော့ပြီး share ပေးလို့ရပါတယ်ကျွန်တော်တင်ကောက်ပါလိုက်ပါတယ်ခင်ဗျာကျွန်တော်တက် share လိုက်ပါဦးမယ်ကျွန်တော် group ရဲ့ကိုCasting okay very good เนาะကျွန်တော် share ပေးကြပါဦးအားလုံးကျေးဇူးများတင်ပါတယ်ကျွန်တော်ပွဲလာပါတော့မယ် YouTube မှာ live တက်ပြီးတော့ဒီသွား show လာတော့မယ် YouTube live ဟော 3.9K ဆိုတော့ငါ page ကြီးမှာ 3.9K ကြီး live တွေတက်နေရတာလက်ဦး Okay YouTube လည်းတက်ပြီကဲအားလုံးပဲကျွန်တော်တို့ watch party ပါ come on let's go An
amazing start yesterday to PMWC at EWC 26 as Sport Thrice came out on top in first place, finishing the day, and OG was able to get the last chicken dinner. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. My name is the 7WG, and I'm joined by none other than Neptura and Max. Neptura, yesterday lived up to expectations for Group A.
It really did. I really enjoyed watching all the carnage that came in, especially on that rondo. We started off day one with a bang. It was really fun to see. And Max, yeah, we got lots to talk about on this show. We do.
Yeah, I mean, Group A was absolute madness over there. But you know what? For the Group of Death, I was expecting some teams to dominate even more. But everyone put up such big numbers, and it's still so close to see who's going to be making in the top 5. So if you're in the top 5 today, it's not sure you're still going to be here after today's 6 matches.
That's absolutely right, because we will be sending teams home today from Group A. The bottom 3 will get those keys crushed. The top 5 will get a chance to go directly to the grand finals. And for everybody currently watching at home, let us know your predictions. Go to the EWC Play app. Let us know who you think is going to be going home, who you think is going to be actually moving on directly to the finals. Use that hashtag EWC and the hashtag EWC26, because yesterday we actually got a chance to see some of your guys' clips with the gun sounds that you guys ended up doing. We're still trying to see if we can actually show it here, so maybe we'll either show it later today, and let me know what other sounds you guys want to see Maxman and Neptura make as we head on to pretty much just day one. One thing that we actually did notice from day one from talking to the players as well, Max, is that it wasn't as aggressive as we thought it was going to be. There wasn't one team that was just fully dominating the lobby.
Yeah, I mean, very clearly the eliminations, of course, are very important, but the rotation some of the teams just took out of their hat out of nowhere was just very impressive. So for the Group of Death, I got to say, it's a pretty smart group. It's a 10,000 IQ group right now, and with the rotations we've seen from especially Nigma Galaxy, we'll talk a little bit about that later on here in Neptura, but I'm loving the macro aspect of this lobby. Yep. Hopefully they can maintain it in these 6 matches.
I'm hoping it's going to be maintained, and I'm also hoping that there's going to be a team that will come out on top and start just sponging up a bunch of points. But if you ended up missing what happened in day 1 of PMWC at EWC 26, we got the SDC Rewind for you.
Hey, before we get started with day 2, we gotta back it up for the STC Rewind to talk about Rewind, baby, and talk about all the craziness that happened at day 1. Of course, I'm Hot Jukes. I'm here with Blank. Dude, yesterday was wild.
It was, yeah. I mean, we had great wins starting out with from Geek. I don't think there was a lot of unexpected wins yesterday, which was very good. I know that you wanted to speak about Nigma Galaxy in particular because they were very, very good yesterday, despite a rough early start.
Yeah, and especially considering how important Rondo is, right? We're going into day 2. When it came to day 1, they were out early, like first team out. So I talked to Coops. I was like, bro, what happened? And he was like, dude, Team Flash, they did their homework. They ended up taking out our recall guy, hunted us down, and took us out. We didn't see it coming, but for day 2, we're going to be ready.
Yeah, they're going to fix that up. But it came into game 3. It's an insane 2-2 split that happened on over towards Pachinki and East Coast Multi Power. That worked out. I mean, I was having questions from people in chat asking me what the hell happened there? How did that work out? But All Eyes still on 4th rise right now. Still a powerhouse despite coming off some rough games yesterday. But from PMGO coming into this, they're looking strong. They're at the top of the leaderboards.
Hey, Pakistan's crushing it. Like you mentioned, 4th rise on top right now. But then at the end, OG, right, came out with that chicken dinner. That put them in the show here. So, you know, today they're going to be coming out strong as well.
I mean, India is back on the map once again, which is great to see. Market improvement from last year as well, which is insane. And for OG to re-qualify now, show that they've improved a lot. I mean, Aru was hitting some mental shots yesterday. Finishing off with chicken dinner is just absolutely lovely. It's also great to see Aurora get themselves a win in game 2. Hot Juice.
Yes, I mean, hey, the top 5 is going to be so dang close here. So teams need to do everything they possibly can. But man, I think that's pretty much wraps up day 1, right?
I think we've had a very nice rewind, but we got to get out of here.
Let's do it.
For the time being. 3, 2, 1.
Substitution no jutsu.
Oh.
How did you guys just get here? Hello, welcome. I might need your teleportation machine. Lace here, Hot Jukes, Xander. Guys, today we'll be crushing some keys. Obviously, we've got our bottom 3. That is a bubble that we need to be incredibly careful of and watching ever so slightly throughout this competition in our 6 matches. Now, of course, we've got Alula Club Esports, Thunder Talk Gaming, and X-Force Rejects sitting in that bottom 3. Hot Jukes, what do you feel like these teams may need to do to push their way up into that middle?
They need to do a whole lot, that's for sure. That's right. We have substituted ourselves with ourselves here. All right, so we are now in the studio, and when it comes to those bottom 3, they got a lot of work to do. But you know what? It can be done pretty quickly if they can make it happen in Rondo, which is one of the most important maps here because you could get 10, 20 eliminations, a chicken dinner. 30 points would pretty much lock them in and even give them an opportunity to get into that top 5. So when it comes to those bottom 3 teams, I hope they did their homework. Team Flash definitely did yesterday. So when it comes to them, they're going to be set up for those bottom 3, though. They got to make it happen.
Yeah, and I mean, Alula Club Esports, if they can just hit a 5-point average, they will actually be able to skyrocket up, overtake the teams, and get into that position. But I'm looking at S-Force Rejects there, Xander. They are right on the tippy bottom with only 16 points.
Yeah, I mean, even their drop spots feel a little bit weak right now, sadly. And I've been worried about them. I have been worried about them. I think even when we were watching it, it didn't feel super confident yesterday. And they were cruising. There wasn't really even much to comment on during the games. It felt like they're going out quite early. I'd like to see a bit of a change today. Again, we have seen that you can have a really bad match and still bounce back in the terms of Nigma Galaxy. Also, I lost my glasses somehow during that substitution no jutsu. They got left behind, so went the arena. But again, X-Force Rejects, they need to see clearly going into today if they want to do well. But it is possible over such a short match set.
Yeah. Well, look, guys, I want you to be your best EWC 26 salesman, okay? Hot Jukes, sell me in 30 seconds for Thrives.
That's easy. Look, if all these players and all these teams were a buffet, okay? Right? We got other squads that are like the meat, you know, and they're all set up. But 4 Thrives are that hot, fresh chicken dish, right?
I am hungry, yes.
They're just put right there on the side. I saw you running with some chicken a little bit earlier, right? You just can't resist it. They're too good, too hot, and too fresh. Right now, they're looking good.
Okay, I reckon I might buy some of that because, yeah, that you tantalized my taste buds there. Now, Xander, best salesman attitude, all right? I don't know if you've got a blazer under this or anything like that, but that's fine. Aurora, sell me in 30 seconds. Go.
Well, Aurora, they don't always show up when you need them to, but during a group stage, it can be great. During the finals, maybe not so much. But who doesn't like someone who shows up at not maybe the best time, but maybe the time when you want to see them? Get a first place in group stage, and then we could maybe hope for something good in the finals, potentially.
I mean, showing up is a part of the job, right? So I guess Is that what you're saying?
I never said I was a great salesman.
I'm buying it.
But they have shown up now and again.
Okay, well, let's hope Aurora can show up, guys. Thank you so much for teleporting to me. And we have Glitter with our club championship update.
Time to kick off the day with another club championship update. And we have a lot of storylines to get into today. So first, we're going to kick things off with Ton over from the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet to tell us a little bit about what's been going on in your competition.
Yeah, it's been an interesting one as far as the club championship goes. I mean, look, the big story, we have a few little ones intertwined in there. But the big story for us really is in AGAL. They are one of the favorites for the tournament, almost guaranteed at least second place. At first place right now would put them in first in the club championship. Of course, if you discount everything else that Falcons are doing,
sure,
but it would give them a really big opportunity to put their name firmly in the hat. What I love about the conversation around AGAL, we kind of been having this for 4 or 5 weeks.
Yeah.
Dark horses, dark horses, dark horses. If they go on to win, of course, over on my stage, the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet,
sure,
then they are looking to put themselves actually in that conversation, which I'm really looking forward to.
Which would be insane because we also have AGAL playing in Group A today, which will end today, and then will determine, do they make it through to finals at the bottom of the lobby? Do their keys get crushed? We were expecting them to bare minimum make it to finals. And like you're saying, if this is a situation where they could have 2 titles for week 5, where they're able to really kind of solidify a good spot for themselves, get some extra points on the board, they are in the discussion with the best of the best, and everyone's chasing Falcons.
And there has been a couple of other indications actually for our side of things. There has been some other teams who are in that mix. I picked up a couple of points here and there. Virtus Pro, Vitality, Aurora have all picked up a minimum of 200 points, which will help them. And I think, you know, we're having the conversation about first place so often. The prize pool goes all the way to 24th.
Yeah.
So it makes a big difference to some of these orgs, especially if some of the smaller ones are coming in and making some money. $30 million. That goes a long way between 24 teams. So for some of these squads, 200 or 300 points here and there on some of the games they're not expected to get them on, that's a big bonus.
And we also have Vitality in our game as well. We'll be seeing them in Group B, so we won't be seeing them just yet, but so many storylines for us to follow along with throughout the week. So we'll update you a little bit later on with not only how we're doing, but with how some of the other storylines are going on some of the other stages as well.
Thank you so much for that club championship, Glitter and Chris. And also, I'm gonna go to Hot Jukes and Blank and ask them how they were able to do that transportation clone jitsu, because that was awesome. We need to figure out how to do that, but let's actually go back to the overall. With this, we're gonna see 4 Thrives just sitting pretty at the top, and we're gonna be seeing some of the other teams also being consistent. As you can tell, in second place with 52 points, it's GOAT. Enigma Galaxy, though, that was one team that ended up showing up.
They really did. I mean, we had a lot of conversations about this, Max, right? Because Enigma Galaxy, this is a big name. We've seen them do big things before, but coming into this, we're like, are they going to be able to do it again after a kind of a rough run the last few months?
Yeah, and usually when I'm told, what do you think about Enigma Galaxy? I'm like, I'm not a fan of how they rotate around the map and such. Like, really, this event, day one, they shut me up, okay? I used to be one of the biggest, like, critiques of Ralph and his gelling style. But these 2-2 splits we've seen throughout the entire tournament have been, well, entire tournament, 6 games so far, but very impressive stuff, especially on Orangle. If they maintain this kind of composure and momentum, I think a spot in the top 5 is definitely possible for them to maintain until the end of today.
And that's one thing that we're going to be keeping a close eye on. As I said earlier, top 5 will be moving on directly to the finals. And if we were to compare, as we're here on the second page now, if we were to compare 5 to 6, which OG is currently in 6, they're only separated by just 2 points, which can change in a matter of the first game. That is going to be so tight towards the end of the day, and also towards the bottom of the 3. We heard it too. X-Force needs to do something, and I got a chance to talk to the players, and they were saying that they're currently just having bad communications. Not the time to have that right now, X-Force.
No, it's really not. I have such high hopes still for X-Force here, 7. I do think that if they can bounce back today, we could see a massive, massive difference, and maybe even getting out of the out of the bottom 3, rather.
What's something that you would like to see X-Force do?
More proactivity, not aggression, proactivity. I want to see them do more and think and plan ahead a little bit more than they are doing right now.
Fair enough. I would like to see that too out of them. But now it's time we move on to the Sony story of the day, because it was those 2 teams that were trying to dominate. But who will dominate today? Is it going to be 4 Thrives? Is it going to be GOAT? Because 4 Thrives, yesterday they finished in the first place, and this squad did it, Max, without, actually, no, this squad did it without getting a win.
No win at all. And this is kind of classic for 4 Thrives, and something I really like
Okay,
seeing
okay,
from
okay, okay. Hello. Main let's have you, Abby.
indicative of a controlled team, but you know, looking at the head-to-head here, 4 throws versus it's such an interesting thing. Yes,
all the main lava,
here,
no?
but I want to
It's
also
on
mention
its
here
own.
that these
Oh my God.
rotations are also really, really interesting when you think about
Yo,
these two
yo.
teams.
အားလုံးပဲမင်္ဂလာပါခင်ဗျာအားလုံးပဲမင်္ဂလာပါเนาะညီကိုတို့ကျွန်တော်တို့
different entry point
PMWC ကျွန်တော်တို့ walk ကြည့်ကြမယ်မနေ့ကကြာလို့ရှိရင် YG group ရှိပါတယ်เนาะအားလုံးပဲမင်္ဂလာပါခင်ဗျာမင်္ဂလာပါခင်ဗျာ
However, the difference comes with their splits, right? 4 thrives like a really structured one.
မင်္ဂလာပါမင်္ဂလာပါ
Very, very disciplined. Go, on the other hand, here, Max, they like to spread out. They are a little bit looser with what they're doing.
I really like what we've seen from Go Team, but they're very do or die going into these games, right? Or you get yourself a massive chicken dinner, you get all those placement points, everything for yourself.
ဝက်ကန်လေးပြန်ပိတ်ပြီးပါလား
Otherwise, if you look at the games where they don't get chicken dinners, no placement points, very low eliminations, they're very topsy-turvy, very inconsistent, which can make up for your bad performances. Teams a team, but I want to see how their bad games are going to go. Not they win because
ဝက်ကန်လေးမှာပိတ်ပြီးမယ်စလိတ်တော့နေလို့လားဝက်ကန်လေးပြန်ပိတ်ပေးဦးမယ်ဗျာ
get 3, 4, 5 that will definitely keep you consistently at the top of these rankings.
And it's something to keep an eye on because all of the places
Sali li ko down lo wa kan li pai pe o me
that were able to get yesterday, nothing outside of those wins. And with when you're talking about 4
ကျော်ဒီပင်ကောမမှန်ထားတဲ့ YouTube မှာလည်းတာပြီးကြည့်လို့ရနော်ကျွန်တော် YouTube မှာ
we're going to be taking a look at the top 5.
အားလုံးပဲမင်္ဂလာပါမင်္ဂလာပါမင်္ဂလာပါမင်္ဂလာပါမင်္ဂလာပါ
None other than Husaifa, who's currently leading the MVP race for Group A. This man was able to put up 14 eliminations and 3,300 damage. And guess who he's followed by, Max? None other than Falak.
Oh, the man with the golden hand. He's back in second place. It's good to see some 4 thrives, Pakistani domination here. Noki, I do miss Noki at times. But then you see Huzaifa put up numbers like that. You're like, Noki's really good as a content creator.
I don't miss Noki.
But no, really good setup here overall. And also, if you go a little bit lower on the rankings, it's good to see a Chinese player up there, right? You got Flower H, and ever since really we didn't see Weibo make it with Order, and Suka's like, are we going to get any presence from China at the top? All gamers putting up big numbers, but not just Flower H, Niptura, also Maple.
Maple has been incredible. I love watching him play. Very excited to see what he has for us.
Yeah, I'm hoping that Maple's going to be able to put up those numbers. One player that we actually got a chance to see there, as well as we're seeing right now on the screen, was Coops. Coops ended up showing up here for them, Natura.
Yes, he did. It was so nice to see that comeback from Coops that we've been waiting for forever, it feels like. And, he's just really great addition to the team. We've been talking about Nigma Galaxy a little bit, but it feels like the team is just finally melded with him back on the squad here. So very, very fun to see that and how that evolves today.
Yeah, for them, it has to be that synergy that we were able to spot yesterday. Remember, one fight that just stands out for me, and we even got a chance to talk about it with Coops, was when they were fighting with Lord. The synergy that they were having, one was throwing an A, one was pushing as well. That's what you want to see out of that squad that wants to be in the top 5.
That is an S tier right there. Going on to the side of Ulf, you're making sure with that 2-2 split you're not getting pushed by Goat teams. You're just making everything. You put all your eggs in separate baskets. I love that play from that squad, and I just hope.
အားလုံးပဲမင်္ဂလာပါမင်္ဂလာပါကျွန်တော်တို့ကြာခင်ချိန်တွင်းမှာပွဲလေးစတင်တော့မှာဖြစ်ပါတယ်ခင်ဗျာ
It's so nice to see.
အားလုံးပဲတဲလေးလက်မလေးတယောက်ချက်စီနေပြီးတော့ရအောင်နော်ညီကိုကျွန်တော် reaction လေးတယောက်ချက်စီနေပြီးတော့ရအောင်နော်ကျေးဇူးများတင်ပါတယ်
With the way they're
ကျွန်တော်တို့တော့တော်ကီဖို့ကန်တာ
finally break out of that second
တော်ကီဖို့ကန်တာနဲ့ကျွန်တော်တို့ဘက်မှာ
is none other than
Bibli ကန်တာပါကျွန်တော်ဒါ highlight ကန်တာပါ
they were able to showcase it here perfectly.
I want you guys to check out this clip because right now what we wanted to see from Orangutan is confidence,
Mate,
willingness to be
yeah,
aggressive here. They get the knock right onto a play of Nigma Galaxy, and really they're surrounded. There's Ulf, there's Aurora in the distance. They don't have any option when they have their heels up against the wall. That is when they decide to get aggressive, and we love to see it because they get all fully focused on Nigma Galaxy, wrapping around the corner, and they just fully committing to the engage, and they eliminate Nigma Galaxy like it was nothing. It was literally the best fight we've ever seen from an Indian team globally in years, it feels like. I want to see more of this. Please, Orangutan, this was fantastic.
It was so nice. I mean, yes.
Very involved there, sorry.
I love it. I love the passion behind it.
Yes, we need that passion here. No, I really agree. I want to see a little bit more from Orangutan, just like that. Seven Fury as well. I have kind of the same point to say about these teams, right? We're seeing very short, direct rotations. Going back to that rotational angle here is I want to see more proactivity from them in general. Because I feel like they're kind of holding back, and like if we can survive to the late late stage, then we're actually going to be able to do something.
So, yeah,
more.
I'm not
No, you got to wrap around those rotations. You got to find those third-party opportunities. That's really where you want to be going into the next 6 games.
And that's one thing with Furia that we want to see of. We want to see that aggressiveness that we usually tend to see out of the Brazilian squads. And more than likely, we're going to end up seeing it today. And the thing to keep in mind is if you're outside of the top 5 and you're not even close to the bottom 3, you got absolutely nothing to lose to fully send it to just try to make it to the top 5. It's either going to happen or not. And I know Kalari's got a chance to talk to the Furia coach.
Kalari's here at PMWC for day number 2 of the group
Furia
stage,
coach,
EWC 26. I've got Knight with me from Furia. Let's talk about a few things from the games from yesterday, because we've got big expectations of Furia. I think you got a little bit unlucky with some of those circles as a whole and stuff like that. So can you talk to me about the team's outlook on what happened yesterday and the games in general?
I think we didn't have, we started well. We got 9 kills in the first game.
True.
But in the other 5 games, we couldn't actually develop our game like we were supposed to do. So I kind of felt that we were a little bit in different pace. So that was the main idea behind this today, bringing them all together. And also the fact that we were not used in the past 5 months to be in a bad position in the table. So this was kind of an impact, a new thing for us.
Yeah.
Because you were always qualified straight to the finals or in a top 3, 4, and find yourselves in bottom 15 or something like this. We were kind of, dude, what is going on?
Yeah.
And this make you feel a little bit outside of your comfort zone. But was good that happened the first day, because now we can take a deep breath, know that we just can go forward, not back anymore.
That's fair, that's fair. So let's be a bit more specific then, right? The Erangel game, I thought that you guys, in the field Erangel game, you guys had a 2-2 split, which technically could be quite good, but you held it for a long time, and then obviously kind of got punished off the back of that. But what do you think about that game? Did you think the 2-2 split was too long? What's your perspective?
I think the idea was actually good because we would provide cover for each other.
Yeah.
The main problem was that Flash, they had so many space for them in the north side of the map. No one was putting pressure on them. So they ended up having the whole north, east side of the map.
Yep.
So since no one is applying pressure on them, we were a little bit exposed for them pushing us, because they had one guy over the check in our right side. So the other 2 guys couldn't help the other 2 guys, so we were kind of splitted. But if there was any team like Nigma was applying a little bit of pressure on them, it would be like a perfect split. This happens.
It happens. I think you're right. I think Flash had so much room to work with, so that really benefited them. And finally, the Miramar, Los Leones, obviously a bit of a hard time with Los Leones. I mean, for a lot of teams, right? It's always going to be difficult in an urban ending like that. You guys had a split across the warehouses outside Los Leones and inside Los Leones, which I think is smart if it shifts away, but then you kind of had a bit of a dysfunction at the junction, as it were. So
I think the idea wasn't to have this split, because the main problem was we had an idea of getting the building the exit of Los Leones, but 40 got ahead of us. So we have to do a quick change of position, and the last 2 guys were outside of the position to go inside Los Leones. So they have to go through the open field, and we eventually lost Silence there. It was cut. And then Ayala, I think almost lost his car, so he wasn't able to go back with the players. So we ended up all splitting in the map, and it wasn't supposed to happen.
Yeah.
But it happened, right? So we can just we did the VODs to prepare for if something goes we weren't expecting to have a backup plan. So let's regroup in another position. Let's find something a little bit there and be together as a team, right?
Fantastic. Big fight back for today.
I think we are more than capable of bouncing back. We have a very skillful team. And only depends of if we apply our game, the game that we're practicing, we definitely can be in the top 5 today.
Knight, amazing as always. Thank you very much here, and good luck for today.
Thank you, guys. Bye.
Thank you, Kalaras and Nine. Always giving out that good intel, and is a man with so much experience too.
He really is, and I just love he's able to take all the issues every single time, so you know that they're going to come out swinging on this day, put the ego aside, and hopefully jump up, maybe in top 5.
Maybe in top 5, go directly to that grand finals, but definitely stay away from this bottom 3 because this is day 2 PMWC at EWC 26, and it's time we get started.
Let's go. စပြီဗျာ ကောင်းတော့ကြီးနေပြီတကယ်တီးတော့မှာနော်တကယ်တီးတော့ကောင်းတော့ကြီးနေပြီ No, man. Walk it.
Mesdames et messieurs, bienvenue for our day 2 of the PMWC group stage. Today, 5 teams will secure their spots into the finals.
They've had a taste of what it's like to compete on the Gadia City grid, but now it's time for Group A to show up or be shown the door.
And Barney, the standing can change very quickly, but one thing remains the same. Every team wants to avoid these bottom 3 at all costs.
Just 6 more maps will decide your fate, and if you weren't feeling the pressure yesterday, you're certainly going to be feeling it today, because keys are going to be crushed. And so, it's time to close out Group A with a bang, starting with Furia!
Furia ဖြစ်ပါတယ်ကျွန်တော် player တွေမိတ်ဆက်ပါပြီ Let's go
GK ESPORTS
Hey
Team Flash
Flash
Go team
ဒီ team နဲ့တင်ရလား
AGAL
Thunder Talk Gaming
TT
X-Force Rejects
X-Force Reject
Kiwoom Derricks
PRX
Nigma Galaxy
How dare Nigma
4 Tribes ESPORTS
Orangutan
Gaming Stars
Yes
Aurora Gaming
Top
Al Hula Club ESPORTS
Al-Hula no
Team RRQ
RQ Napakuru
and finally Ulf ESPORTS
Yeah
We've reached the moment where every decision counts. Our players are ready to give it everything they've got and prove they belong at the top.
5 teams watch and wait from the finals lobby. 8 fight for survival and 3 are sent packing. It's time for day 2 of the PMWC group stage at EWC 2026. 32 teams from all over the world prepare for battle on the Gadia City grid over the next 4 days. Players from all corners of the world looking to make their mark and laser focused on the title of EWC champion.
Wanji to find out, no?
ESPORTS
Maybe Wanji will love you.
Flash
Goats team, Thunder Talk Gaming.
Let's go.
Team RQ Aurora Gaming.
This is the beginning of a lengthy journey to find the most talented team in the world.
Maple's got one of his own. Good shot on it. Could be.
He gets one. Danny do the drop down. Danny in the shot. DK Sashi.
He's got them on a broadside. Oh, insult to injury.
Fusion takes it down instead. Gotta hit the shots with the shots all up to Rev. Killer Joe gets it done.
His days should be numbered.
Wow.
It gives him a reason
Nào
to
đâu mình
remember
nào đâu
the
mình
name.
nào đâu mình nào đâu mình nào đâu mình mà đi nhà thì kêu tí hoa mà mình đi nhà nè thì kêu quay không thì cái gì
Chicken dinner in a day, Paris! You've been wonderful today, Paris. Give yourself a pat on the back. Man, it's insane.
Hi there, guys, and welcome back for day 2 here at PMWC at EWC. It is me, Blank, as well as Mr. Hodges, who's joining me here today. Very excited to get into this one. We have 6 more matches so far of Group A to get ourselves through today. There's a lot on the line for some of these teams, because some teams will be going home today. Some keys will be getting crushed, Hot Jukes.
That is correct. 3 to be exact. 3 teams, keys, dreams are going to be all done at the end of today.
Okay,
So this is a huge
IQ,
opportunity,
far
right,
left.
to
No,
put
cái
yourselves
team mà
in the running
40
for
à.
that top 5.
Run final
There's still
data
6
mà.
matches left to go. That's still plenty of time, right? Even for
chicken
the teams
sau
all
40
the way
chicken
at the
sau
bottom
chicken
to
sau
make
mình
it
làm
happen.
xong
But
anh
if you
chen
are
nè
in
mà
the
ngã đây rồi
long
làm đi
race,
sao à.
you really need to get it done here and now. Rondo is the match to do it.
We do have a Thunder Talk down towards that bottom side of the tables right now. It's a tough position to be in, right? Again, I think that China has come in swinging this time around, but has it been enough so far? One team is at risk of elimination right now. Alula, they were able to eliminate Alpha 7, but can they save themselves here right now, this year, to make their way through? I think that it's an interesting one, especially for Geeke. Again, there wasn't a massive amount of hopes and dreams laid on this team, but they have surprisingly performed so far. It's been nice to see them keep on swinging with a chicken dinner.
ဒီနေ့ပဲအတင်း grand final တက်တော့မယ်ဘယ်အတင်းနဲ့ဆိုတော့ state မှာဆက်ပြီးဆော့အောင်လဲဆိုတော့ကျွန်တော်ကြည့်ရမယ်ပြီးနောက်ဆုံး3သင်းကျွန်တော်အိမ်ပြန်မှာဖြစ်ပါတယ်
Fourth row is looking great. They are still looking great, and I think they will continue to look great going through the day.
Rondo.
A strong Rondo. Do you think it's going to happen again?
It's going to be tough, right? I think that Rondo being that map that is so important here, I think everybody did their homework to another level last night and are going to mix things up. I mean, I know one team in particular for sure is Nigma Galaxy, because they got taken out immediately on that Rondo there, and they said that, oh yeah, Team Flash, they hunted us down, and I think that the whole lobby at this stage, they saw that, right? They're like, you know what, we're at risk of this happening. You know, even 4th Thrives, we've got to maybe think twice. So, hey, make those changes.
Let's go, let's go, let's go.
And get it done here for match number 1. As it looks like we got the plane going. Let's get this started.
And we are down towards the
အားလုံးပဲမင်္ဂလာပါခင်ဗျာကျွန်တော်တို့ဒါ PMWC Group A Day 2ရဲ့ Game 1စတင်လို့လာခဲ့ပြီပဲဖြစ်ပါတယ်ခင်ဗျာအဲ့တော့ကျွန်တော်တို့ပြန်တန်းထားခဲ့တဲ့လမ်းကြောင်းကျွန်တော်တို့အသင်း16သင်း player 64ယောက်လုံးကကျွန်တော်ဒီနေ့ပွဲမှာရေကုန်ရေကန်းဆော့ကစားမှာဖြစ်ပြီးတော့ကျွန်တော်တို့လမ်းကြောင်းအနေနဲ့ကတော့ဒီဘက်အောက်ဘက်ချမ်းလောင်ဟိုဘက်ကနေစတင်လာခဲ့တဲ့လမ်းကြောင်းကကျွန်တော် Miran နားမှာစုံတော့တက်သွားခဲ့ပြီးတော့ပဲအသင်းတွေရေကုန်ရဲ့တစ်ဖက်တစ်ချက်ကနေစတင်ပြီးတော့ဆင်းရမယ့်လမ်းကြောင်းတစ်ခုမှာဘယ်အသင်းတွေကဘယ်လိုပုံစံတွေထပ်ပြီးတော့ဆော့ပြသွားအောင်မလဲကျွန်တော်တို့လမ်းတွေသွားပြီးထပ်နေခဲ့မယ့်အသင်းတွေရောထပ်မှပြီးတော့ရှိနေခဲ့မှာလားကျွန်တော်တို့တစ်ချက်တော့စောင့်ကြည့်ရမှာလည်းဖြစ်ပါတယ်ခင်ဗျာအဲ့တော့ Fury ကဒီစမှာပဲကျွန်တော် Higos တယောက်အနေနဲ့ကတော့သူ့အနေနဲ့ easily ဒီဘက် recover အနေထားကိုတော့အငိမ့်လေးပြန်ပြီးတော့တိုးနေရွှေ့နေကြလို့ KRS တွေ QAZ တယောက်အနေနဲ့လည်းဒီဘက်အောက်ဘက်အချမ်းဒီနေ့ကျအောက်ဘက်အချမ်းတဲ့ပဲဆိုတာလင်းလမ်းကြောင်းမှာပြန်ပြီးတော့ပဲဒါ glide ထားခဲ့ပြီးသူ့အနေနဲ့ဒါ recover ခေါ်ဖို့တချင်တဲ့3ယောက်ကတော့ပဒေတော့သွားပြီးရင်ဆိုင်မဲ့နေထားတော့ရှိသွားခဲ့ပြီအဲ့တော့ကျွန်တော်တို့အသင်းတွေအကုန်လုံးစတင်ပြီးတော့ပဲနေရာတွေဆင်းသက်သွားခဲ့ဆိုတဲ့အနေထားတစ်ခုမှာတော့ GSTR တွေနဲ့ G-Star တွေအနေနဲ့ကတော့ကျွန်တော်ဒီဘက် Garden ဘက် Record Tower ဘက်နီနာတွိုင်းမှာပဲအငြိမ်လေးပြန်ပြီးတော့ဆင်းနေခဲ့လို့ AGAL နဲ့ကျွန်တော် TT နဲ့သွားပြီးတော့ပဲဗတယ်တော့မြင်တွေ့နေခဲ့ရတော့ပဲ AJ စတင်ပြီးတော့နေတွေပဲကိုင်ဆောင်နေခဲ့လို့ Flower H တယောက်ပြီးရလဲဘေးဘက်ချန်နေထပ်ပြီးတော့နေတလုံးအနေငယ်တော့လွဲချော်သွားခဲ့သေးတယ် Sing အောက်အချမ်းမှာကန်နေပါစတင်ပြီးတော့ရနေခဲ့လို့ AJ တယောက်စတင်ပြီးတော့ Maple တယောက်ကိုစတင်ပြီးတော့ knockout ချနေခဲ့လို့ဘေးဘက်ချန်မှာလည်းထပ်ပြီးတော့40 IQ knockout ကြာသွားခဲ့ပြီးတင်းအကုန်လုံးဗတယ်တော့ Alibaba မှာလည်းကြေးတွေတော့စတင်ပြီးတော့ fan နေခဲ့လို့ Aaron တယောက်ကျွန်တော် IQ တယောက်ကိုဆုံးတော့တက်ပြီးလိုက်ခဲ့ပြီးဆိုတဲ့အနေထားတစ်ခုမှာပဲ
So in the meantime, we'll have to wait for that one. But I think most of the players
probably
unhappy about that, considering it's quite a
difficult
line to start things off down towards that south side in Danxing. It forced a lot of teams out of the way. But then we did get an eastern circle, which wasn't
Charo Chan, the Charo Chan,
Big deal here. You know what I'm saying? We get a little bit more time to talk about these teams. Get a little bit more time.
Charo Chan, Osawa,
figure out how they're going to make this happen here because 24. They got just these next
Osawa,
few hours to either stay here in Paris or go home. And they want to definitely extend that life just a little bit further here. So looking at the leaderboards, let's break that down, right? So top 5, again, folks, those are going to be the ones moving straight to the finals. Bottom 3 are going home.
Okay, Osawa.
Survival stage. So you have
T24, she the back channel, RGC, the Dave, Peter Red, they give me number time and tap up a class, they have a tweet, I get ULA, so now TDBA, 40, not got a chubby like him, so already talking about IQ, Tia Bear channel, the Tunina who's a Tia Valley, Paper Chama, Saturday, your face at Target, Falatia, and no got a child, give you a T24, so 40, Tima Leo, P. She get out of 40 in there, and Yamia. So the show solution of Leo Pisa, the Alibaba of the entertaining of Pita the chance you have Pinigelu, so over Chamber tap your T24, native Asadi, the guys on target, so the paper Chama, David Peter totally gave it Yago, Saturday, not got a charity, paper Chama tap your big, oh, call it 8. So near Tidiba, no got a chabi like if it's already Tamaro, or T24 in Nero, a common opponent, a colon or shit of Tabi like him, the pip out of now.
That's how you get it done. T24 getting revenge for his teammates. Valak ends up going down.
Condima, hola, 40. Bob Chama tap you up a few yards. So the silence, Ayala, Bob, Nail, colon, high on the chan, and Papa, the piano, a tour, taking a ULA, not a nail. David Peter push the KB, Jordan thin, column, Papale, but they don't inside the gala, Pilucci, and we were trying to get IQ point with your claws, Shani David Peter told and get your IQ, over champion, and you forward alone and get a little T2040 in a bit of pizza like you have 2% once already, Kumar, and now so not that be like a bit of 40 from Mauzo, Ali, wild, stand the day. Chitwage, yeah. Fury in the idea of Papa Chama Chief, the outside of your local child, gave you already had Kumar, job, baby Chama, type of a quick piano, top, we didn't only get a chief, the other piano, a little yarn and Geluja, Ayala, Tiba Chama, you only back channel, Jonashina, Yato Shing, they give it champos, so if you're not going to charge, get a coat in the potato top, inside, they give me full smack car, but so not tabi like hello. So they are some other thing, Tiba Chan, gave you a quick day out, number channel, piano, forward alone, gave you already had Kuma, through a thinny, Marina said, look and Piadon, Malach, or the potato blue, celebrate inside the gate on the George, the sound of Chia, RGC, Tiba, the chief go to time if you're not going to charge, it's already done Kuma, few yards in it, Nangero, and Ero Miale, Divan, a day, the Peter push the game, it's already done Kuma, silence. Cairo, but so not that be like him, yeah.
Quick replay. This is Flower H. It's actually the fight versus Thunder Talk.
Kero to the AG, yeah, the Flower H, replay with your art. People some type of silence.
A quick spin around.
First thing, your PMB of Toby dog, if you close your side, to the out turn, you leave a PMB of it.
Yeah, all gamers, 4 players alive. They look good. They were able to reset on that one.
Yes, sir. Close your queer, yes, sir. David Claw, Peter Tala kept silence. Native started to be a copy. I gave it to Randy Kumar, teenage, quality, old, can on get a claw. Native of PMB of Shaman Target, silence, they are open feet. David Peter told to get a claw, or twin gave another champion, a bit of a town, a claw. 2 years to what he was chanting, gave it a silence, Yago. Started to knock out the chat. Oh, call it a name. Car, so not that in the ghetto. Another time I tapped up a ULA quit there. Piano of a tour of Tiny gave his already done Kumaro silent chief to Colo, Papa let Piano of a Tang down, give a quishy a point on Jorda, Tito Pisa gave his already done a quit, Cavalier, Piano of a penny, you are in the narrow, so Claudia will let Piano of every goal, if Piano called up when Yashi Target and the Pippa.
Deal with it. Because the amount of sidelines you can kind of pull off here with the
so yes, sir. Oh, Chama, Bob Chama tapped a quick nail the syndicated ULA 2 for the trees already had Kumaro through but the bloody tapping inside Piadon and Gilman native but time and leave a kind of target quit their position in my piano, a chain and Kevy. People Chama, I mean, gave us already done my over Chama, piano, forward a little dog, quit there, Sinopi indicated, number 10, so the Pacati of Piano, Tomorrow, Sharon, Melopioni in a way, you are lady in Nero, a format of survived your piano, maybe. Ayala, Boba Chan, Piano of a town again, so silence, you're not going to Chan, giving out the 8 down in a 3 down in here. So people Chan, not going to Chabila, it's already done Kuma Ayala. ပြန်ပြီးတော့ကဲဒီမှာတော့ရတော့ silence ရောက်လည်းတွေ့နေခဲ့ပြီ cover လေးပဲပြန်ပြီးတော့ရရှိနေကြလို့ chief မြန်ဆန်တော့ကဲမှာတော့ရတော့မယ် yaksa ကျွန်တော်ဘေးဘက်ချိုင်နေပြန်ပြီးတော့ထောက်နေခဲ့လို့ကျွန်တော် silence ကလည်းတွေးရတော့တော်တော်ယူတော့ကိုင်းနေခဲ့ဘေးဘက်ချိုင်မှာ ILR တို့တေးပဲပြီးတော့တိုးလာခဲ့တဲ့ quit တွေ UL တကယ်ပဲလုံးပြီးတော့ဖြစ်နေခဲ့မှာ 2v1 ဆိုတဲ့နေတာတစ်ခုမှာ ILR တကယ်ကိုပဲပြခွဲပြသွားနိုင်အောင်ပါလားကျွန်တော်တစ်ချက်တော့စောင့်ကြည့်ရမှာလည်းဖြစ်ပါတယ်ခင်ဗျာ ILR တို့ရှာနေတေးပဲ quit ပြီးတော့တက်နေခဲ့ပြီပေါ်ဘက်ချိုင်နေခုံပြီးတော့ပြင်းနေခဲ့လို့ free fire ပဲပြန်ပြီးတော့ပေးလာခဲ့ပြီတွေးရတော့ကြံနေခဲ့ပြီဆိုတဲ့နေတာတစ်ခုမှာတေးပဲပြီးတော့ push ခဲ့ပြီကျွန်တော်နောက်ဘက်ချိုင်မှာ yaksa တယောက်ပဲတော့ကျန်တော့ silence ဆိုမြန်ဆန်တော့တောင်းမတော့ရတော့မယ်လို့ပြောနေရင်ပဲ quit တယောက်ကိုပြန်လည်းကဲလို့ရသွားခဲ့ပြီ silence molly ပဲပြန်ပြီးတော့ကျဲပေးနေကြလို့နောက်ဘက်ချက်မှာလည်းထပ်မှန်ပြီးတော့ chief တွေ့သွားခဲ့ပြီခြေစံတွေမှာကြားနေကြလို့ yasa အောက်ဘက်ချက်မှာပြန်လည်းပြီးတော့ forward လို့သွားခဲ့ပြီဆိုတဲ့နေတာတစ်ခုမှာတော့ဘေးဘက်ချက်မှာ claw တယောက် chief စတင်ပြီးတော့ knockout တော့ကြားသွားခဲ့ပြီ claw တကယ်မှန်တဲ့ position တစ်ခုအောက်မှာပဲ now so furious silence တယောက်ပဲတော့အိုးကောင်းလိုက်တဲ့ A ကျွန်တော် close တွေ့ရတော့ one and design နဲ့ပဲသူ့အနေနဲ့ပြန်လည်းပြီးတော့ပဲ reference တော့ထိုးလို့ရနေခဲ့ပြီဆိုတဲ့နေတာမှာဆင်းတော့ပြင်းနေခဲ့ပြီ ski ball တွေမှာပြန်လည်းပြီးတော့ပဲ pick up ထားခဲ့လို့ silence တယောက်ဒီဘက်အပေါ်ဘက်ချက်မှာကဲပဲလုံးတွေတော့ဖြစ်နေခဲ့မှာလားကျွန်တော်တစ်ချက်တော့စောင့်ကြည့်ရမှာလည်းဖြစ်ပါတယ်ခင်ဗျာ
Pretty hard approach, but they already got the reset in.
Okay, Furious, Claw, ဒီဘက်ချက်မှာအလူလာအေးစေးပဲကျွန်တော်အငိမ့်လေးပြန်လဲပြီးတော့ပဲတိုးတော့ထိတ်နေကြ revolve တယောက်နေနေကင်းကိုစတင်ပြီးတော့ knockout ချလိုက်ခဲ့ပြီ baby ဘေးဘက်ချက်မှာ awake တယောက်ကိုခါရတော့ဆုံးတော့တက်ပေးလိုက်ခဲ့ပြီဆိုတဲ့အနေထားတစ်ခုမှာတော့ TD ကျွန်တော်တယောက်တော့တယောက်ပေးထားတဲ့အနေထားတစ်ခုအောက်မှာနောက်တစ်စုံကတော့ကျွန်တော် TD ကိုပဲ miss ခဲ့တော့ပေးထားခဲ့ပြီအဲ့ Nigma Glassy ကျွန်တော် Raul တယောက်ဆိုတော့ပြပချက်နေစတင်ပြီးတော့ပဲပြီးတော့တိုးနေခဲ့လို့ကျွန်တော် Flash Gaming နေနေတယောက်တော့ပေးဆက်ထားခဲ့ရ TDG တွေနေနေကတော့ကျွန်တော် 2 man survive နဲ့အတူနောက်တစ်ယောက်ထပ်ပြီးတော့ဆုံးတော့တက်ပေးနေခဲ့ပြီ Sing တွေ့ရတော့ design နောက်တစ်ချက်မှာပြန်လည်ပြီးတော့ပဲပြစ်ခတ်ထားခဲ့ပြီဆိုတဲ့အနေထားတစ်ခုမှာတော့နောက်ဆုံး TDG တွေနေနေကလည်းတယောက်ပဲတော့ကြံတော့မယ်လို့ပြောနေရင်လည်းပဲတော့အိုးဘေးဘက်ကျန်နေ you love တွေပြန်လည်ပြီးတော့နှိုက်နေခဲ့ပြီ RCJ baby တယောက်နောက်နေခဲ့တဲ့သူ့ဘော်တာတယောက်ကိုလည်းပြန်လည်ကယ်ဆရာအောင်ပေါ်ပေါ်ချမှလည်းထပ်မှန်ပြီးတော့ TDG ဘက်က AJ ကျွန်တော်တွေးရတော့တော်တော်ကြီးတော့ကိုင်းနေခဲ့လို့ short gun နဲ့အိမ်နေမှာဖြတ်ပြီးတော့ပဲလွယ်တယောက်ကို knockout ချပြီးလိုက်ခဲ့ပြီဆိုတဲ့နေတာတစ်ခုမှာ Diva နေငယ်တော့ Andy တော့များတယ် pre အိုးကောင်းလိုက်တဲ့ AJ ခါရဲကိုပဲဆုံးတော့တက်ပေးနေခဲ့လို့ကျွန်တော်ဒါဘေးဘက်ချမ်းနေရလို့ point အကုန်လုံးတော့ပြန်လည်ပြီးတော့ပဲထောင်းနေခဲ့ပြီနောက်ဆုံးတယောက်ပဲတော့ channel တွေလို့ပြောနေတယ်ပဲ AJ သူနေနဲ့ကေးတွေကဖြတ်ပြီးတော့ fan mode တော့ပြင်ဆင်နေခဲ့ပြီဆိုတော့အနေထားတစ်ခုမှာ first aid လို့မြန်ဆန်တော့ပြန်တော့ထိုးရတော့မယ်နေဒီမှာထပ်မှန်ပြီးတော့ကိုင်ဆောင်နေခဲ့လို့ AJ တယောက်သူနေနဲ့မတိနေခဲ့ဘူးဘေးဘက်ချမ်းမှာအပေါ်မှာလည်းပြန်လည်ပြီးတော့တိုးထိမိထားခဲ့ပြီဆိုတော့ AJ ခါရဲပဲဆုံးတော့တက်တော့ Shiva တယောက်အောက်ဘက်ချမ်းမှာ baby နှစ်ယောက်လုံးတော့ကြံခဲ့ပြီဆိုတော့အနေထားတစ်ခုမှာတော့တေးပဲပြေးတော့ push နေခဲ့ပြီကောင်းလေးဘေးဘက်ချမ်းမှာ cover လေးပဲပြန်လည်ပြီးတော့ဖန်တီးနေခဲ့လို့ first aid တွေပဲပြန်ပြီးတော့ထိုးနေခဲ့ပြီ 2 versus 1တယောက်ကိုထပ်မှန်ပြီးတော့ AJ knockout တော့ချနောက်တက်တယောက်ပဲတော့ကျန်တော့တယ်လို့ပြောနေနေပဲကျွန်တော်ဒါ AUG နဲ့ပဲအဆုံးတော့တက်ပေးလိုက်ခဲ့တဲ့ Shiva တကယ်တော့အလုပ်တော့ဖြစ်နေကြတော့မယ် RGC ကျွန်တော်3ယောက်လုံးအထိပါပေးသက်ထားခဲ့ရဆိုတဲ့ဒီထားတစ်ခုမှာတော့ late game မှာတော့နိုင်ငယ်တော့ N နေတော့များသွားခဲ့ပြီဗျာ AJ က 1v2 လောက်နော်မင်း3ယောက်လုံးတီးပေးလိုက်တာမိုက်တယ်အဲ့တော့ကျွန်တော် Aurora Gaming ကျွန်တော် 4K ဒီမှာပိုင်ဆိုင်ထားခဲ့လို့ A7.reverse0 ကျွန်တော် top 4ယောက်လုံးအငိမ့်လေးပဲစတင်ပြီးတော့ပဲကျွန်တော်ဇုံဝင်ထွက်ကိုတော့ဖန်တီးနေခဲ့ပြီကျွန်တော်ဘေးဘက်ချမ်းမှာလည်းထပ်ပြီးတော့ you love တွေရှိနေခဲ့လို့ Aaron သူတို့လည်း easy ပါဒီဘက် tip တွေကြားထဲမှာအငိမ့်လေးညတိုးလေးရွှေ့နေခဲ့တာဖြစ်လို့ဆိုတော့0တယောက်ဒီဘက်အောက်ချမ်းနေတို့ဒါ point နေတော့ဒါ point နေပြန်ပြီးတော့ဖန်တီးနေခဲ့လို့ Aurora တွေဘယ်နောက်ထပ်ပြီးတော့တိုးနေခဲ့မှာ Furious Silence တယောက်ဒီဘက်ဘေးဘက်ချမ်းမှာကျွန်တော်အငိမ့်လေးပဲကျွန်တော်ဒါ Yaksa စတင်ပြီးတော့ပဲအဆုံးတော့တက်ခံနေခဲ့ရလို့ကျွန်တော်ရလို့တော့အသိနဲ့အကုန်လုံးပတ်လည်းပြန်ပြီးတော့ပဲထောက်ပေးထားခဲ့တာတကယ်ပဲအလုပ်တော့ဖြစ်နေခဲ့ပါသေးတယ်ဗျာ
Getting a knock onto Silence, so it looks
Silence
like
ပေးလိုက်ရပြီ
he's going to be challenging that last player of Furia. They ended up getting that.
In Malaysia 4ယောက်လုံး survive တော့ဖြစ်တယ် record တော့ပြန်ပြီးတော့ပဲခေါ်ပြီးသားခဲ့ပြီး balls တယောက်ကျွန်တော် fresh လည်းဟုတ်တယ် flash ကလည်း4ယောက်လုံး survive တော့ဖြစ်သွားခဲ့ပြီဆိုတော့အစင်းတော့ပြင်နေခဲ့ပါသေးတယ်ကျွန်တော်ကအသင်းနဲ့
Fury, it's going to be a while till they actually get themselves.
Furia လည်းပြန်ခေါ်မှာလားမသိဘူး okay Yaksa လည်းပြန်ခေါ်ပြီးပါပြီအဲ့တော့ကျွန်တော် UL လည်း4ယောက်လုံး survive
Nigma Galaxy still doing the weird thing though.
စင်ပြေတယ်ဟုတ်တယ် chief ကလည်းပြန်ခေါ်ထားတယ်
Two splits where they send two players very far and then they got
ဒီစုံမျိုးတော့ခေါ်လို့မရတော့ဘူး record အော်ရသေးတယ်ဒါမှ4စုံမြောက်ပဲရှိနေတာအလူတင်းပြုတ်သိမ့်ချက်ညံ့နေတာပဲ Oh my god ကျွန်တော် Aurora တွေကျွန်တော် AUR တွေနေနေ reverse တို့တို့ miss ခဲ့ဆိုတဲ့ပုံစံမျိုးတော့ရထားတယ်အဲ့တော့ miss ခဲ့မျိုးကိုတေချာလေးထိန်းပြီးတော့ဒီပွဲမှာ chicken side နဲ့ top 1ကိုပြန်တက်လန်းဖို့တော့ခွင့်ရည်တွေတော့ရရှိနေပါသေးတယ်ဗျာ
But again, Ralph's the same.
ဟုတ်တယ် Aurora 50မှတ်40ရ60မှတ်40ရ Ali ဘက်မှာ2ဆုံးသွားတယ်တင်းကောလုံးစုံနေတော့ပြီးတော့တိုးနေကြ flashback ZS တယောက်အနေနဲ့လည်းအခုမှစုံနေတယ်ပြီးတော့တိုးလာဟိုဘက်ချက်မှာ Jam Force စတင်ပြီးတော့ပြစ်ခတ်တန်နေတော့မြင်နေတွေ့နေခဲ့ရပြီကျွန်တော်တို့ Enigma Galaxy Raul တို့ဘာလို့အနေနဲ့လဲ Coops နောက်ဘက်ချက်နေပြန်ပြီးတော့ပဲစုံဝင်ထပ်တော့ပြန်ပြီးတော့ပဲဖန်နေခဲ့လို့အပေါ်ဘက်ချက်မှာလည်းထပ်ပြီးတော့ပဲ AGL လေးလည်းရှိတယ် Maple တို့ဘာလို့အနေနဲ့လဲအောက်ဘက်ချက်နေပြန်ပြီးတော့ပဲတိုးတော့ထိနေခဲ့လို့အရှိဘက်ချက်မှာလည်းထပ်ပြီးတော့ပဲ Aurora လေးရှိနေခဲ့လို့နောက်ဘက်ချက်နေပြန်ပြီးတော့ပဲပြစ်ခတ်နေခဲ့လို့ Raul သူရတော့တော့ကြာသွားခဲ့ပြီးတော့ Enigma Galaxy Formal Live တော့ရှိနေခဲ့တယ်ဘေးဘက်ချက်မှာလည်းထပ်ပြီးတော့ Dark ဆိုလည်းရှိနေခဲ့လို့ AGL တွေ Raul တယောက်ကိုတွေ့သွားရင်တော့ကျွန်တော်ဒါ show off ဖို့ chance တော်တော်ကြီးတော့များတယ် Zio Enigma Galaxy တော်တော်ကြီး Anne တော့များနေကြလို့နောက်မှ chance ထပ်ပြီးတော့ Refast တိုင်းလည်းပြီးတော့ပြစ်ခတ်နေခဲ့တယ်ဆိုမှလည်းအိမ်ကတော့နေတော့လွှဲချောင်းနေခဲ့ပြီ Launch ပဲဖြစ်တဲ့အတွက်ကြောင့်တော့သွားခဲ့မယ်ဆိုရင်တော့ပြန်လိုက်ကြတယ်လို့ရတယ် Raul သူရတော့တစ်စက်ငိမ့်မယ်ကျွန်တော်ဘေးဘက်ချက်မှာ Aurora ရလို့ point အကုန်လုံးတော့ပြန်လည်းပြီးတော့ပဲတိုးတော့ထိန်းမိထားခဲ့တာကေဘက်လုတ်ပြီးတော့ဖြစ်နေခဲ့ပါသေးတယ်ဗျာ
Such a problem for RRQ for such a long time.
Get it up, Mobile.
Side, but you're right. What we have now, and you alluded to it earlier, is just the river that cuts right through.
Swash is
Plenty of water involved.
Swash. So the GSDR gaming star.
Trying to secure over towards the eastern side here. It does have more land mass involved.
ကျွန်တော် reverse ရှင်းမှာ GSDR လေးလည်းရှိနေခဲ့လို့ကျွန်တော်တယောက်ကတော့ knockout စတင်ပြီးတော့ကြာနေခဲ့ပြီး Lord ခါရဲကိုပဲဆုံးတော့တပ်ပေးထားခဲ့လို့ကျွန်တော် Enigma Galaxy အိုးမရဘူး Rollers ကိုကျွန်တော်ဒါ top တယောက်ခါရဲကိုပဲကေးတွေပါဖြတ်ပြီးတော့ fan ပေးထားခဲ့ပြီးဆိုတော့နေတာတစ်ခုမှာတော့ကျွန်တော်ဒါAurora နဲ့ Tinky 5KT ပပိုင်ဆိုင်နေခဲ့လို့ Nate တွေ Molly တွေ kilometer လုံးဖြတ်ပြီးတော့ကြာနေခဲ့ပြီး Satan Raul ကျွန်တော် Lord Coops ကျွန်တော်၄ယောက်လုံးရလို့တော့ point အကုန်လုံးတော့ကောင်းကောင်းမွန်မွန်ပဲပြန်လိုက်ပြီးတော့ထိန်းချောင်းထားခဲ့တာအခုထိတော့လုတ်တော့ဖြစ်နေကြတော့ဘေးဘက်ချက်မှာလည်း G Star လေးရှိတယ် Treatment Live တော့ channel ခဲ့ပြီးတော့ Coops တို့သူတို့ဒါ very getting နေထားမှညာလဲအစင်တော့ပြည်တော့မှာတော့မဟုတ်ဘူးအဲ့တော့တော်တော်ကြီးအန်နေတော့များတယ်ဒီစုံမပါတော့လို့ရှင်တော့ Enigma Galaxy လည်းတိုးဖို့ရွှေ့ဖို့ကနိုင်ငယ်တော့ကြောင်တော့ပျောက်သွားနိုင်နေဗျာ
There's still a couple of entryways back over to
Jordan Kike, Brand Rock, Jordan Kevin, Isa Babao, PJ Safety, Layout, Nyame, Jordan Diva Chama, Kikiri. You know, PM of Son get it, through Son get a point, through shooting get a position, yes, so it's like Ashma Pin get it, Trajano, that easy, and you never piano, a but only shooting K out my pip out of me.
Process of trying to get back over towards west.
Jordan, AUR, Aurora Gaming, Jordan, so we miss I guess a represent cool. မှာပဲကျွန်တော်အပေါ်ဘက်ချက်မှာထပ်ပြီးတော့ RQ လေးစုံတော့ထပ်ပြီးတော့ပါနေခဲ့လို့ကျွန်တော်ပြောတယ်အဲ့တော့ဒီဘက်ချက်မှာ Enigma Galaxy ရဲ့ G Star ရဲ့နှစ်သင်းနောက်မှာ RJC လည်းရှိနေခဲ့လို့နောက်ထပ် ULF တွေဘာတွေအစစုံနေတော့ပြီးတော့2 hour မဆိုတဲ့အနေထားတစ်ခုမှာတော့ဒီနားမှာတွေပဲအသင်းတွေအကုန်လုံးပတ်လက်ဗတ်တယ်တော့ပြန်ပြီးတော့ရင်ဆိုင်ရအောင်မှာ Furious တွေ2 တဲ့ point ကောက်နေ RQ တွေထို့တူပဲအငြိမ်ပဲသူတို့ဇုံနဲ့ second Ash ကဒါအလဲမှာ6 win ခုတော့ခံထားခဲ့ဆိုတဲ့အနေထားမှာအသင်းတွေအကုန်လုံးဘလောက်ဒီထပ်ပြီးတော့ဆော့ပြသွားနိုင်ခဲ့အောင်မှာလဲကျွန်တော်တစ်ချက်တော့စောင့်ကြည့်ရမှာလဲဖြစ်ပါတယ်ခင်ဗျာစတင်ပြီးတော့ flashback က wins အဆုံးတော့တက်ပေးနေခဲ့လို့ကျွန်တော်ဒါ reject အနေနဲ့ဒီမှာပဲတခါလဲ RGC အဆုံးတော့တက်ပေးလိုက်ခဲ့ပြီဗျာ flash တွေတင်ကြီး 1k တော့စတင်ပြီးတော့ပဲရရှိနေကြတော့ Enigma Galaxy Raul တို့ဘာလို့နေနေတော့တဲ့ဆုံးထပ်ပြီးတိုးဖို့တော့အန်နေတော့များသွားခဲ့ပြီ Becky တစ်စီးပဲရှိနေခဲ့တာအဲ့ဒါကြီးကOh, can't see she did. Okay, Enigma Galaxy အစီအမီတွေအဲ့ဆို AC ပဲကြိုက်တာလို့မိုက်တာလို့ပဲလူစုံနေတော့ပြီးတော့တိုးလို့ရသေးတယ်အဲ့ဒါရဲ့အရှိပဲချက်မှာ Aurora လေးရှိနေကြလို့ GSDR တွေနဲ့ Gaming Star တွေအနေနဲ့ကလည်းပြောမှဆိုသူတို့ရဲ့ဘေးဘက်ချမ်းမှာအဲ့တော့ကျွန်တော်ဒါ Zio စတင်ပြီးတော့ knockout တော့ကြာသွားခဲ့ပြီသူဒါအတုံးကြီးနဲ့သူကသူပြီးပြီး knockout ကြာသွားတာစင်ပြီးပြန်ကြတယ်လို့ရသေးတယ်ဗျ
spread themselves too thin, so I like the fact that they are playing it together, but I don't want them to
get it up to coating started video be battery ပြောင်းရှင်းတိုးလို့ပြီးတော့ started video ဖြစ်နေကြတော့ RG ဘက်က Jam Force တယောက်ခါရဲကိုပဲ knockout တော့ကြာသွားခဲ့ပြီကျွန်တော်ဘေးဘက်ချက်မှာလည်းထပ်ပြီးတော့ကျွန်တော် Ferrian တယောက်ပြချက်မှုတွေအမ Killer တယောက် started video knockout တော့ကြာနေကြလို့ RG ဘက် Fire ခံstarted video ပဲကျွန်တော်ပြန်ပြီးတော့ပေးစနေကြတဲ့ Pushman လို့ share ဘက်က goal တွေတေးပြီးတော့တိုးနေခဲ့ပြီ RG ရဲ့အစခါရဲပဲ knockout တော့ကြာနေခဲ့ပြီနောက်ဆုံးတယောက်ပဲကျွန်တော်တို့ပြောနေတယ်နှစ်ဖက်ကိုRoyo and Ero Miare go the day the peer to get Napa Kukane, but not the champion forward alone gave us already that Kumaro to all the channel tap you up and Napaco, Tiago Sadi, you're not our channel, not a 3 out Karo with son of that Vilagelo RQ. Sing it 3 kings to so Cody. David Peter Tony gave one was a once already that my force net. Hang on low but the cool of a channel provided a penny gave a shop and a provided a piano penny get a force up or send up P luggage and she gave it my I let the thing on a wipe of his luggage. Yeah.
it's an okay game. I think what I noticed from yesterday was that their highs were very
Really?
high.
The reverse 2 နေပြီ Kelsey ကပေးလိုက်ရပြီ
15, 16 places, 2 elims, 1 elim.
ဘေးဘက်ချက်မှလည်းတက်ပြီးတော့ Wiz score တေးပဲပြီးတော့တိုးနေခဲ့ပြီး save ကြီးနော်နေခဲ့တဲ့ G star ဘက်ကတယောက်ကိုစနေပြီးတော့ဆုံးတော့တက်ပေးနေခဲ့လို့တို့အသင်းနေနဲ့ kill သုံးတော့ဒီပါ survive တော့ဖြစ်နေခဲ့ပြီးရှေ့ဘက်ချက်မှလည်းတက်ပြီးတော့ aura လည်းရှိနေခဲ့လို့နောက်ဘက်ချက်နဲ့နောက်တဲ့သင်းတက်ပြီးတော့တိုးလာခဲ့ပြီးဆိုတဲ့နေတာတစ်ခုမှ KRS ရောဒီနားမှာအသင်းနဲ့၄သင်းလောက်ထိတော့ရှိနေခဲ့ပြီး Nick McClassy ညနေတော့ပြန်ပြီးတော့တိုးနေခဲ့လို့ကျွန်တော်တို့ U pass တယောက်လည်း short ခိုင်းတဲ့တယောက်နောက်ကတော့ချ save ကြီးတော်တော်ယူ and တော့များနေခဲ့လို့ဆုံးတော့တက်ပေးနေခဲ့ပြီးနောက်မှချက်မှလည်းတက်ပြီးတော့နေတလုံးကွက်တီပဲကောင်းလိုက်တဲ့နေ့ကျွန်တော် KRS တွေပါတပ်ပါပြီးတော့ပြန်ပြီးတော့ giant က rank rock တယောက်ပဲတော့ channel Hoxy ရှာတဲ့ day ပဲပြီးတော့တိုးနေခဲ့ပြီးနေ့တွေပြန်ပြီးတော့ခွတ်နေခဲ့ rank rock တယောက်ကားနေပဲနောက်မှချက်ပြန်ပြီးတော့ forward လုံးနေခဲ့ပြီးသူ့အနေနဲ့ run တွေပါဆက်ပြီးတော့ save ဖို့တော့ပြင်ဆင်နေခဲ့လို့ Nick McClassy rank rock DK နောက်ဆုံးတယောက်ပဲတော့ channel တွေတွေ့ရတဲ့တစ်ဆက်ကားရမှာမီးတွေတော့ကွဲနေခဲ့ပြီးဆိုတဲ့နေတာတစ်ခုမှာတော့မြန်ဆန်တော့ first aid တော့ထိုးမှတော့ရတော့မယ်ဗျာ
Maybe not fully committed, but she was.
top ပေးအချမ်းမှာလည်းပြက်လဲပြီးတော့ knockout ချပေးနေကြလဲ gold တင်းနေဒီမှာပဲတင်းလုံးပြတ်သွားပြီပြီးဆုံးနေနောက်ထပ်ဆုံးနောက်ထပ်နေတာတစ်ခုမှာတော့ Nick McClassy ဆုံးနေတော့ပြီးတော့တိုးမှတော့ရတော့မယ် flash တေးပြီးတော့ push နေကြ ran rock သူနေနဲ့ဒါ cover လေးပဲပြက်လဲပြီးတော့ pad နေကြလို့ coup တယောက်ကိုလိုက်လဲပြီး pick up နေကြဆိုပဲ flash တွေအင်းရတော့နိုင်ငယ်တော့လွဲချော်နေကြလို့ပဲနောက်ပဲချက်အိုးကောင်းလိုက်တဲ့ A ကျော် QXZ စတင်ပြီးတော့ knockout တော့ကြာနေကြပြီးတော့ Nick McClassy အနေနဲ့ကတော့အနေငယ်တော့တက်တာရတော့ရသွားခဲ့တယ် KRH တွေကျော် one man down ဆိုတဲ့နေတာတစ်ခုအောက်မှာ flash တွေစုံနေတစ်ခုတော့ပြန်လဲပြီးတော့တိုးဝင်ဖို့တပြင်စင်နေကြတော့ round တယောက်ကိုလည်းထပ်မှန်ပြီးတော့ wins ကာရောပဲဆုံးတော့တက်ပေးနေကြလို့အပေါ်ဘက်ချမ်းနေကေးတွေပဲဖြတ်ပြီးတော့ fan နေခဲ့တာကျော် flash တွေဂယ်ပဲကောင်းမနေကြလို့သူတို့သင်းနေနေလည်း grand final ကိုတက်ဖို့ top 5 တက်ဖို့ပါဖို့ရေးတော့ဒီပွဲမှာတော့ဂယ် on နေခဲ့တာလည်းဖြစ်ပါတယ်ခင်ဗျာကျွန်တော်ထပ်ပြီးတော့ပဲလောချီရဘက်ကပဲဘိုးဆိုကိုလုံးပပလည်းပြန်လဲပြီးတော့ပဲတောင်းနေကြလို့ Nick McClassy ဒီပဲကြားတဲ့ထဲမှာပဲအနေငယ်တော့ NA တော့များတယ်ပွဲပဲချက်မှလည်းထပ်ပြီးတော့ပဲ KRH တွေပေးနေလို့ကျွန်တော် Hoxy နေနေပဲထပ်မှန်ပြီးတော့ပဲကိုင်ဆောင်နေခဲ့လို့တွေရတော့တဝက်တော့ကိုင်နေခဲ့ပြီဒီပဲချက်မှလည်းထပ်ပြီးတော့ပဲ Saturn တယောက်ကွက်တီပဲခေါင်းပေါ်နေတလုံးနောက်တစ်လုံး short ဝဲဦးကန်တော့ကောင်းသွားခဲ့သေးတယ်အဲ့တော့ France တွေပဲပြန်ပြီးတော့ပဲထိုးနေကြလို့စေတယ်ကျွန်တော် Nick McClassy 3 man survive ဆိုတဲ့နေတာကူအောင်မှာဘင်းနေ bro နေပဲကျွန်တော် Molly တွေပဲဖြတ်ပြီးတော့ပဲကိုင်နေခဲ့ပြီဒီ Molly ကတကယ်ပဲလုံးနေဖြစ်နေခဲ့မှာ cool နောက်ပဲချန်ပြန်ပြီးတော့ forward လုံးနေခဲ့လို့ပြီးတော့တိုးရတော့မှာဗျာနှစ်သင်းလုံးကစုံမပါဘူးအဲ့တော့အပြတ်တော့ဆိုင်မတော့ရတော့မယ်လို့ပြောနေနေပဲ top ဆိုဘေးပဲကျွန်မတက်ပြီးတော့ပဲတယောက်ကိုစတက်ပြီးတော့ knockout ချနေခဲ့ cool တယောက်ကပဲ dog အကုန်လုံးပတ်လဲပိတ်ပြီးတော့ကျွေးနေခဲ့တာတယောက် 1 for 1 now ဆိုတဲ့နေတာတစ်ခုအောက်မှာတော့ Nick McClassy ရော KRI ဆိုတော့တော်တော်ယူ NA တော့များတယ်နောက်တစ်နေ့တစ်လုံးမှာစတက်ပြီးတော့ဝင်ရောက်နေခဲ့လို့ short weight တွေပါသွားပြီးတော့ပတိနေခဲ့ပြီး Hoxy 2 for 1 ဆိုတဲ့နေတာတစ်ခုအောက်မှာနေတစ်လုံးပြီးလုံးတော့ပြန်တော့ကျဲနေခဲ့ပြီး Hoxy ရဲ့နေတစ်လုံးတကယ်ပဲ quad တီပဲကြာနေခဲ့မှလားခေါင်းပေါ်ပဲအချောင်းပဲ short weight တော့သွားပြီးတော့ပတိနေခဲ့လို့ Hoxy မရတော့ဘူးတယောက်စတင်ပြီးတော့ knockout ချနေခဲ့ပြီးနောက်ဆုံးတယောက်ပဲတော့ကျန်တော့လဲလို့ပြောနေတယ်မ3 versus 1ဆုံးတော့တပ်ပေးနေကြလို့ဘေးဘက်ချက်လဲ Aurora တွေကတော့ဒါအကုန်လုံးပတ်ပြီးတော့နိုင်နေခဲ့တာ 10k ဒီမှာပိုင်ဆိုင်သွားခဲ့တာလည်းဖြစ်ပါတယ်ခင်ဗျာ
Everyone's trying to get in together.
ဒီတော့ကျွန်တော် Aurora Briefers 0ဒီဘက်ဘေးဘက်ချမ်းမှာပြန်လဲပြီးတော့ထောက်နေခဲ့လို့ ULF တွေလည်းရှိတယ် top တယောက်ဘေးဘက်ချမ်းငိမ့်လေးပဲပြန်ပြီးတော့တိုးလို့ခင်းနေခဲ့ပြီကျွန်တော် OG ရှိတဲ့ point တွေတော့တွေ့နေခဲ့တဲ့ top ကောလို့ပတ်လည်းပြန်လဲပြီးတော့ပြစ်ခတ်နေခဲ့တယ်ဆိုပေမဲ့အိမ်ကတော့နိုင်ငယ်တော့လွဲချော်နေခဲ့သေးတယ်ကျွန်တော်ဘေးဘက်ချမ်းမှာလည်းတက်ပြီးတော့ကျွန်တော် Briefers တယောက်စတင်ပြီးတော့ knockout ချနေခဲ့ပြီ Scarface တို့ဘာလို့နေနေဒီဘာလုံးပြီးတော့ပြန်လဲပြီးတော့ပွဲထားခဲ့ဆိုတဲ့နေတာတစ်ခုမှာတော့ကျွန်တော် top မြန်ဆန်တော့ camera ရတော့ reverse 0ဘေးဘက်ချက်ပြန်လဲပြီးတော့အိုးကောင်းတဲ့နေတလုံးကျွန်တော်ခါရဲပဲပါတော့ခေါ်နောက်တဲ့နေတွေပြန်ဝဲလာခဲ့ပြီဆိုတဲ့နေတာက0နိုင်ငံတော့ NA တော့များတယ်ဆိုတော့ dog ရဲ့နေတလုံးတကယ်ပဲကောင်းမဟုတ်ပဲကွက်တီပဲကြာနေခဲ့မှလားလို့ပြောနေရင်နေတွေပါပြန်လဲတော့ပြစ်ခတ်နေခဲ့ပြီ 3 man survive ဆိုတဲ့နေတာတစ်ခုမှာတော့ကျွန်တော် R3 media အနေနဲ့လည်းပြန်လဲပြီးတော့ knockout ကြာနေခဲ့လို့ဘေးဘက်ချက်မှာ yup sir ပြန်လဲကဲစဲမှာတော့ရတော့မယ် AGA လည်းနောက်တဲ့နေတွေပါတလုံးပြီးလုံးတော့ပြန်လဲပြီးတော့ပြစ်ခွဲလာခဲ့ပြီးတော့နောက်တဲ့နေတလုံးနဲ့ပဲ yup sir တယောက်ပါထပ်မှပြီးတော့ knockout ကြာနေခဲ့လို့ ULF ကျွန်တော် 3 man live တော့ရှိနေခဲ့ပြီးတော့ ULA တော်တော်ယူ NA တော့များတယ်ဘေးဘက်ချက်မှာလည်းလေးဦးဒီနေတလုံးကြီးကွက်တီကြာသွားမယ်ဆိုအကုန်လုံးတော့ show off chance တော်တော်ယူတော့များနေခဲ့လို့ closeနောက်ဆုံးတယောက်ပဲတော့ကျန်တော့ Marble ကျွန်တော်နောက်တစ်ချောင်းပဲပြန်ပြီးတော့ forward လုံးနေခဲ့လို့ကျွန်တော်နောက်တစ်နေတာတစ်ခုကတော့ကျွန်တော်ဒီဘက် miss ခဲ့ကိုပဲထပ်ပြီးပေးမယ်နဲ့ဒီတဲ့ချောင်းတစ်ခုကြားအဲ့တော့じゃအသင်းအကုန်လုံးနေနဲ့ပြေးလျှော့တော့မဲ့နေတာတစ်ခုအောက်မှာ global လို့ဒီဖြစ်နေခဲ့မှာလို့ပြောနေနေ silence တယောက်ဘေးဘက်ချန်နေပြန်လဲပြီးတော့တိုးတော့ထိနေခဲ့လို့ tanky တယောက်နေနဲ့ Leo တယောက်ကိုစတင်ပြီးတော့ knockout ချနေခဲ့ silent furious ဒီဘက်ဘေးဘက်ကွာနေအကုန်လုံးပတ်လည်းပြန်လဲပြီးတော့ပြေးတော့ထိနေခဲ့လို့တို့ထိထားခဲ့တဲ့ position နဲ့ရွှေ့နေခဲ့တဲ့ point တွေက global လို့တော့ဖြစ်နေခဲ့ပါသေးတယ်ဗျာအဲ့တော့ကျွန်တော်ဘေးအချမ်းမှာထပ်ပြီးတော့ you love ကျွန်တော် aura နဲ့တွေ့နေခဲ့ top ဆိုနေဒီပစားပြီးတော့ကိုင်ဆောင်ထားခဲ့ Renuncia ဘက်ကပဲနေဒီကွက်တီပဲပြန်ဝဲလာခဲ့ပြီဆိုတော့ဒီတာတစ်ခုမှတော့တရားတော့တော့ချသွားမှတော့ရတော့မယ် aura pro to pro နဲ့အငိမ့်လေးပြန်လဲပြီးတော့တိုးထိန်နေကြလို့ dogs တို့မရှိတော့မသိဘူးဆိုတော့တော်တော်ကြီးအန်နေတော့များတယ် aura ဒီကဘေးဘက်ချမ်းနေကတိုလီတော့ပြန်ပြီးတော့ရွှေ့နေခဲ့ပြီဆိုတော့နေတာတစ်ခုမှတော့ရိုင်းပဲနီးနေခဲ့ပြီသူတို့အသင်းနဲ့3လောက်အထိပါတက်ပြီးတော့တွေ့နေခဲ့ပြီဆိုတော့နေတာတစ်ခုမှ aura Brown to brown နဲ့ပဲဘေးဘက်ချက်မှာတက်ပြီးတော့ top ပြောင်းတော့တွင်းနေခဲ့ပြီ Iran စတင်ပြီးတော့ knock out ချနေခဲ့နောက်ဘက်ချက်တက်ပြီးတော့0တယောက်ပြန်ပြီးတော့ဘက်ကတော့ပေးနေခဲ့လို့ France ပါပြန်ပြီးတော့ထိုးကအိုးဘေးဘက်ချက်တက်ပြီးတော့ OG ကျွန် Iran တယောက်ကိုစတင်ပြီးတော့ knock out ချပေးလိုက်ခဲ့ပြီဆိုတော့နေတာတစ်ခုမှ you love အနိုင်နဲ့တော့ NA တော့များသွားခဲ့ပြီနောက်ဘက်ချက်မှာနောက်ထပ်အသင်းနဲ့ထပ်မှပြီးတော့တေးပဲပြီးတော့တိုးနေခဲ့လို့နောက်ဘက်ချက်ပြန်ပြီးတော့ပြကမှုတွေအောက်မှာ0တယောက်ပြန်ပြီးတော့ knock out ချနေခဲ့ပြီ flash ဒီပွဲတော့အခွင့်ကောင်းယူပြီးတော့အကုန်လုံးတော့ white board တော့တေးပဲပြီးတော့တိုးနေခဲ့ပြီပေါ်ဘက်ချက်တွေအကုန်လုံးတော့ပတ်ပတ်လဲတော့ပြီးတော့ take 10 flash ya lo point ko lo kom so pele bi do time mira ke point ke be lo di do phit ni ke lo shit be chama le tap bi top so OG do ba pele bi do pick cut ni ke lo aw ba chama le so top တယောက်ရှိနေတော့တီသွားခဲ့ပြီတခါလဲဆုံးတော့တက်ပေးလိုက်ခဲ့ပြီဆိုရဲနေတာခုမှတော့ Aura Gaming နဲ့ဒီမှာပဲတစ်သိန်းလုံးတော့ wild out ဖြစ်သွားခဲ့ပြီဗျာအဲ့တော့ OG formal live ထိပဲ channel flash top တယောက်တော့နေတာတော့ CS တယောက်ပလဲခဲ့တယ်လို့ရနေခဲ့တယ်ကျွန်တော်ဒါ ULE ဘက်က ULE တယောက် cash တယောက်အနေနဲ့ကလည်းခြေလေးပါဖြတ်ပြီးတော့ကူးနေကြလို့တို့အနေနဲ့ကလည်းစုံလင်ကြောက်ခုတော့မင်းဆန်တော့ဖန်ဒီမှာတော့ရတော့မယ်ဗျာဒီတော့ကျွန်တော် Furia Chief နော်နေကြတဲ့ IL တယောက်ကိုပြန်လဲခဲ့တယ်လို့ပြီးပြီ၄ယောက်လုံးတော့ရှိနေခဲ့2-2ဆိုတဲ့ပုံစံစမတန်းမှပြီးတော့ split ထားခဲ့ဆိုတဲ့ data တစ်ခုအောက်မှာကျွန်တော် win ဆရာဒီ payback ချမ်းအကုန်လုံးပတ်ပတ်လဲပြန်လဲပြီးတော့ထောက်ပြီးထားခဲ့တဲ့ point ကဲပဲလောက်တော့ဖြစ်နေကြလို့ OG 2K ဆိုတဲ့ data တစ်ခုမှာတို့ကတော့စုံရင် miss ခဲ့လို့ပုံစံမျိုးနီးပါးလောက်ထိကိုပါတယ်အဲ့တော့စင်တော့ပြည်နေခဲ့လို့ Furious ဒီဘက်မှာ 6K ဒီပိုင်ဆိုင်ထားခဲ့လို့တို့ကလည်းစုံတော့ပါတာဆိုတော့ထပ်ပြီးတော့စုံကတော့တိုးအောင်မှာတော့မဟုတ်တော့ဘူးဗျဒီတော့ကျွန်တော်တို့ပြောရမယ်ဆိုရင်ကျွန်တော်ဒါပွဲချက်ပြန်ကြည့်ရမယ်ဆို flash တွေအနေနဲ့ former survive တွေပါရှိနေခဲ့တယ်ဆိုပေမဲ့လည်းဆိုဝင်လည်းတစ်ခုတော့ပြန်လည်ပြီးတော့ဖန်တီးအောင်မယ် loss မှာ quick တယောက်ကို career ဆုံးလို့တပ်ပေးနေကြတဲ့ wins cash ကိုစတင်ပြီးတော့ knock out ချနေခဲ့ပြီး ULF တွေရှီထဲမှာနှစ်ယောက်ပဲတော့ကူးနေကြတာအောက်ဘက်ချက်မှာတက်ပြီးတော့ claw တယောက်ရှိအောင်ပွားတော့တွေ့နေခဲ့ပြီး career ကိုပဲဆုံးလို့တပ်ပေးလိုက်ခဲ့ပြီးဆိုတဲ့အနေဒါတစ်ခုမှာတော့ကျွန်တော်နေကြတဲ့ silence တယောက်ကိုလည်းပြန်လည်ခဲ့တယ်လို့ရ Furious တင်ကြီး AKs နဲ့ကျွန်တော် OG နဲ့ပတ်တယ်တော့သွားပြီးတော့ရင်ဆိုင်ရတော့မှလည်းဖြစ်ပါတယ်ခင်ဗျာအဲ့တော့နေဒီလုံးတော့စတင်ပြီးတော့ကိုင်ဆောင်နေခဲ့လို့ Furia Ayala ကျွန်တော် Higos Chief Silence လေးရောက်အမြင်လေးရလို့ point အကုန်လုံးပတ်ပတ်လေးပြန်လည်ပြီးတော့ထိန်းချောင်းပေးထားခဲ့တာကဲပဲလို့တော့ဖြစ်နေခဲ့ပါသေးတယ်ဗျာဆိုတော့ top ဆိုခြေပါကူးပြီးတော့ပဲဆိုဝင်လည်းတစ်ခုတော့ပြန်လည်ပြီးတော့ပဲ fan နေကြလို့ cash ဒီဘက်ပေးဘက်ချက်မှာပြန်လည်ပြီးတော့ပဲထောက်နေကြလို့ Furia Chief တို့ဘာလို့အနေနဲ့လဲ OG နဲ့ပတ်တဲ့ဆိုင်ဘူး high call လို့ဆိုတဲ့ပုံစံတစ်ခုအောက်မှာတော့ OG ဘာလို့လဲဆက်ပြီးတော့ပဲလောက်ပြနေခဲ့အောင်မလားပေါ်ပချက်နဲ့ပြန်လည်ပြီးတော့ပဲ equip တဲ့ account တဲ့အနေနဲ့လည်းဒီဘက် off ချက်နဲ့ပြန်လည်ပြီးတော့ပဲထောက်နေကြလို့ flash အနေနဲ့ကားနဲ့မတေးပြီးတော့တိုးနေခဲ့ပြီးရတဲ့ point ကိုလုံးတော့ပတ်ပတ်လည်းပြန်လည်ပြီးတော့ပဲထောက်နေကြလို့ Furia State flash နဲ့တော့ပြီးတော့ပဲပတ်တဲ့တော့ရင်ဆိုင်ရတော့မဆိုတဲ့ data တစ်ခုအောက်မှာတော့ကျွန်တော် save ပြနေခဲ့မှာ Higos top တယောက်အနေနဲ့လည်းပေးဘက်ချက်မှာတွေ့သွားခဲ့ပဲ run တယောက်သူရတော့တစ်စက်တော်တော်ကြီးတော့အနေတော့များတယ်ပေါ်ဘက်ချက်နဲ့ကိုလုံးတော့ပြခွဲပေးထားခဲ့ပြီးဆိုတဲ့ data တစ်ခုမှာ top အောက်ဘက်ချက်တော့နိုင်ငံတော့ forward လုံးမတော့ရှာတော့မယ်သူတို့ဒါ flash gaming အနေနဲ့ရလို့ point ကိုလုံးပတ်လည်းပြန်လည်းပြီးတော့ထောက်နေခဲ့ run နဲ့ကျွန်တော် cash နှစ်ယောက်သူရတော့တစ်စက်နှစ်ယောက်လုံး first aid တော့ပြန်ပြီးတော့ထိုးပြီးသွားပြီဆိုတဲ့ data တစ်ခုမှာကဲဝက်လို့ဒီတော့ဖြစ်နေကြတော့မလား OG ကလည်းထုတယ်ကျွန်တော်ဒီဘက်ချက်မှာ8ပြီးတော့နေနေတဲ့ကောင်လေးတွေအကုန်လုံးပတ်ပတ်လည်းပြန်ပြီးထုနေကြတာကျွန်တော် ULF တွေဒီဘက်မှာ Tinker 4K ဒီပိုင်ဆိုင်နေခဲ့လို့တင်ကျွန်တော်ပြောမှဆိုတော့ run fight နဲ့တော့ပေးရတော့မှာဘာလို့လဲဆိုတော့သူတို့အသေးနဲ့အနေနဲ့ရေထဲမှာပဲရှိနေတော့တာအဲ့တော့အဲ့ဒါကြီးအန်နေတော့များတယ် map တယောက်အနေနဲ့လည်း AGA ကလည်းအငိမ့်လေးသူတို့ဝင်အောင်မပါတော့ဘူးတယောက်တည်းအငိမ့်လေးပဲပြန်လည်ပြီးတော့ပဲတိုးနေရွှေ့နေကြတာဖြစ်လို့ boss တယောက်အနေနဲ့ကတော့ဇုံနဲ့ကြောင့်တကူတော့ပြန်ပြီးတော့ဖန်တီးနေကြပြီး3 euro ဇက်နဲ့ပဲရေးပါဖြတ်ပြီးတော့ကူးနေကြလို့ Furia ဘက်က AL တရားစတင်ပြီးတော့ knock out ချနေကြပြီး Higos ဘေးဘက်ချမ်းမှာပတ်လည်းပြန်ပြီးတော့တောင်းနေကြလို့ Run တယောက်လည်းပြန်ပြီးတော့ knock out ချနေကြပြီး OG ရလို့ point အကုန်လုံးတော့ပြန်ပြီးတော့ခွဲတော့ထိနေကြလို့ ULF တွေနောက်ဆုံးတရားပဲတော့ကျန်တော့မယ်လို့ပြောနေတယ်ပဲကတိုလီကိုပြန်ပြီးတော့ခိုးတော့ကိုင်နေကြပြီးနေတယ်ပဲစတင်ပြီးတော့ကိုင်ဆောင်ထားကြလို့ Aria နေတလုံးတကယ်ပဲခေါင်းပေါ်ပဲချမ်း40ဆိုတဲ့နေသားတစ်ခုမှတော့နေရာလုံးတော့ရှော့သွားခဲ့ပြီဗျာကောင်းလိုက်တဲ့နေ Aru ဆုံးတော့တပ်ပေးလိုက်ခဲ့လို့ကျွန်တော် Furia လေးယောက်လုံး survive တော့ရှိနေခဲ့တယ်ဆိုဝင်လည်းကြောက်တစ်ခုလည်းထပ်မှန်ပြီးတော့ပဲဖန်တီးအောင်မတင်ရတော့3 4 4ဆိုတဲ့နေသားတစ်ခုအောက်မှာပဲတေးပဲပြီးတော့တိုးသွားခဲ့ပြီ Furia ဒီဘက် Robert Chan နေပြီးတော့အောက်ဘက်ချက်မှာလည်းတက်ပြီးတော့ silence ပြန်ပြီးတော့ knock out ချနေခဲ့ပြီးနေဒီဘက်ထပ်မှန်ပြီးတော့ပဲကိုင်ဆောင်နေခဲ့လို့ Higos ရောက်တော့2 euro တဝက်ဒီဘက်ချက်နေခဲ့ပြီး IL တရားမှာထပ်မှန်ပြီးတော့ knock out ချနောက်ဆုံး2 euro တစ်စက် Higos Chief တရားမှာထပ်မှန်ပြီးတော့ knock out ချသွားခဲ့ပြီးနေဒီဘက်ပြန်လည်းပြခွဲထားခဲ့ပြီးဆိုတဲ့နေသားတစ်ခုမှာတော့ Furious ဒီမှာလည်းတစ်နေလုံးတော့ပျောက်သွားကြလို့ OG ပြန်လည်းပြီးတော့ခေါ်လာခဲ့တဲ့ point တွေတကယ်ပဲလုံးနေဖြစ်နေခဲ့မှာလားအပေါ်ဘက်ချက်နဲ့အထန်ကြီးတယောက်ပြလိုက်ပြီးတော့တိုးတော့ထိနေခဲ့လို့ဒိတ်ဒီမှာထပ်မံပြီးတော့ကိုင်ဆောင်ထားခဲ့ပြီးထောက်စီကတော့ပေးရဖို့ချန်စာတော်တော်ကြီးလို့များနေခဲ့ပြီးတော့အထန်ကြီးရဲ့နေတလုံးထောက်ခေါင်းပေါ်ကွက်တီပချနေခဲ့မှာလားတူရတော့တဝက်တီပချနေခဲ့ပြီးဟန်ကောလိုကောင်ဆိုနေထားလို့မှာ whisk ကောလည်းဒီဘက်ဘေးဘက်ချန်ပြန်လည်းပြီးတော့ထောက်လိခဲ့တာ top နေတလုံးထပ်မံပြီးတော့ကိုင်ဆောင်ထားခဲ့လို့ whisk ကောရှိရ point မနေကြီးခေါင်းပေါ်ဘက်ချန်ကွက်တီဒါပေမဲ့ show ဝေးလောက်ပဲသွားပြီးတော့ထိနေကြလို့အောက်ဘက်ချက်မှလည်းထပ်ပြီးတော့ပဲ smoke တွေပါဥနေရောမီးခိုးတွေပါဥပြီးတော့ပဲပြန်လည်းပြီးတော့ပဲခင်းနေကြလို့နေတွေပါတစ်လုံးပြီးလုံးတော့ရောက်ရှိလာခဲ့ပြီးတော့ပဲအထန်ကြီးတို့ဒိတ်ပဲ period rush တွေ flash တွေ 3 vs 2 ဆိုတဲ့နေတာတခုအောက်မှာ top ပြန်လည်းပြီးတော့ပဲထောက်ဝေးထားခဲ့အထန်ကြီးတို့နေနေဒီဘက် Robert အချက်မှနေပြီးတော့နေတစ်လုံးစတင်ပြီးတော့ပြခွဲထားခဲ့ပြီးဆိုတဲ့နေတာတခုမှတော့ waste ရစတင်ပြီးတော့ knockout တော့ကြာနေခဲ့ shotgun နဲ့ပြန်လည်းပြခတ်နေခဲ့ဆိုတဲ့နေတာတခုမှ high ground local position တခုအောက်မှာနောက်တဲ့ Aru ကျ CS ရပေါ်ပါ knockout တော့ကြာနေခဲ့ပြီး boss နောက်တစ်ချက်ပြန်လည်းပြီးတော့တောင်းနေခဲ့လို့ကျွန်တော်နောက်ဆုံးတယောက်ထပ်မံပြီးတော့ knockout တော့ကြာနောက်တစ်ယောက်ပေါ်ပါ boss နဲ့ face to face တော့တောင်းပြီးတော့ battery တော့ inside နေခဲ့လို့အပေါ်ဘက်ချက်နဲ့အိမ်တွေပါဖြတ်ပြီးတော့လွဲနေခဲ့ပြီး boss နောက်တစ်ယောက်ပါ knockout တော့ကြာနောက်ဆုံးဘက်ကနေနဲ့ဆုံးတော့တက်ပေးလိုက်ခဲ့ပြီးတော့ပဲ OG ပထမဦးဆုံးပွဲမှာတော့ chicken dinner တော့ရရှိသွားခဲ့တာလည်းဖြစ်ပါတယ်ခင်ဗျာဟုတ်တယ်နော်ကျွန်တော်ဒီဘက်မှာလည်း chicken ဒီလူမှာလည်း chicken
I mean, it's good at the moment. Aru looks like an arrow right now, and he's got purpose flying fast towards that bullseye, fast towards that qualification spot. It's such a difference from last time we saw them as well. If you're a team, you've got to be proud because, again, the improvement has been insane.
Perfectly executed right there, right? I mean, hey, they got themselves a good solid position. We had the questions, right? Were they going to play it passively? Were they going to get aggressive? They turned on that aggression at the perfect time. Perfect peaks, fight decisions, and they were able to get that win. And this is the way to do it, right? I mean, they were having a little bit of a rough day at the start yesterday. Finished strong. Boom, knock it out of the park today. They're set up for top 5.
They absolutely are. I mean, for this team, it's a really big boon for them. I mean, taking some of that pressure off is a really nice thing right at the start of the day. We always say being able to get rid of a lot of the pressure so quickly in day 2 is so much relief for you as a squad. And for Orangutan, honestly, use this now to feel out other teams inside this lobby, get some more practice in without feeling all that worried. Let's put it that way.
Yeah. I mean, there's definitely a lot of teams that are going to be worried here as we get into the rest of the matches, and we'll have those matches coming in just a bit.
We were there for every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind, and we're here now. The proud founding partner of EWC, powering the biggest event in gaming, shoulder to shoulder with the world's best, making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion, reach your impossible.
Hi, Kalaris here at PMWC for EWC 26, and I'm with Aru from Orangutan to talk about some of the games from day 1 of their group stage and see how they're feeling coming into day number 2. So, obviously, you guys got yourself a win on Miramar. You were one of the latest teams coming to Miramar, actually. So, is that part of the strategy for you guys when it comes to urban endings, as well as what were your concerns towards the late game of that game?
Not really a strategy because we intend to play dynamic as per the situations, and particularly talking about that game, it took us quite a while to collect our vehicles, so it got us a little late. So that was the first factor, and the second factor was that the team landing in Power Grid, I guess it's GSTR, so they were trying to like maybe set up a trap around San Martin. So then we had to take a detour from our original planned path. So, but yeah, we have prepared ourselves to play early and late as well. So it just worked out for us.
Perfect answer. Wow, okay, that's some great insight. Thank you. Let's go back to game one, because it's a bit of a different shift. Obviously, it's the first game on the stage, etc. It's the Rondo game. You guys have got a good compound. You're playing a bit passively here and there. What were your concerns? I saw that Geek was keeping close eyes on you in that Rondo game, and you eventually got second place.
Well, the first factor that led us to, playing a little passive or saying holding back was that we got an early casualty of my teammate Atanki. And the second one was our vehicles didn't have a lot of fuel, so it was hard to like drive around and take info of our surrounding teams to actually see what's going on, if there are any third-party opportunities. And also, yeah, we had a good position, but the thing was that it was like on the back we had high ground, and on the front we had like a complete low ground. So if we have gone like either of the ways, the other side teams would have definitely shot at us, so it would have been difficult to come back to our initial position. So I was also like not so satisfied with that game, because having Rondo and only 2 elimination points is like not how we play, and not everyone plays, because Rondo gives you a lot of opportunities to take fights, maybe take free eliminations of the teams, and especially when you are at a good position. So yeah, it was also like a little dissatisfied for me, but yeah, it was a good start, so we didn't have to get into the second game with high pressure on us.
Fair. And overall, yesterday, how does the team look at it? Do they see it as a success here so far? And are there any adaptations coming in today too?
Not really success, but the last match really helped us to, start our day 2 with a good base. So it's not like we are very far behind from top 5. So coming to day 2, we are just going to plan going game by game. We are just not really focused on the position we are at on the points table. We are just going to focus on our games and the things that we can do better, and trying to not repeat the mistakes that we have done in the past.
Aru, thank you very much. Amazing interview, and good luck for day number 2.
Not only is Aru great at giving interviews, but he's great in the game, being the IGL, as he was able to secure 5 eliminations. And when we talk about IGLs that have what it takes to not only go to the finals and maybe end up challenging to do it, he was able to showcase that perfectly here in this Rondo.
I mean, this is why it's important to have international experience. He played PMGC last year, didn't go too good, but he knew what to expect heading into PMWC, and especially the final fight they took onto Team Flash. There was even Ulf behind them, and even the side of Furia pushing their way. There's so many aspects of the game, and they were just played beautifully. A few shots missed, okay, if you want to critique, is like a few of the shots maybe should have connected, but you love to see them not just get a win, it's a back-to-back from India. Let's go.
Yeah, the passiveness is gone, and obviously you heard it from him as well. They know they made those mistakes in those earlier games, but to be able to come back from that and understand that the passiveness is what was putting them behind. So it's good now that they have changed around to this aggression and making it their game.
Yes, we're going to end up comparing them with the team that we also needed to see them being able to perform well here, and it's none other than Furia. Furia able to show up as well, Neptura, with those 9 eliminations.
Yeah, really, really good stuff. I think we were both kind of talking about this, Max, right, where they were really hedging their bets throughout the end of this game, right, on either side of the river here. They were going on one side of the coast, then on the other, just making sure nobody was coming up behind them. And they sweep around. I think it was Ulf on that, or no, it was Ulala. Ulala.
Ulala.
Ulala. It was them on that eastern side, able to just sweep around. Some really, really good stuff coming in there, Liz.
Yeah, I mean, even if we move back to the earlier game, Furia versus Ula, they basically had the contention on the top of the roof, and either one of these teams could have actually taken them down, which was super funny that they then go into their rotation and they're next to each other again to have this battle out. But of course, Furia came out on top, and then this is exactly what we expect to see from Furia at the start of the matches. But if we go off of yesterday, it can be a slight downfall for them. So I hope that they can prioritize these eliminations early on like they have and move themselves into the best position.
And not only that, we got to talk about the bottom team.
ပေးစရာတွေဖြစ်ပါတယ်ခင်ဗျာ
as well, Lace, because the bottom teams ended up showing up here. Even though
place them, they just need a 5-point average that includes eliminations and placement points to push themselves out of that bottom into that bubble. And I mean, they had 3 eliminations early on in contention, and it was basically, I'm pretty sure it was AJ. He almost got a 1v4 on a team, and I mean, that would have set them obviously into a great motion because they actually had a free path rotating into the center.
As we see Orangutan take over that first place with 66 points. And the wonderful thing of this is that it puts OG in the perfect situation because OG now has absolutely nothing to lose. And they're currently challenging and they're currently in a place to go directly to the finals.
This is fantastic. I mean, obviously it's best case scenario for any team, but for Orangutan especially, we are looking at a team here that yesterday was, you know, ramping up the confidence, ramping up the momentum very, very slowly. With this game coming in with a back-to-back, they've gone from 0 wins to 2 and top of the leaderboard in just 2 matches, Max. So I really, really like what we're seeing here. It was proactive. They were thinking about not only the next move, but the next 3 moves as well. The timing was really good. They took advantage of third parties. That's what we wanted to see from them yesterday. And they really, really did it. And this is exactly what we wanted to see, exactly the kind of result that they deserve now.
Talking about things you want to see, I'm going to say one thing we did want to see was 4 Thrives taking a massive L here on Rondo. I mean, really, clearly a very big mistake, a mistake that's very easy to avoid, is don't drop in Ulf's territory, right? You send your recall player and you're surrounded by 4 Ulf players. I can tell you that is not a good place to be. So hopefully, if they do have a bad playing path, they can try and find a better option, even just go get a car and send it forward, loot, and get your teammates recalled maybe a minute or 2 later on down the line. 4 Thrives on Rondo need to fix that slide recall system.
As we're looking at those bottom 3 teams, Gaming, Stars, Thunder, Top Gaming, and Exports Rejects. Good thing that they were able to get those points late, as they were able to keep that gap even closer to be outside of the top, out of the bottom 3. But for some of the other squads, the thing is that now you have Alula as well performing. You have Furia being able to perform. They need to continue on with this consistency to try to make it out and hope that those teams that are above them end up getting eliminated early.
Yeah, I mean, if we have a look, Alula got themselves out of that bottom 3 position. Obviously, Thunder took the 3 eliminations, but weren't able to carry on the placements that they had from yesterday. But, you know, in the contention with Fury on the building, you saw Claw sort of taking up and entering that fragging position. And basically, we had, I think it was... Who was I looking at? Oh my god. And then we had the moment move around the back, and there was R8 be able to hold across the building. I mean, they have the ability to be able to get these eliminations, but they focus on that early rotation. They took the fight away from Fury. They're like, okay, we're going to cut our losses. We're going to get back into that position. And this is exactly how they clawed their way. I see what I did there? Claw their way out of the bottom 3 there. And if they can just carry on this, hitting a 5-point average per game, they're safe.
Yeah, hopefully that's going to be the case, but we'll see, because right now, I mean, with that back-to-back from OG, India starting to step up, and they're looking to be in the finals, as we're going to be sending it over to none other than Jackie, the man with the coolest jacket, and Kalaris.
With the not-so-cool jacket here, I'm out impressed.
Yeah, you've been done, mate.
I've been done. And I do actually preface this a bit with the fact that when I was talking to Aru, that was before the day actually started. So I didn't get actually a chance to talk to him about the win for today, because it hadn't happened yet. But it really has shown with that victory that they got here on Rondo, a 2nd place in the day 1, a 1st place now here, and also a 1st place in Miramar, that Orangutan is looking really dynamic on all these maps and really able to adapt to the changes that Rondo potentially brings.
Yeah, they're coming out giving it absolute chutzpah on the gameplay, which is what you need, mate. You know, we're about 6 or 7 games into the event now, James, so you got to really give it your best, much unlike that little bit I worked in.
Thanks for that. I really appreciate that. Oh, I'll be honest, I really wasn't expecting that.
No.
But on the opposite side of things as well, right, when we look at how all these teams are kind of using utility at the moment, it's going from strength to strength to strength. We've seen some real pinpoint precision, multi-nade plays. KRX was fantastic yesterday over on Erangel, just timing those kinds of plays out perfectly.
Yeah, I think that's actually something we were both agreeing on, right? Day 1, we were talking about historically how sometimes there's been a lot to be desired with professional level PUBG Mobile on hitting those keynotes with utility usage to really make the most out of it, because it's pivotal late game, and it can be the difference of a chicken dinner or not. this event, in terms of engagements and closing fights with at least defensive utility, I think that's been drastically better. We're still seeing some gaps maybe in tactical play. We're talking flashes, right? Some of the smoke plays left a little bit of room to expand, James. But for opening and closing down elims, it's been way better at clearing compounds.
I think the one thing that has really stood out on Rondo more than anywhere, actually, is the deployable cover flares, actually.
Yeah.
Some teams have been using a lot early that I think they could benefit from just saving a little bit towards the later stages of the game, because deployable cover flares, it's one of the most powerful things that was ever added to the game, and if you can keep those into the really late game, that's even more powerful.
Oh, yeah. I mean, effectively at this level as well, right? It's not even as much necessarily you being as cutthroat to get those elims. It's just not leaving yourself exposed to be taken down.
True.
So if you can actually play around that, build yourself into a better position to cover late game, saves your bacon. We were pulling some of our hairs out. It's why we looked like this when we were sat there with the early drops, mate.
Oh, I'm getting old. I'm not sure.
You're never really sure. Just to work it in as well, whilst we're talking about the adaptation of play styles,
yes.
Goat obviously on Rondo, they look far more... It's all right to talk about Goat. Can I do it again, James?
I was like, I was waiting for it. I was waiting for it when it was going to go on. Okay, you're allowed to talk about
I'm
Goat.
allowed to talk about Goat. Well, I guess I'll gloat on that one, James. Call that a baby goat. That's calf wordplay. But anyway, Goat team do come out far faster on Rondo. They play with aggression and they look sick with it. That's exciting because in their regular flow of battlegrounds, they're late rotators. They don't want to take those early fights if they can avoid it, because they ramp up late game and look way better when they're fully suited and booted, James. Here, they do prove they can play both play styles.
Do you think they can hold on to a top 5?
I'd hope so. I think they're a dark horse for the event, but said this day
The whole
one.
event?
Yeah, dark horse, mate.
Oh. Hey, that's an exciting potential here, because they're not really one of the teams that a lot of people are kind of including in that top 5.
No.
You got other teams like Flash that managed to get themselves to the end of this late game again. And actually, I was curious about Flash because I looked back at their games yesterday. I think if Flash was to do what they did yesterday compared to all the other days coming up, I think they wouldn't even make finals with what they showed yesterday. But at least now they've already kind of righted that ship a little bit in this Rondo game to get to that second place, right?
Yeah, I think, look, there still is well enough time. Well, I say that, 5 games left to go for some of these teams, so there's a little bit of time. Nearly did it yourself there, James. I've rotted his brain immediately. But yeah, I think you can correct the ship, but obviously coming in early into game 1, having that bit of an awakening. I think for a lot of these sides, you imagine getting back to the hotel last night, you're unpacking the bag, not looking at really things you can celebrate, more issues you can fix, and just unpack that bag, mate, get it sorted.
Yeah, I mean, the win that they got yesterday, Flash, on the Erangel game where where you had Furia with a 2-2 split. I spoke to Nigma Galaxy as well. They were misreading the situation a little bit, but Flash had so much room on that east side to then be able to move into that field and hold that down. That's what was the key to victory for them, to get those points on the board. I had my concerns. I'm glad that they dispelled them here today, because again, they're a big name to try and kind of go further in this tournament. But anyway, thank you very much, Jackie. It is now time to head on over to the commentators once again here for another game here at PMWC.
That's Jackie, the jacket. I'm here with Hot Jukes. We're good to go. And boring blank. But yeah, we're getting into our 7th game, 8th game.
Really
ruined me that 6-7. Yeah, that's annoyed me. Yeah. We're into our 8th game now, but there isn't a lot of games left. As Jackie was saying, it is coming to a close quickly now. I think that for some of our squads, they do need to get a move on. I mean, Thunder Talk, I had a lot more hope for this squad, but it does seem that potentially Crushed is where it's at.
Yeah, I don't want to get those keys crushed. You want to survive, and the way to get it done is on good old-fashioned Erangel. Here we go. Southern playing back here. Super Southern. Good circle for a team like Aurora. You know exactly where they're headed. But for the rest of these squads, they're going to have to get it done. Ain't that right? Blank the tank.
Blank the tank. I'll take that. I'll take that. Robust. Yeah.
But
yeah, I do have a very southern playing path here.
ဒီလမ်းကြောင်းစပြီကျွန်တော်ဒီဘက် Primo ဘက်စားခဲ့တဲ့လမ်းကြောင်းကျွန်တော် Meta Power ဆိုမှစုံတော့တက်သွားခဲ့ပြီးတော့ RQ စတင်ပြီးတော့ပဲဆင်းသက်သွားခဲ့လို့ KRS အနေနဲ့လည်းဒီဘက် Primo ဘက်ချက်မှ4ယောက်လုံးတော့ခွဲပြတ်ပြီးတော့ပဲဆင်းထားခဲ့ပြီအဲ့တော့ကျွန်တော်ခြားတဲ့နေပါညာကြည့်ရမယ်ဆိုရင် GSDI လည်းဆင်းလာပြီကျွန်တော်ပြီးနောက်ထပ်အသင်းနေကျွန်တော် Aurora ဆိုလဲ Elementary Base ရဲ့ land ဖြစ်တဲ့အတွက်ကြောင့်ကျွန်တော်ဒီမှာစတင်ပြီးတော့ဆင်းသက်သွားခဲ့လို့ပြီးပဲချက်မှတက်ပြီးတော့ Project Key တို့ကျွန်တော် School Hospital တို့ဘက်မှာ တကောဥကနေနာလေးပဲချားပါလေစင်ကာပူအတွက်အတင်းနေအကုန်လုံးပတ်ပတ်လေဒီချောင်းဆုံးကောင်းတော့ရမယ်လား
is on top when it comes to the overall 66 total
Okay,
points.
40 y'all ferry by our cena. And I don't come down. Okay.
I don't know about that. I mean, fourth
No, but the thing I'm saying,
it's a tough place to be.
no, but the thing I'm saying.
Yeah, fourth drives, 61 points. OG just blowing them out of the water right now.
I want flash you, beat her, no.
Difference between fourth drives as OG in terms of elimination points. 37 elimination
So much is in as well, flash you.
And if we rock that back to Aru, 15 of those 37 elims are coming through from him. He is absolutely a monster right now, and I really do mean it. It's Aru, the arrow flying straight towards those targets and playing his team straight too, because that is a difficult thing to do as an IGL to be both at the front.
Can I come down and wind who near?
Oh my gosh! The bows with the knife. No way!
Oh, yeah.
OG might be cooked this game.
They're
upset. Flash trying to take him down the last match. In the final 1v1 on the squads, a tanky rocks up to the tree line. You're right. The Soraya blade is not enough for the rest of the squad is here to play.
I call revenge, folks. Are you kidding me?
Wins the double.
But it looks like orangutan
Wins the double.
last laugh here.
Only game you.
Shows they don't need Aru, but it would be nice to have him, but they won't have him this game.
Wins the double.
Down to 3, AKOP able to get some stuff done there. Secures his third elimination of the match as well, and Flash rock away with
Can't see that. Just to wish you there.
Are they hunting him down? Is Win actually going for it here? No way. That would be insane. He's got him in his sightlines. We got a runner here, folks. And it's OG Win. Make it the move.
Oh, you flash it.
Surely these guys got to get away.
They absolutely do. And I mean, for OG, they're happy to go wherever they like, but for the Flash, they're going to have to head over to the hidden village with Naruto. With our new Ninetales
military. Oh, sorry.
Which is crazy.
He's hunting him down, dude. He's looking.
I know. This is some serious frustration coming through from the Flash. They don't want to lose out like this. He's got to keep the reputation high, apparently.
Wow. Win gonna go get some loot here, and the rest of OG get to safety. So what a crazy way to start things off. Aru running for his life, dude, straight-legged it.
My brother was in trouble.
Oh, man.
I ain't gonna lie, though. He was feeling the tickle of the blade on his back. He was just ahead of them. He had to pull out the old flick of the wrist with a knife to get that thrown at point blank. The only way to get it done. I mean, he was impervious to blades. Quite some time. Only the point did it.
Dude, that tickle was so close. He's like, I can't even run serpentine at all. I can't move. I
gotta go forward.
Just straight away.
The boys were coming to support
him.
Yeah, they did.
That I respect from the rest of OG.
And they came in heavy.
But they know how important he is.
Yeah,
they know just how important he is. So to keep him up is a really big thing.
Yeah, you were just talking about it, right? Like, I mean, it's so ridiculous to see your top fragger also be your IGL.
Yeah.
And you said it yourself, and I agree. It's so difficult, right? You have so much to manage, so much to focus on.
Yeah.
But when you do have those just superstars that can...
Yeah, Beowulf back in the day, that guy was unreal, but they just don't come around all that often.
You don't see it. When you do, though, I mean, talk about the trust you gain from your squad, right?
Yeah. He said go here. He's also carrying us.
Yeah, he's also carrying. I think we gotta listen. You know what I'm saying? So it definitely does help.
For this.
Yeah, for sure. Like, yes, sir. Oh, we got you. Right? We're coming. And hey, they saw their leader, right, running away from a knife, and they came. Just happened to be just a second too late.
Honestly, I don't think Fury's last game was terrible at all. I think they got they're far into it. And that was despite having a really, really hard start for them. I mean, their recall beacon was just so out of the way from the destination. And even then, they were trying to figure out. I do think.
All military base. Oh, sorry, Margo. Military base. You are now. You're not able to do it. So few years. So my 40 in the other KIS in the Nini KIS. There's someone in your Pandiwabi.
Pass on by. This is towards those yellows on the southern edge. They're just.
Then you have one so not be doing now. Alibaba Padero Simon Hope.
Once again, already flying out to a new location.
Yeah, a little rotation shenanigans.
Alibaba Padero Simon Hope.
Right, Furia, 14 points in the last match, and they were one of those teams that was really critical because they're one of those squads we honestly we're kind of expecting to see the top 5. Let's look at this replay though, as Aru is running for his life. Saying, "Please stop, guys, leave me alone." And those shots strayed the rest of the team off, but oh my gosh, Bose with the knife throw just said, "Nah, we're shutting him down."
You see, they can just see the death crate appearing.
Just see.
Man, they even had the vehicle in his face, right? Tires scratching the cheeks.
Oh man, and Bose gets that knock, and I believe Bose.
Really?
Yeah, because I mean he didn't have it, otherwise he would have definitely shot him. But I think Aru had the weapon, but he was just like, no, I can't even turn around right here.
It's a tough one. It's a tough one. But I mean, OG gets away with it. They get some more points on board. 3 points in total, actually. Drops to 69, which is nice. But only 3 players. Yeah, I think it's still doable. Definitely. For OG, they get a really easy start up towards Yasnaya, which is very central right now. DK though up against Alula.
Oh, you're with
the quick knock there, and he needs it. I mean, 4 points. Ula are definitely moving up because prior to this one they had 21. So with 33 now, that does give them a good boost. The problem going into today was there was a good little point gap between that, 6th to 7th at the bottom placement points. You know, GK, Furia, they had a 12-point gap there. They kind of just go for Furia to get a good game in. They still need a good couple games if they want to push into top 5. And Alula starting off really strong here, now put themselves in a good spot to at least hit the survival stage. Next zone does pop, and it is going to be in that mansion, shelter, Yasnaya area. Teams like Aurora coming in all the way from military base are going to push on up. We're going to look at this heaven area though, and it looks like it is going to be X-Force Rejects that are going to hold that down.
X-Force Rejects doing their best here. All gamers also moving out the way. Points more than ever. Circle does shift over towards our eastern side, so we do have like some of these awkward compounds, some ditches over towards the eastern edge as well around the forest.
Aurora.
Very playable for the likes of Goat as well as Nigma
Aurora
Galaxy. For Nigma Galaxy, once again, they're on that 2-2 split. They're on their wildness early on. But yeah, I think one team that I would love to see more out of right now is definitely Ulf.
Yeah.
I think a lot of people know that I'm a big fan of this team, but right now plays coming through. They have shown individually some clutch moments, but again, it's not what you expect of a team that gave 4 Thrive such a run for the money over in PMGO overall. So if we can see a bit more of that, but maybe there's just some new teams on the block. I mean, for instance, OG just looks like a different team, honestly.
Yeah, you got Ulf. I mean, they're still not in the worst spot when it comes to the leaderboards. I mean, we definitely expect them to always be in that top 5 position. So anything less is kind of like, hey, you know, what's taking them so long, right? But I mean, one good game. This could be
top dog reflex.
That kind of area. But you know, you are right. There are so many teams right now. Like in this time, we've never seen the lobby just so. In years past, we've seen a few dominant squads, other squads that are just kind of struggling. But now at this point, anybody can take it.
40 Thunder
Talks at the bottom. What's happening?
The Thunder Talk, they just haven't played well, have they? I think that's we've rolled it down to that point. There's been some missteps all over the place. I think there's been some bad
rotations.
And then when it's come to the gunfights, they are being outclassed in some of them. It shouldn't ever come down to AJ. Again, it just shows that there is that potential there for Thundertalk. But you're right, it is a fairly balance towards being. This is a high-ranked game. Right? Yeah. It's a high-ranked game. You know, no one's pulling right now. Get out the way. For gaming sides, they're playing on this 2-2 split right now. They're going to head over towards those fielded areas. Regroup off the back of this one. I would say right now, regrouping is probably the best thing to be doing. But Yasnai getting cut out here. His next move is going to be.
That's going to be the question, right? What is OG going to do? What's Wolf going to do? It looks like Wolf. They were in the Yasnaya field. They don't get blessed. They're going to go ahead and do a huge jump around here and reposition. Well, let's look at go. Yeah, Thunder Talk. Up park once again. Awake, running for his life here. Does get a little fortunate. That player from GOAT getting knocked. Moxie up close and personal with Jean.
I
mean, GOAT is just too good of a team.
The
Jackie blessing.
That was it, honestly. Once that happened, it's so
easy. And they're ready to go. I think for Go. Again, I think for Go, the main thing that worries me about the squad is the inconsistency. But hey, if you can have 16 Elim games with a chicken dinner, bosh, you're good to go.
Yep. And it was kind of crazy because you saw in EMI GOAT, they took the slot drives and weren't able to honor it in the way that they wanted to. But they come here and after these eliminations they have, hey, just a little bit more work and they can end up on top.
A little bit more work, yeah. I think we really do need to have to wait to finals though to see that come through. Because
on top of group stage, yeah.
On top of group stage, right?
They got a long way to go. If they want that watch, that belt.
Hey, I mean, at this rate though, they would go straight to finals in the current position they're in. They wouldn't play the group stage out. Get that down.
Aurora, if they can
keep things up, that is. We do have a few more. Few more Arangles.
That's right.
Into our Miramars to close things out with the wonderful John and Jackie.
Dude, crazy prize pull, by the way, man. It's so wild. You have, $1.1 million in the group stage alone, 152 grand on to the survival stage, and then we get to the finals, $1.7 million. This is what I'm talking about here, folks.
We're definitely gonna be handing out some big prizes at some point. If we're gonna be going away with some cars.
Let's get it going.
Which would be cool. Again, I think that money should be reinvested in the team.
Yep. But let's say you were the team, right? What's the first thing you're investing in?
As a team?
Yeah.
Those boys a better scrimming area.
Yeah, that'll work.
Give me the refrigerated drinks. All right, I want vending machines for free, as well as all the rest of the cool things. The white balls, the black balls, everything you might need. Tablets, etc.
Coaching staff, personal masseuses.
Phone.
Yep. You gotta have it all. I mean, to really make it happen here. And that's the thing is like, I've had the pleasure of looking at some of these top squads set up, and teams like Alpha 7 who live together and have for years.
They did reinvest in a really good way, actually, from all the wins they went through. Go on, sorry.
No, I mean, a lot of these guys, for those that don't know, these mobile gamers are treated like athletes. Some of them have personal nutritionists. They have exercise programs. They play for 6 to 8 hours a day with a coach staring at 4 monitors, just analyzing, figuring out how these guys can get better. And you got millions of dollars in prize pool. Right? You got to give your players as much advantage as you possibly can. prior to
Aurora.
squads, we'll see like okay, a bad
So Aurora 2 တဲ့ point နဲ့မိုက်တယ်။ဒါပေမဲ့ NA များတယ်ဗျ Aurora 2တဲ့ point အိမ်တစ်လုံးထဲမှာ4ယောက်စုပြုံပြီးတော့တိုးအောင်
like Team Flash. Let's hunt down some squads in Rondo. Let's see if we can take them out. 4 Thrives ended up going out in that last one here, but they're still in a good position.
နေကတော့ဝင်မှာပဲ။အော်အာက2ပြီးကျော်တာ0တယောက်။ No ပြီ 0ကြီးကကဲလို့မရဘူး
I think for adaptation wise,
Zero
seems
ကဲ
like
လို့မရ
getting
ဘူး
a lot better as times go on because we are having more
2ပြီးအဲ့မှာ AG ရှိတဲ့ point တေးပဲရောက်ပြီး2ယောက်တည်း
First day,
that's a great point.
Second day,
No,
and then adapt into third day. But now it's a case of you got to do your research.
show it သွားထီတာနေကွက်တီ
to the hotel, right? They go through all the VODs together here in the arena.
ခုံစင်းပြီးဒိုးရတာရုပ်ကြီးနဲ့မရဘူးကောင်းလေးမရဘူးအဲ့လို open ပြေးတိုးလို့ရတော့
Open up. RQ is looking quite good here. They have been putting the work.
မင်းတို့အကုန်ထုမင်းတို့အကုန်ထုမှာ open နေ
Now taking some gorgeous shots over towards all gamers.
အော် AG ရဲ့တကောင်ပြန်တော့ပါရဲ့
Gonna look at KRX. They're getting some more eliminations. Yeah, as AGA
Short, Nick.
getting
Oh, no,
punished
look.
here. It's just Maple up left for the squad. Benny gonna try to throw that through the window and not hit the mark, but the rest of the
Hold
that
it,
one
hold
actually
it,
did.
hold
Maple
it.
hurt. He's gonna back it up as his whole team is now gone. Gonna have to
Show
go
him,
brings
show
in
him, I want him.
more here. QXZZ's got that S12K though. And yeah, he's waiting for his team. He's like, you know what? Why don't we push up as all 4? Guarantee this elimination. Sounds like a good idea.
နေကြီး
Nate goes out the window, goes way too far.
Comes
In
in
fact,
line,
Maple's
comes in
gonna
line.
drop down, get towards the other building. This is a cheeky play. You have expecting it.
ตีတော့
On the approach.
ကောင်လီရ
Small
မ
building, one way up the stairs here. A better chance for a 1v4. I mean, you love to set it up.
တော့တန်းနေရပဲဆရာသမားဘေးမှာလည်းအာကျော်2ခံပြီးကွက်တီပဲနေကောင်းလိုက်တာ raw ဆိုဘေးဘက်ချမှာလည်းထပ်ပြီးတော့ပဲ RQ Jam Force တယောက် pro to pro နေပဲပြန်လဲပြီးတော့ပဲ total train နေခဲ့ပြီးတော့ပဲပေါ်ဘက်ချနဲ့ထပ်ပြီးတော့ပဲပြစ်ပခိုင်းထားခဲ့တဲ့နေနေအောက်မှာတော်ကြီးရောဒါခိုင်နိုင်ရတော့ရှိမှာတော့မဟုတ်တော့ကျော် raw တို့ဘာလို့နေနေဘေးဘက်ချမှာပြန်လဲပြီးတော့ပဲအကုန်လုံးတော့ဖြတ်ပြီးတော့ပဲထိန်းနေကြလို့ lot တယောက်တော့ကြာနေကြတော့ပြန်လဲခဲ့တဲ့ဘုတော့ပြင်ဆင်ရအောင်မယ် Nick McClussy ပြီးတော့ဘေးဘက်ချမှာရလို့ point အကုန်လုံးတော့ထိန်းပြီးနေကြလို့ကျော်ပေါ်ဘက်ချမှာလည်းထပ်ပြီးတော့ Aurora လည်းထို့ဒီဘက် reverse တို့ဘာလို့နေ 3 man survive တော့ရှိနေကြလို့ AGA ဘက်ကကျော်တော့ Mabel တယောက်အနေနဲ့ကလည်းနောက်ဆုံး 1 man survive နေပဲသူ့အနေနဲ့ဇုံနေပါဆက်ပြီးတော့ save ရဖို့တော်တော်လုံးနေခဲ့ပြီအဲ့တော့ဘေးဘက်ချမှာထပ်ပြီး Nate တလုံးဝင်လာခဲ့တဲ့ဘေးနေသူရတော့တော့သူ့အနေနဲ့ first aid တော့ပြန်ပြီးတော့ထိုးအောင်မ top နောက်ထပ် Nate ပဲထပ်မှန်ပြီးတော့ကန်ဆောင်ထားခဲ့လို့ဒီနေ့ကကွက်တီပဲကြာတယ်အိုး3ယောက်လုံးသွားပြီးတော့ပဲ damage တော့သွားပြီးထိနေခဲ့တယ်ဆိုတော့နေတာတစ်ခုမှာတော့ကျော် KRX တွေနိုင်ငံတော့ NA တော့များတယ်လို့ပြောနေရင်းလည်းပဲကျွန်တော်ဘေးဘက်ချမှာထပ်ပြီးတော့ပဲ Cree တယောက်စတင်ပြီးတော့ knockout တော့ကြာခါတော့ပါတော့ခေါ်ခံလိုက်ခဲ့ရပြီးတော့ small တွေပြန်လဲပြီးတော့ပဲခင်းနေခဲ့ပြီး Jam Force တယောက်ကိုလည်းခါလဲခုစုံတော့တက်နေခဲ့လို့ဘေးဘက်ချမှာလည်းထပ်ပြီးတော့ပဲ G Star တွေအနေနဲ့ကတော့နေဒီလုံးတော့စတင်ပြီးတော့ပဲကြိုက်ဆောင်နေခဲ့ပြီးဆိုတော့ဒါတခုမှကောင်းလိုက်တဲ့နေတလုံး Moxie knockout တော့ကြာပေးလိုက်ခဲ့ပြီးတော့ပဲ 3 vs 4ဆိုတဲ့နေထားတစ်ခုအောင်မှာတော့ Yusef တယောက်ဘေးဘက်ချမှာတေးပဲပြေးတော့တိုးနေခဲ့ပြီဆိုတဲ့အနေထားတစ်ခုမှာတော့ goat တွေ force မတွေးလိုက်ဘူးကောင်းလေး short gun နဲ့အိုးပလစ်လိုက်တာကောင်းလိုက်တဲ့ aim အရင်ပြေးရပြီးတော့နောက်အရင်ပြန်တော့ဟာဆိုတဲ့အနေထားတစ်ခုမှာတော့ goat တွေအနေနဲ့ကတော့ GSD ရတဲ့သိန်းလုံးတော့ wild တော့လုပ်ပေးလိုက်ပြီဗျာ
Imagine just giving them
KRX Aurora top တရားဘေးချမ်းမှာ Molly တလုံးတော့ဖြတ်ပြီးတော့ကျဲနေကြလို့နောက်တစ်နေ့တွေမှာထပ်မှန်ပြီးတော့ကန်ဆောင်ထားခဲ့ဆိုတဲ့အနေထားတစ်ခုမှာတော့ဒီနေ့သူလိမ့်နေသူတစ်ပြန်ပြီးတော့အိုးကန်ဝါးလေးကောင်းလေးကျော် top ကဗလေးပဲပြန်လဲပြီးတော့ပဲရရှိနေကြလို့ဒီနားမှာတော့အသင်းကတော့3သိန်းလောက်ထိပါရှိနေကြပြီနေမှာ Galaxy လည်းထို့တူပဲဘေးပဲဆက်မှာပြန်လဲပြီးတော့ပဲထောက်ပေးထားခဲ့ပြီး KRX အနေနဲ့တော့ NA တော့များတယ်ကျော် Aurora ထိပ် 1K တော့ပိုင်ဆိုင်ထားခဲ့လို့ one man down ဆိုတဲ့အနေထားတစ်ခုမှာကျွန်တော် 3 man live နဲ့ဘယ်လို survive တွေထပ်ပြီးလောက်သွားအောင်လဲကျွန်တော်တစ်ချက်တော့စောင့်လို့ကြည့်ရမှာလည်းဖြစ်ပါတယ်ခင်ဗျာအဲ့တော့ you love the 40ရှိရပွားအောင်တော့တေးပဲပြေးတော့တော့ကြံရနေခဲ့ပြီးနေတွေပါလုံးတော့စတင်ပြီးတော့ပဲကန်ဆောင်ထားခဲ့ပြီးတော့ဒီနေ့တွေကတကယ်ပဲကွက်တီပဲကြာနေခဲ့အောင်မလားဘေးပဲကြာမလဲထပ်ပြီးတော့ပဲစိတ်တယ်ပြစ်ချက်မှုတွေတူ Moxie ခါရဲပဲဆုံးတော့တက်ပေးလိုက်ခဲ့ပြီးဆိုရဲနေတာတစ်ခုမှာတော့ကျွန်တော်နေတွေပါလုံးတော့ပြန်ဝဲနေခဲ့ပြီး you love the တေးပဲပြေးတော့တိုးမှာတော့ရတော့မယ်လို့ပြောနေနေပဲ40ရှိရပွားအောင်တော့ you love Kelsey တယောက်ဒီပဲဘေးဘက်ချမှာလည်းထပ်ပြီးတော့ပဲ Husaifa pro နဲ့ပဲပတ်လဲအိုးကောင်းလိုက်တာ IQ ရဲ့ကားတစ်ပေါက်ရှင်းတောက်ဆိုရဲနေတာတစ်ခုမှာတော့ကျွန်တော်တယောက်စတင်ပြီးတော့ knockout ကြာနေခဲ့ပြီး cash တယောက်ကိုဗာထပ်မှပြီးတော့ knockout ကြာနေခဲ့ပြီးဆိုရဲနေတာတစ်ခုမှာကျွန်တော် Aaron နောက်ဆုံးတယောက်ပဲတော့ကျန်တော့မယ် ULF တွေစင်ရောပြေနေခဲ့မှာလားလို့ပြောနေနေပဲ40ရဲ့ဆုံးသက်မှုတွေအောက်မှာပဲကျွန်တော် ULF တွေလည်းဒီမှာပဲတသိန်းလုံးတော့ပြတ်သွားခဲ့ပြီဗျာ
I mean,
Hold it, no, 40 to get teen, to get 2, Joe, over time, OG the Sheen, get a Jamie, get 40, follow to Joe, the paper, Joe, tap of a tanky deal. Suddenly, you know, got a chance, give who's I Barasa, one colon, a papa, a bit of a tour, taking gave his already down my IQ, no got a child, I gave RJC, the aim of a China colon, a piano, a bit of a town, over time, and a tap of a he goes a few years, I alone in Nale. Ni of piano be of a tour technical, Oji, not to get a tanky piano with a piano, Yashi Tage with the pure bar. Then in the coding, you were chatting, gave a prayer remaining in the Nasafani Altibashini get it. Through shooting game a point, don't get a position yard, kill my canny Malano Piona in a paper jam a tab of Aurora. So when I'm cool on Pandiabo to Albert Chama, Kia is your piano of a tout target, did it. So AG Bacalatia, 1 man life surrendering that, but he don't know. Pure on the Pidu Marisharo, my father T24, not Tabio Naya, not on a child who's I Tiago, but Carlo, so not Tabin gave you a tanky. Jare by the Colonna Papa, the Piro technical and also IQ, the Albert channel. Pablo Loa, Peter. Don't know to worry, don't know Jawa, 40. Please, I like here. Fury, Cup, the Alshia point, get a silence, Nate the low, come over channel. Oh, Loera gave you the silence, they are in narrow, so the over Commonly, and Yale, DRAC. They appear to give you a talk, Saturday, you're not going to charge Gaby, Penny, Joda QHC, near very general, the purely never QHC 2 year to 1, never pay with time, maybe of a talk, Joda top, Penny, Karen, not going to chat, Paro, Kobe, like it now, so my KRS, the Mabatin on the Piato Agabia.
And looks like they're doing him proud right now as 3 players. They hold on.
Blue wind, only a short of a day, but your dog. Nate the low guys on target, be pain. I'm a tabby of your dog and Nate and so not that. So let me down to my Nick McLazy. They even Peter Tony gave you a bunch of the reflex there. To you a peppy of a heening, thrown in so when a young cool, me and son of Pandy Marasham and Nick McLazy. So keep a paper, a baby of a town and get Satan, the out, the over time and a tabby of Aurora, she a point of baby of a town and get a kill below the penny gave you a 4 the trees or need to go on my Aurora game in. Give a load of penny gave my life to tell the song here, my chip out of me.
You got Coops up close and personal. Keep an eye out things.
Coops, dog, paper jam a tabby of a top, knock out a child, I gave me Nick McLacy. So paper jam point colon of piano of a town, they're walking in a child of a tone, gave it on a reverse now, when they are generally purely in a coops. Native aside in your kind sound target is already hard to Mara Dinaji Quati, but Chan came a show it on the Agam Tigre, Nate Cool Almaro, cannot call like it, not a Nate low, Tamam of a Yashi like it's already Damar dogs, they are at the now the Nate Kuzia Dinate Quati, when no of Chava is already Dakumar reefers. Now some Tiaver channel, so over channel, Tamam of pick a target is already Dakumar reefers, Yago, son of Tabila gave you a Nick McGlassy, think it 5K for my life, leave a channel gave out the Saturday, so OG, so 3 man life, keep a channel gala, Nick McLassy, Ralph to Baron in the Arizona, and got cool, sudden rubber pandini gave it gold. Now some Tiaber channel, but take it, AKS finds on Tower, so top 60 of Palagate, so gold team, but got your full stay up, Louty by running, sub of a safe way on and let or chat of some Giamma, the Pippa.
Exactly, it's going to go ahead and shift on 2. But they got coverage right now, protect those vehicles, that's so important because if the zone hard chips away from them, they're definitely going to need them. So keep those protected, wait for that next zone. You got 477 still up for GOAT, trying to soak up some more placement. Next zone does pop though. Where are we headed?
No matter the on
we are over towards heaven.
You got the dog in my name.
Another chance here as well on that western side. They're looking for the turkey here, dude.
Hey, the OG fans were happy about that one. I heard. Let's see how this all works. Yeah, they are looking for that turkey. 3 in a row here. Here comes Nick Galaxy though on the drive. 477 stuck out, and they actually pass him up completely. They're driving straight.
OG's gonna have
to hold 40 IQ sheet. So Kobaga was sheet. Hi, I'm going back to look down.
Behind. So only 2 players for Nick McGalaxy, possibly allowing chance.
Nick McGalaxy Queen Raoul. IQ Tio với channel con. Tuy bị nida Nate low có một quạt đi về ô tuy được.
Getting out of the way
နောက်တစ်နေ့အောက်မှာ2ယောက်အောက်မှာ2ယောက်အကုန်လုံးသွေးတစ်စက်တွေပဲ Nick McGlass ကလုံးပြနေပြီဟေ့3ယောက်လုံးသွေးတစ်စက်တွေအဲ့ဒီကျကွက်တီကြတာအိုးကောင်းလိုက်တာအထန်ကြီးစာတီပြီးတော့နောက်တော့ကြာနေခဲ့ပြီ Cop နဲ့ကျွန်တော် Wiscott ညော်ပြီးတော့ကျွန်တော်လည်းပြောနေတယ်ပဲ Cool နောက်တစ်နေ့တလုံးထပ်ပြီးတော့ပြစ်ကျဲထားခဲ့ပြီဆိုရင်နောက်မှအထန်ကြီးခါတော့ face လိုက်ခဲ့ပြီ Molly ပါဖြတ်ပြီးတော့ကျဲပေးနေခဲ့လို့အပေါ်မှာချက်မှလည်းထပ်ပြီးတော့ Cup ရဲ့နေ့တလုံးနေရလွှဲချော်သေးတယ်နောက်တစ်နေ့ဒီပါထပ်မှပြီးတော့ကိုင်ဆောင်နေခဲ့လို့ Saturn တယောက်နောက်ပဲချန်မြင်စံထောက်မှတော့ရှာတော့မယ် Cop ရှိရပွားပဲနေ့တလုံးကွက်တီပဲကောင်းလိုက်တဲ့ခုစနေကျွန်တော်ဆို Wiscott တယောက်ပဲတော့ကျွန်တော်လည်းပြောနေလည်းပဲခုစဒီနေ့လုံးကြီးကွက်တီကျသွားခဲ့ဦးမလားလို့ကျွန်တော်တစ်ချက်တော့စောင့်တော့ကြည့်အောင်မယ် Wiscott ရှောင်းပြီးတော့သွားပြီးတော့ထိနေကြလို့သူ့အနေနဲ့စီဒန်တို့အစားဒီဘက်အောက်ဘက်ချန်အကုန်လုံးတော့ပတ်လည်းပြန်နေပြီးတော့တိုးထိန်လာခဲ့တယ်အိုးကောင်းလိုက်တဲ့ RGC ဒီဘက်နေတလုံးကျွန်တော်စီဒန်ပြန်နေပြီးတော့တော့ကြာသွားခဲ့ပြီဆိုတဲ့အနေထားမှာအခက်တယောက်ကိုလည်းပြန်လည်းကယ်တယ်လို့တော့ရှာသွားခဲ့ပြီဗျာ
makes the dash now Devil gets a knock onto Satan. What is
တင်ရ4သိန်းပဲကျန်တာတင်ရ4သိန်းပဲကျန်တာ
hopefully try to get that red.
တင်ရ4သိန်းပဲကျန်တာ
This is crazy. Meanwhile, Furia is going to put in some work and silence. He's
Furia diveလာပြီ
G3. That's the gun to have here. Furia, man, looking to finally get a chicken dinner.
စီဒန်ရှော့သွားပြီ
Another knock there, and the finish
ခု
actually
ကသွေးစက်
down to his last single HP. Nice little vehicle switch there. Hops in the vehicle, hits the passenger seat, ejects, gets himself.
Show up, man. I mean it.
But looks like that name
Yeah,
is going to do it.
They'll take a fourth place though. OG secures at least.
Oh yeah, RGC က OG ကိုဖိပြီးပြတာဟဲ့
Goodness me, AK
မယောနော်
tearing Xbox
Eh.
apart, but finally they get shut down, and this is a free game.
Furia ချစ်ပြမော
That's what you get, Devil. Take down Satan friendly.
အဲ့လိုကောင်းကြီးပြေးစင်းသွားတာပါလေအုံနောက်မရှိလိုက်တာ RGC ရဲ့
Furia will pick themselves up a win, and it feels good for them. Coming off the back of that rondo into this Aaron goal, a real turnaround today.
RGC ကစုပ်ပဲ့နေတာနော်
Get it done right there. Furia, you know that was just a
ဘယ်လိုပြောအောက်ကိုပြေးစင်းသွားလဲ
relief because yesterday
Come on,
they
Furia.
were just hunting circles all day long, couldn't catch a break. And here they get the chicken dinner. But speaking of breaks, X-Force rejects, right? They stopped into heaven. They held that position.
Yeah.
Zone ended up getting
ညီ
locked
ကျော်
onto
ဆွေးနေများ
them.
ဆွေးနေဆွေးနေ
And for
ဘာ
a
ညီ
team
ပိုင်း
that
ဝင်
was
ကြည့်ကြည့်ဦး
pretty
နေ
much last place, right? That gives them an opportunity, right?
ဘာကြီးပါမဟိုမှာဖြစ်တာမလို့လေသိရမလားကိုရီကြတော့ဘယ်မှာပွဲကတ်ခဲ့တာတောက်ချောက်တော်တော်လုံးပွဲတွေကတ်ခဲ့တာဆိုတော့ဒီသင်းတွေဘယ်လိုစော့လဲကြည့်ရမှာပြင်ကိုမြန်မာသင်းတွေဘယ်လိုစော့လဲကြည့်ရမှာပြီးတော့မှဘယ်သင်းတွေကဘယ်လိုလိုအပ်ချက်ရှိလဲဆိုတာသိရမှာပါသိရမှာ
Does a wonderful job though. The team's going to be
ကိုကြတော့ဒါနဲ့လုံးလုံးနေပြီဆိုတော့အကုန်ပြကြည့်နေတာပေါ့မြန်မာသင်းပါမြန်မာပါတဲ့အသင်းတွေပဲ
Goodness me. I mean, if it was a Furia, potentially takes down the whole team.
ဘာကြီးမနေ့ပြန်စားမှာမနေ့ပြန်
But yeah, Furia, they were very quick to the mark. I think that's the main
ဘာ
thing.
ကြီးမနေ့ပြန်စားမှာပါ
Analyzed and saw where the opportunities were there, pushed over the top, and as soon as X-Force
ဘာ
reached
ကြီးနိုင်
down that building,
ဟုတ်တယ်တကယ်
see how quickly
ဟို
Furia
ဘယ်လိုပြောမလဲပြီးတော့မြန်မာအသင်းတွေကြတော့ဒီကောင်မျိုးမတူဘူးသိရမလားကိုမြန်မာအသင်းတွေ share တီးတာ
Furia is one of those squads that
အဲ့လိုတီးတဲ့ဟာတွေပိုပြီးကြည့်လို့ကောင်းတယ်
high IQ when it comes to those kind of opportunities. They're not going to miss it. That's for
You see,
sure.
Robo.
And you're totally right. I mean, once we saw that zone shift,
ကြည့်အောင်ပါဘယ်လိုအောက်ကိုဆင်းလာလဲမသိစောက်အောင်တော့မရှိတော့ပါဘူး
we just got to try
ဘော်ရီကြာနေတယ်နာလုံးမ RGC ရောပါ
you're going to have a sacrifice, right? Just to be able to even get there.
ပင်းတိန်ညာ
Utilize that opportunity to its maximum. That's for sure. That's what it's all about. But Furia, they knew they had that one in the bag and they took it.
Again, it's nice to see some more aggression coming out.
Ding,
But
ding,
it's
yeah.
nice to
Ah,
see
geez,
OG
yeah,
on the
ding.
front lines taking some good fights and without
So
armor
get that,
as well.
Louis on top,
Was,
man.
and for X-Force rejects, I need a little bit more to be convinced because you.
ဟိုဟိုင်ရောင်းအိမ်ကြီးပိုင်ထားတယ်အောင်
It's a god
သိစားလိုက်မသေးဘူးဟိုင်ရောင်းအိမ်
It was luck, right?
ခေပါကျွန်တော်ခဏလေးပြန်လာခဲ့ပါမယ်ခမညာ
Is all it takes.
It's just what you need.
It's
yeah.
just what you need, you know, and they just happened to get it. And it's good for them that it happened now in the second game of the last day, right? So we've seen it in the past where teams that are coming in a little bit nervous, don't have that as much experience as some of these other guys, they get a lucky game. And sometimes that just gives them the confidence they need to actually do something, right?
Yeah.
But, you know...
no, it's true, because you suddenly start to play a little bit more different.
Yeah, you're like, oh.
Especially nervous teams as well coming into this, you know. It's a big stage. We have fans from around the world here as well. Sometimes it can be hard either disappointing your fans or trying to uplift them in the process. So you get yourself a lucky win, boom, you're good to go.
Yes, indeed. And
Man, it's so good to see these teams, right, be able to pull out all the stops here towards the end. These leaderboards have been bouncing all over the place here. But you know what? We got Calaris with Flash. Let's go ahead and hear what these guys have to say.
That's me. Thank you very much, Hot Jukes. Yes, I am with Top Z from Flash after these 2 games, because I really wanted to talk to them about very unusual circumstances that have been happening. But first, let's start with day number 1 and the results there. It was kind of mixed results here and there, but then you got the first place on the Erangel yesterday. So talk to me about the team's approach to yesterday. Are you happy with those results from yesterday? What did you think overall?
Ngày hôm qua thì mình đã làm khá là tốt và đang đứng ở một cái vị trí thứ nhất ở cái map là Erangel á, thì mình cảm thấy là cái màn trình diễn của mình ngày hôm qua nó như thế nào, mình có hài lòng với kết quả ngày hôm qua không?
Đối với em thì ngày hôm qua bọn em thật sự là chưa làm tốt.
In my opinion, yesterday, to be honest, we haven't done a very good job on the maps, I would say.
Okay. That's fair. And coming into day 2, you got a second place on the Rondo after holding on the east side, and then that was against Orangutan. And then game 2 happens today, and then Orangutan hits you guys on Erangel as well. So what's your thoughts about that, and do you want maybe some revenge on Orangutan after all that?
Với ngày hôm nay á, thì mình đã đứng ở top 2 ở cái trận đấu đầu tiên á, và sau đó thì mình lại bị đối thủ là Orangutan á, đã ném bom trúng cho mình á và hạ gục mình. Thì ở trận thứ 2 thì mình cảm thấy như thế nào, liệu rằng mình có muốn trả thù đối thủ của mình hay không?
Sau trận 2 thì bọn em cũng rút được kinh nghiệm nhiều hơn, vì trận đó cũng khá là không có may mắn, nên mấy trận sau bọn em sẽ cố gắng đạt được thành tích cao nhất.
On the second maps, I would say we were pretty luckier than the first maps, and we also have our own experiences based on the first map. So we did a good job on the second one, and I think based on that result, we will keep continue, pushing harder for the next round.
Okay, thank you very much, Top Z here. Good luck with the next games. And that does it for us here, down on the stage.
Boots hit the ground, hear the battle call. Loot up, lock in, we're ready for it all. Every street, every door, searching for a little more. One squad, one dream, nothing's ever what it seems. The circle's closing in, can you feel it on your skin? Heartbeat like the drum, the final fight has come. Fight till you make it, never gonna break it. Stand your ground and take it, right into the fire. Fight till you make it, every move can change it. Higher and higher, we're reaching for the winner, chicken dinner. Fight till you make it, fight till you make it.
Jackie Powers here, live from PMWC at EWC 26. I'm meant to be working with John Allen today, but I don't actually know where he is. He had a bit too much coffee before the show. Let's see if we can find him and tire him out. Well, John's got quite a lot of energy, I think, still. Well, it seems like John has finally tired himself out after a very busy day of activities. But here at EWC 26, PMWC is just kicking off for another day of games. Don't miss it, as it's going to be explosive. There's only one rule: just don't wake John.
John looks so sweet just taking a nap right now. One team that was not allowed to take any naps today was Furia because of the way that they were able to perform in day one. But in day two, Max, they are bringing it.
Oh, they were sleeping day one, but now they're wide awake and they're back in the fray. It's so good to see them play around heaven, maybe making sure they clear their backside and then just pushing into heaven, playing the high ground spot. And we'll have a clip later on of how they wrapped up that game properly. But Furia, it's so good to see Brazil is showing some presence here in this group. And 16 points, oh, that's going to put them way higher up on the rankings.
And we're looking at the second place Orangutan with the points. Honestly, the consistency that we're seeing out of this squad is exactly what we want to see. And if they're going to continue on like this, pretty soon we're going to be saying that that squad is going to be going straight to the finals because they're creating a bit of a lead there all the way down to the team that's in 6th place.
Yeah, it's looking very, very good for Orangutan to come in today with a win and then a second place. As far as the match rankings go, right, the second place in terms of points, just 14 points is a big amount to be coming in to the first Erangel for. I mean, we got 2 more Erangels for them to come on through here, but yeah, Furia able to really just wrap things up. I do want to say big ups to X-Force Rejects as well. They had Heaven and they kept it.
No.
Oh no. Oh dear. Yes, the replay coming on through of the oddest fight I think we've had so far. Get him!
No, Aru! No!
And then the rest of the team going, how dare you? No, we're coming in hot here. Just gonna avoid some trees, go around a little bit, and just pile in.
It's a very dangerous game of tag with knives. Who does that?
This shows the camaraderie, you know? You're like, oh, you took out our leader. How dare you? And this is the energy that I love seeing from OG. I do want to sort of touch on, if we go back to, sorry, oh my God, I'm having a brain. X-Force. Look. They were from the bottom. Now they're here. This was something, okay, this is something that they needed to do, I guess, a little bit earlier on in the stage. But look, you were saying they had Heaven. That was good. They were able to have line of sight. Even when the contention started with for Thrives against OG, they were able to grab a couple of eliminations from that position. But the mistake that led, obviously having that, they were pushing out of the building, which Furia, obviously with their 1000 IQ, were able to capitalize on that. But look, they had 16 points heading into today. So having that game pushes them out of that bottom 3, which is exactly what they need to do. But is it something that they can sort of carry on into these next matches? I do feel that they rotated incredibly early. They didn't really have the utility to sort of back up these fights that were happening down on the hill, which any sort of grenade, I think they would have taken that home. So it was a little bit difficult, too early of a rotate for them. A little bit of luck mixed in between it, but hopefully we can see more of these adjustments going forward.
Yeah, absolutely. I do want to jump in here though as well, as I think this is exactly the game that they were needing to now push them forward into the next couple of games. You know, if you've had kind of a rough day, you do just want to get into the top 5, have a survival game, be assured that you actually can get in there, and then you can come into the next game going, okay, we've made a top 3, we've got some decent points, there's a little bit of pressure off of our shoulders, we've reminded ourselves that we're able to actually compete at this level, and we can go on forward now. So I'm hoping for big things coming in from them.
Yeah, and for X-Force, honestly, I don't agree with what people were saying in regards that they got lucky, they were able to defend it off against a lot of people. But moving on to some of the other squads, I actually know we got a clip about Furia that you've been wanting to see, Max. Oh, you know what, before you even show it, let's how about show some stats. They were passive, but the thing is, it ended up working out in their favor because they were playing that to win it.
I just wanted to see a win from Furia, genuinely. That's all I wanted to see.
They gave it to you.
After yesterday, we didn't get it, but here we go, looking at the final clip. You might be thinking, oh, they're just going to go from Chiefs compound straight into the side of X-Force Reject, but no, they put themselves between the outskirt of the circle and the middle portion of the circle, meaning X-Force Reject, even the side of NGX, Orangutan are all going to be forced naturally into their position. So all you have to do, set up a very solid defense. And you do that, by the way, with an MG3, which is the best weapon to have for Mr. Silence himself, my MVP prediction of the tournament. I loved it. They now see the number of players is down to just 2. Just nail it down, take home that win. That was literally a perfect finish in terms of execution from good old Furia.
Yeah, and see, that was I just want to touch in that. That was a great sort of overview of what I was sort of explaining. Like, they didn't need to leave that position. Furia obviously capitalized on that, which is excellent from them. But yeah, I mean, Exports Reject should have just waited.
Yes, we're looking at the overall here. Orangutan now with 80 points. And that's just what I'm talking about. Like, right now with this squad, they have a 25-point lead over 6th place. Top 5 is where you want to be if you want to end up going to the finals. You could end up almost saying, because the way that they're currently playing is so consistent, this squad could be already going to the finals. I don't care if it's too early, but they're playing like it and they're looking like it too.
I mean, honestly, I think we get to the halfway point, and I think that statement is going to be very true, just based on what happens in the next game, right? For Thrives as well, they're starting to go down the leaderboard just a little bit. RRQ, I mean, yes, X-Force Rejects have made it out of the bottom 3 by quite a bit, actually, but Team RRQ, that's not a team I was expecting to see down here, Max.
No Peko, please. Where is No Peko? I want to see some presence from him, though. We did see a little bit higher up on that second page, this Ulf, and a lot of people would say that's disappointing, right, for a team that was second place back at PMGO Season 1 and did so good, especially during the PMGC finals. Let them cook, right? They're slow starting team. Yangtaşol, right? I don't know how you say it in Turkish, but they're slow starting team. I wouldn't be too scared for them, at least as they don't make in the bottom 3. We're fine. Ulf will come back eventually in this tournament.
I was going to say, I don't want to flex out my Turkish just yet, all right?
We're not there.
Let's hold on to that one. But before we even move on, how about we talk about some predictions here? Because for everybody currently watching at home, you can go to the EWC Play app and do your predictions if you haven't already. And if you do end up winning something, make sure you use that hashtag EWC and hashtag EWC26. I want you to tell me quickly, predictions. Who's going to be winning the next game?
Winning the next game is going to be For Thrives.
Enigma Galaxy.
Stop asking me, because apparently I get it wrong and then I get roasted. So don't ask me that question again.
Such a cop-out.
Exports Rejects, that's who I won, all right? Exports Rejects, show me, keep on that momentum going. But we're actually going to be going to none other than Barty with the defending champions of PMWC, Yangon Galacticos.
Are we good?
Right you are, Seven. I've got the defending champions of PMWC joining me on the main stage here. I've got Yangon Galacticos. Smile, let's have a quick chat. You know, cast your mind back to PMWC last year. You guys managed to secure the championship. The way that you did that was by consistently putting up placement points. You didn't play too aggressive. You just played your game. Now we've had an entire year since then, and you're going to be joining the group stage tomorrow. Has the strategy changed? What's the plan coming into this year's PMWC?
Especially for the strategy, I don't want to use wine or rugby too much, but we will prepare for every possible situation, every scenario that, including the we experience in 2025, any new situation that might happen. Also, we don't rely on the same strategy because the strategy,
Okay, keeping the cards close to your chest. I like to hear that. Now, let's talk a little bit about what you're wearing. This is very, very cool. Now, your Yangon Galacticos skin has just released in-game a few days ago. It's traditional Myanmar dress, if I'm not mistaken. Please tell us how it feels to have this kind of representation in-game.
I mean, I'm so proud to be here representing Myanmar and wearing Myanmar culture clothes on the international stage. And also, that is so meaningful for our fans and Myanmar people to be like a Myanmar traditional clothes on the international stage.
And if you could say anything to your fans who are watching and preparing themselves for you guys to step out onto the stage tomorrow and compete, what would you like to say to them?
I mean, cheer for us.
Cheer for them, that's what they say. Now, for those of you at home, if you want to get your hands on this incredible skin in-game, just go over to the PMWC event in-game, okay? Now, redeem with perk vouchers, and once you've done that, you'll be able to get your hands on the Yangon Galacticos Champion Outfit Ancient Charm Set. Yangon Galacticos, thank you so much for joining me in this interview. I'm going to shake all your hands, boys. Thank you so much. The gloves are really cool as well. And with that being said, let's head back over to the casters to continue day 2 of the group stage.
I don't know about ancient charm. That guy's got new school charm. What a sweet guy. And what a fun team Yangon Galacticos has been. Last year in EWC 2025, they were fantastic. It was good to watch them then. It's good to see them again here again. But we're heading in towards Erangel next, map number 3.
Let's get it going here, man. Hey, I want to say one thing, right? I love, good old-fashioned esports jerseys. I want that, though. I want one of those, man. So if you got that in a triple XL, bring it on down. But you know
it
what?
looks comfy, dude.
It definitely does. It definitely does. These guys are looking fly, you know, here. But you know what? Speaking of fly, I think it's time to get this started here into the second Erangel of the day. Only 3 more matches after this, but this is going to be a crucial one.
OG up to 80 points now. I think it's going to be difficult to knock them out of that top 5 unless there's some incredible shifts up in the rankings as thing goes on. But honestly, I think OG, they're riding high right now. They are feeling good. I don't think anyone's going to challenge them too much. They might drop out of first place, but I'd love to see them stay up there throughout the entirety of the survival stage. And I can see Hoxie currently has taken our top player spot in number 1 with 17. Actually, Aurora top is doing a huge amount of work for them with 16.
Let's get it going here, and we can take a look at the top players. Yeah, top with the most damage.
Wow.
4,357. Unbelievable performance right here from him. Fortunately, we don't see Aurora on top of the leaderboards here, but they're right there. They're still in 5th place, but OG already now have a nice point sponge, like you mentioned. The GOAT 14, nice amount of points as well. Completely tied up in 2nd and 3rd. This is going to be a close one. It's really going to come down to the last match to see who's going to be in our top 5.
Absolutely. Now I'm looking down towards the bottom of the leaderboards. RRQ in 14th. Now RRQ qualified on a technicality. They've been working hard, putting in the time to try and get through towards that group stage, potentially through to the finals. It'd be a shame to see them go out here in survival stage, but right now they are not playing up to scratch. So they do a little bit more here. 28 points to the 32. The X-Force Rejects have been able to grab the back of that last game. But we do have Naruto skins in-game at the moment. We've got the Ninetales Fury Org there as well, so you can draw for the Naruto character set 2 and become a sage yourself in-game. As we all know, all of the viewers of PUBG Mobile are filled with wisdom because you're here with us, of course.
That's right. That's right. If you could have learned any Naruto jutsu, what would it be?
I told you... Wait, John asked me this question yesterday.
Did he?
Yeah.
Asking the same one?
You asked that. I have the same answer.
What is it?
Rasen Shuriken every time.
Ah, very nice.
I had like such weird deja vu for a second there.
There you go.
Damn, let me...
I'll tell you what, I'm going...
Give me a second.
Okay, now
give
you know
me
what?
2 seconds. Give me 2 seconds.
You know what? I'll tell you, doesn't have a couple secs, and that is going to be Thunder Talk Gaming once again. Losing players super early on. Sitting is knocked. And Shiva with the vehicle swap's going to go ahead and get that confirmation. But he's actually going to have to watch out because Sing is already there, putting that punishment down. So Thunder Talk, X-Force Rejects, battling it out, back and forth. Reverb is going to get thirsted. Sitting did survive. And he looks like he is going to crawl to safety. Are you kidding me? So Thunder Talk shutting down that push from X-Force Rejects. One little mistake, that's all it takes.
Absolutely. X-Force Rejects leading 1 there. I was looking up jutsus in the meantime.
All right. Change your decision?
No, but hey, I actually have this tattooed on my back, but it's the Dead Demon Consuming Seal. That one's cool. That one is cool. Unfortunately, I wouldn't use it because I would knock myself in-game using that.
Maybe lock down your lunch so no one takes it, right?
I know. I have to.
That's right. You know what?
I need a res, bro. I need a res.
I need a res.
I need a reanimation jutsu right now. Come on, bro.
I'm going with the flying Raijin, dude.
Yeah, that is cool. That is big.
You can't. I think it's just too dang good. You know what I'm saying? Anytime you need me, I can have you marked. Pow! And I'm right there. But what can I say?
I mean, Minato is the GOAT. So,
yes.
Yeah, you ain't wrong. But we are jumping down towards Sosnovka. And we do have to talk about this.
Yes.
We do got to talk about this because this is fun to watch, but it is also the first time we've actually seen it down towards Sosnovka. We're here to watch these players duke it out on day 2. Down towards the south side of the map. Thunder Talk already making their cross right now. Enigma Galaxy are also looking to move across. And Fourth Thrives, they're just not holding it. I think they were much more concerned with having a spot right now. They're on 69 points, which is great. It is good. But we want to see a bit more for themselves. They don't want to end up dropping out on a catastrophic turn of events coming through towards the end of the day.
Yeah, I mean, top 5 is definitely the goal. More placements, the better for sure. And
sorry, sorry.
6th place, but with how these teams are playing, I mean, that we've seen gaps like that get shut down in just a game alone.
ကဲအဲ့တော့ကျွန်တော်တရားပဲပေးရသေးတာကျွန်တော်ဒါ game 3ကိုရောက်ပါပြီလား
They're within
game 3ကိုရောက်သွားပြီ game 3ကိုရောက်သွားပြီ
EWC, as a matter of fact, they're one of these teams that really need this game right here because things are getting spicy for sure. Looking on over here, especially this is a very difficult zone. We have a nice hard shift down the military.
My boy,
double hovercraft.
That is actually a massive advantage on Sosnovka. You want to keep those up as long as possible. You can sort of hide them down towards the south side if you want.
Yeah, especially if you can go hunt down one of those welding guns. Man, that's going to be so good for them here towards the end. And it looks like out of 2 teams that are already in military base, Fourth Thrives and Enigma Galaxy are mighty close to each other here. Meanwhile, KRX is going to be storming the beach here in a little while as well. So that's going to be interesting to see. A lot of teams want to take in that position there.
Yeah, KRX actually heading over towards the slope, moving upwards towards Fourth Thrives' position. Ulf is yet to cross yet, just worried at the moment. There is a jump to be made for Ulf here into top 5. They want it on this game. Similarly for KRX, Furia, The Flash. You're right, Enigma Galaxy is right on that cusp at the moment.
Yeah.
Keep a white-knuckled grip to keep this one going.
Dude, these last 3 matches coming up are going to be so insane. You know what? I'm excited. Me too, and I am just so happy that... Oh, look at this. Goat going down. Killer Joe is out. Moxie is hurt. So X-Force rejects do cross the bridge. They head to Novo, and they end up getting the better of Goat. Meanwhile, look at this. They're on a glider, getting themselves a position in this next circle.
Yeah, it's sad to see as well, because it's going to be Fuchsman as well as Force going forward. Kind of players you want. There's also a Crash Glider here too, so it looks like Goat was double gliding, KRX is double hovering. Trend around the map. But yeah, I think for X-Force Rejects, this was cool. I like this from them. I gotta disagree with 7 though.
Okay.
Yeah. I think that last match, it did feel a little bit lucky, honestly. You play Heaven, and they sort of immediately lost as soon as it moved away from Heaven. Okay. It was, and that's okay. It's okay to get lucky sometimes. It really is. But it also feels bad when you instantly lose players running out into a singular sideline. I want to see more of it. So that right there is more promising to me than anything. And it's coming in at 8 minutes into the game. Capability to take down a squad moving in and have the wherewithal to set up in Novo.
And actually get some eliminations.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, all I know is that if I get zone locked towards the end, I'm feeling lucky. That's for sure, right? But you got to still put in the work, even if that happens. This next circle does pop all the way down to military. So yeah, now there's no question of where this zone is headed. And yeah, thank goodness. So I think we're tired of these like crazy water in the middle of the island circles. You know what I'm saying? So no splits here. It's just going to be who is the best in order to get this win.
Right now, obviously the center of Airstrip is pretty strong. Good place to play. You could even head over towards C block too. Not a bad spot. Worth playing going forward. KRX with the double hovercraft have a ton of capability to move in, but it seems like they may have ditched them somewhere.
Oh boy. Let's see the action is starting to ring off us. Studios getting mighty close here. DK gonna go ahead and find a spot in military. They're gonna be holding the satellite position as well as Doxy. Oh, nice jump shot. Ragnarok though. Oh, it wasn't nice enough because Hoxie shoots him out of the air and shuts him down.
Aurora trying to make the cross here versus Ulf. Ulf got across a little bit earlier. They rung the bell on this one, and Aurora starts to move up. Reaper's already down. Joel trying to hit some mad shotgun shots. I don't know what he was thinking. And out top with his signature Mini 14, it's not enough as Kelsey from behind will find the shots towards him, leaving just Doc, the last player alive here for Aurora.
Man, tough cross and a bad time too. Match number 3 here for the second day. Aurora in 4th place. Going out like this is going to be tough. It's going to really be those last 3 matches for Aurora if they're going to make it into the top 5. So worst case scenario for Aurora, Enigma Galaxy, Flash, Udia all pop off here. You can see Maniac looking for some cheeky angles. And look at him go. He's going to be able to try and jump all the way to the top, and he does. So Maniac busting out his parkour skills, showing people this is how it's done. This is how you get up on top. And Ulf's going to have to be mighty careful. His footsteps are pretty loud, though. Let's see if they can hear him up there.
Doc's like, what the hell, man? You're making a lot of noise.
Oh, man, the coach didn't look too happy. We saw that little coach. Let's see if Doc can make him smile. As Rolex is like, hey, nobody's here, right?
There's no way.
Nobody's here, right?
Are we trigger discipline on this one? That's crazy.
Oh, gets the thirst, though. And he did get shot in the back, right? Am I tripping?
No, you're not. That is ballsy to stay that. They just
And the coach corner, no reaction.
No reaction.
No reaction.
Nil point.
Hello.
That is correct.
Yeah. He did get shot in the back.
He did, right? Yeah, I was like,
my boy just stood on the stairs.
Just saying, you know what? If I'm going down, this is
I'm
safe. Oh man, Yusuf getting caught out. Maniac jumped down.
I
He was on top of here. Interesting. Scarface though, yeah, I thought he was on top of the little tippy top.
Wolf's going in here as well.
Wolf got a lot of points to grab. I think they're gonna hold on to the spot for a lot longer.
I mean, why not? I mean, Wolf right now, this feels like Wolf's like they're not even trying to make this difficult for us. They're just.
We'll take it.
It's just meals, free meal tickets arriving on the bridge. Yeah, I'll eat that up every time. Circle does move far down towards the southeast, though. X-Force Rejects did try and pick up the buildings down towards the southwest side of C Block. But KRX is nice and set up. However, a lot of these teams are going to have to make their way out of airstrip, and quite a few times that can be a difficult task. Getting out across that road, you're massively silhouetted in that situation. It's a question of if anyone else has those sightlines. Now, this is a big move through teams on the southern edge.
I like this play, actually. I think if you're RRQ, you're right now at 28 points. Top 5 is going to be really tough. Like, you need to pop
We got to make a play.
Yeah. We got to make a crazy play. And in order to make, at least to the survival stage, this could be it, right? Like, hey, let's take the risk now, especially with Miramar coming up. Let's full send it to the center. And they do make it there safely. So it looks like that bet did end up paying. Oh, as soon as I say that, AJ gets a knock and thirst onto one of the players from RRQ. So, maybe a little bit too greedy on that rotation.
Yeah, well, I would say you should assume the players are going to be playing down towards these very much coastal edges. I think it's a very typical area to work with as well.
For sure. They had so much space here, you know.
There wasn't a reason for it. So Fire Talk will give themselves at least one at the back of that. A lot of teams are unwilling to move now they're inside the circle. And it also seems that there's a lot of teams unwilling to move on the outer edges too.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of those mistakes you point out, right? Because it's just a pure mistake. Like, there's certain ones that you could be like, all right, it was a coin toss. They could have gone left, they could have gone right, and they just made a bad bet. But that was one where you just kind of lost a player pretty unnecessarily. And it's those little tiny ones that they just like are a domino effect to your demise. So it could have been like, oh, we could have won the game with 15 points, but now we're stuck in a 3rd place with 2. You know what I'm saying? We'll see what happens though as we look at this. Ooh, nice shot of that map. Let's see where the circle goes though. Are we gonna have a crazy shift? Does it center up? That's gonna make things interesting. Oh
man, that's RRQ though.
That is tough.
You make a big play for the south side and Assuming it's going to move out away from airstrip, it runs it straight back. And KRX, honestly, for them, they're pretty happy with this spot. They're even happier now. And if they've still got the double hovercraft, they will be very well set up going into this late game. Not that they need to move much, but they can create some really good impromptu cover. All gamers will fly straight across this bridge. Gaming Stars realizing now they need to move instantaneously. ROQ flip to a new area. Footsman's on the other side.
They made the push quick.
A bunker each.
I like it. I like it. Your RQ, the zone swapped on over. Take those bunkers, secure those spots. KRX, I believe they were holding those satellite positions with those hovercrafts, so that's a really good position, especially if the zone decides to go ahead and hard shift down south. So, teams now taking some of their final spots. A lot of teams, though, still need to get into this zone. Our top of the leaderboard squad, OG, they are still way over there in blue, just barely crossing the bridge, super late. Ula is in the same position on the other side as well.
Was focused over towards 2 bridges there, and they were really unwilling to move. So was all gamers, a little bit scared of it. And I know that OG likes to really analyze how they want to go forward. So if they still think a team's there, like they did yesterday on Miramar Gaming Stars, but try and figure out a different situation. Now they're trying to wrap on the northern edge, which I do think this is kind of interesting. They could come down from the hillside and sling into the south side of C block if they wanted to. But it's certainly an interesting one, and I think if you can see all gamers flying in towards that eastern side, maybe this is the play, and it looks like to be what they're going for.
Yeah, they're sending it right now. E4 is trying to survive this one. Serpentini, looks like one of his tires did get popped out. He's in trouble. Quick, getting a knock on to Aaron. AGAL, just trying to send it to safety, but Ayala pops him out the vehicle.
It's not going to be. Fury has been marshalling this northeast road for a long time. Pulling out the badge.
Pulling out the buggy.
Yeah.
That one real quick.
Badge has been put away, apparently.
Yes, it has.
By the Flash here. You are playing on the eastern side as well, so double back. The hillside. Again, I kind of like what OG went for, just barrel down that hilltop, out of the sidelines for quite a while until you from the C block. Crazy position, but you get a position at the C. It's kind of lit.
Yeah, dude, the fact that you even hear with all 4 players up, it definitely is going to work out. Their med situation has to be super low. They blew through them just getting into here. But you know what? The fact that they are here and have such a points bunch on top is a good thing for them, sure. You know what? I want to say one thing. These next 3 matches, I was talking about it, they're going to be so wild, right? And I'm just very, very happy that John got his rest before them.
Oh, he needs that nap, dude. You'll need that nap because you better be bringing the thunder going into those next few games.
Flower H.
And the talk.
Silence. So OG ကအဆန်ကြီးရတော့
flash ကိုပေါ်ရောက်ပြတ်သွားပြီဒီကောင်းလိုက်တာ flash တွေ
They're shown for about 2 seconds. We realize they're very sad, but then we take them away.
Dude, they're just sad or serious, dude. They're just like,
I think the production should keep the coach corner cameras up for a good 50.
Good 15 seconds. So I would love to see the coach's POV too, like in the middle of a fight. You know what I'm saying?
Flash တွေ top fight တွေပါအောင်မကြိုးမအောင် flash တွေတေချာဆော့မှရမယ်
Silence putting some shots downrange, holding this position. This is a tough circle here, especially if it does go down south. That airfield there's not a lot of coverage in that area.
No, you're pretty much playing against the fence right now. Playing off the back of vehicles you still have that aren't completely wrecked. Dragging the bumper down the side of the road with them.
So KRS တွေရှိရ point ကိုတိတ်ပြီးတော့တိုးနေခဲ့ silence အားရလာ2ယောက်ပဲဘေးပဲချက်မတက်ပြီးတော့နေတယ်လုံးလုံးစတင်ပြီးတော့ကိုင်းဆောင်နေခဲ့လို့ cruise တို့နေနေရလေ TTG ပဲ city တယောက်ကိုစတင်ပြီးတော့ knock out ချနေခဲ့ပြီ so အားရလာဒီလိုချက်မပြလိုက်ပြီးတော့ forward လုံးနေခဲ့လို့ cruise ပဲတယောက်ပဲချက်ပြီးအောက်မှာ flash တွေပြီးတော့တယောက်စတင်ပြီးတော့ knock out ချနေခဲ့ပြီ QZ let's move in over chapa cover လေးပဲ ပြန်လဲဖန်တီးနေခဲ့လို့သူတို့အနေနဲ့တိုးဝင်လာခဲ့မယ်အတင်းကောလုံးတော့ပပလည်းပြန်လဲပြီးတော့ထောက်နေခဲ့တာကေဘယ်လို့တော့ဖြစ်နေခဲ့လို့ထောက်တရားရှိအပိုင်း silence တိုင်းပြီးတော့ပြခတ်နေခဲ့ဆိုမဲ့အိမ်ရတော့လင်းငယ်တော့လွဲချော်နေခဲ့သေးတယ် silence Nate ထပ်ပြီးတော့ကန်ဆောင်မှုတော့ပြင်ဆင်နေခဲ့လို့3ရှိအပိုင်းပါအရလည်း Nate တလုံးငယ်တော့လွဲချော်သွားခဲ့ပြီးတော့ဘေးပဲချပဲထပ်ပြီးတော့တင်းချင်းစတင်ပြီးတော့တော့ကြောက်နေခဲ့လို့ coach Foosman တယောက်အငိမ့်လေးပဲပြန်လဲပြီးတော့ forward တော့လုပ်နေခဲ့တယ်ကျော်တော့ flash နေနေတေးပြီးတော့တိုးနေခဲ့ပြီး gigi တွေရှိရပတ်ကူကွက်တီတေးပြီးတူလာတော့အဲ့တော့ရန်နေများတယ်လို့ပြောနေနေပဲတယောက်စတင်ပြီး knock out တော့ကြာနေခဲ့ပြီး flash wins ဘေးနားမှာ cover လေးတော့ပြန်လဲဖန်တီမာတော့ရတော့မယ်အပေါ်ဘက်ချက်မှာလည်းပြန်လဲပြီးတော့ထောင်းနေခဲ့လို့ flash တွေဆို၄ယောက်လုံးတော့ survive ပြအောင်တော့ပြန်လဲပြီးတော့ဖန်တီအောင်လို့မော်လေးကပြန်ပြီးတော့ထားနေခဲ့လို့ဆိုတော့ Kevin တို့နောက်ဆုံးမြောက်ဘက် channel တွေပြောနေနေပဲ flash တွေတုံးဝင်လာခဲ့တဲ့ point ရတကယ်ပဲလို့တော့ဖြစ်နေခဲ့လို့နေပြီးနဲ့ bounce လေးကွက်တီပဲလားလို့ပြောနေ show ပြီးတော့သွားပြီးတော့မတီးနေခဲ့လို့ ZS တို့တေးပဲပြီးတော့တိုးလာခဲ့ပြီးနောက်တဲ့2ယောက်တစ်ယောက်ကိုတခါလဲ knock out တော့ချနောက်ဆုံးတစ်ယောက်ကိုပါဆုံးတော့တက်ပေးလိုက်ခဲ့ပြီး flash gaming တကယ်မိုက်တယ်လူချင်းနဲ့ compound 4ယောက်နဲ့ပြေးတိုင်းပြေးတိုးပြီးတော့ယူပေးလိုက်ခဲ့တာလည်းဖြစ်ပါတယ်ခင်ဗျာflash ကဝင်တိုက်တယ်ကြောက်စရာflash ကဝင်တိုက်တယ်ကြောက်စရာကဲတော့ကျွန်တော်ဘေးမှာဆက်ပြီး furious KRS နဲ့ပတ်သက်ဆိုင်မှုတော့နိုင်ကြတော့ကြောက်ကြောင်နေကြလို့ပြီးဘေးမှာကျွန်တော်ပြန်လဲပြီးတော့တိုးတော့ထိပြီးနေကြတော့ hot zero စနေတလုံးစတဲ့ပြီးတော့တော့ကြောင်နေခဲ့ပြီး KRS ချန်ရလောပိုင်းနဲ့ကောလုံးတော့ပပလည်းပြန်လဲပြီးတော့တိုးထိပြီးထားကြတာတကယ်ပဲလို့တော့ဖြစ်နေကြလို့နောက်နေကြတဲ့ IL တယောက်ကိုလည်းပြန်လဲရှင်းသေးတဲ့ furious silence တယောက် bandage တွေပါကျွန်တော်ဒါ first aid ပါပြန်ပြီးတော့ပဲကြီးနေကြလို့ဒီနေ့တလုံးကတကယ်ပဲလို့တော့ဖြစ်နေကြမှာ smoke တွေပါပြန်လဲပြီးတော့ပဲကင်းပြီးထားကြတဲ့ silence smoke တကယ်လို့တော့ဖြစ်နေကြလို့ကျွန်တော် Hoxy မော်လီပါပြန်လဲပြီးတော့ကျဲပေးပဲချက်မှလည်းတရားပြန်လဲပြီးတော့နောက်တော့ကြားနေကြလို့ Hoxy အရှိမှကျွန်တော် IL တို့ရှိတော့တိနေကြခြေတယ်ပြီးတော့ကြားနေကြလို့ short ကနေလည်းပြီးတော့ pick နေကြဆိုမှလည်းနေကတော့နေကြတော့လွဲချော်နေကြသေးတယ်နောက်တစ်နေ့တလုံးစတင်ပြီးတော့ကိုင်းဆောင်နေကြလို့နေကြီးကကွက်အိုးဘောင်းပြီးတော့အပြင်ကိုထွက်သွားတယ်ဆိုရင်ဒီသားတခုမှတော့ Hoxy ရဲ့နေကွက်တီပဲနေရောက်တော့တော့လူ chief နောက်ဆုံးတယောက်ပဲကျန်တော့တယ်ဗျာမော်လီတွေပြန်ပြီးတော့ပဲပြပေးနေကြလို့ chief တော်တော်နဲ့ပဲသူနေနေဒီပဲပေးပဲချက်မှခါကလေးပဲပြန်နေပြီးတော့ဖန်တီနေကြလို့ KRH တ QXZ ရဲ့ Nate ကျွန်တော်ဒါ Molly ထပ်ပြီးတော့ကျဲနေကြပြီးနောက်ဆုံး chief နောက်ဆုံးတယောက်ပဲတော့ channel တွေပြောနေနေပဲ QXZ ဆုံးမတက်ပေးလိုက်ခဲ့ပြီးတော့ပဲ Malatin Fury wild to Pipagi
was not the chef in that scenario, that's for sure.
Maybe time to be AGL, Baga, XZ, the machine get a cool still Nick Maglassi, to a yard by Nicolo, Papa the Tour, Tainaga, to retain get a point, shape a time jewel up to the sheet, to route, Nate alone, starting with a kind of target, route in Nave, got a little later on the game, which are cool to Barasa, must only back king of a toy like a jewel up to roll, a piano of a top, we target a point, looks a pity cave to a pure armor. Oh, all I need to see.
Over towards
not
the talk.
Dio, John the Scarface of our engineer, so I get Ashmore, another channel cruise, Piamio of town to get a 40 day, with Peter Tony gave you an exit, Nelly Piamio of 2 in Lagate, Nita Chalma, Jola and Nick Maclassi, Parmiasa, you have a lonely capacity, Nicola Shopshot of Canada, RJC, David Peter Tony gave it now, you saw the stuff like gave you away. So the reject like Martin of Tiato gave you.
Look at our leaderboards here. We got so many people.
Charlie, I'm a sure that you ran the Charlie, a form of calling out wings, no one is Piamio of 9 to get a Scarfy and Nate the low. What even call like the Nate? Don't know some Raoul, but you don't know. I'll give it T24, another channel follow to a light of 9 to get a Scarfy, see out T24, 20 get over channel, and a town to get a native beside the guy how target you away. The Scarfy said Nate, a little target you away. So Nick Macalasi got food, but we shall go out the Gia, whoever get there. Oh, but I'm a touch of a father, 2 years to set, not a channel IQ. Yeah, we have a town to get a Scarfy, I don't know how we can throw you, and you get a Chelsea. You will be with some of a town to get to the Zavatella, Shama, T24. You will be a Chama. Can I be a town to get a cool down in a running, a sub of a save, Nick is already not cool. She applied no bigger time, T24, target of a PB target at point, get well to the opinion, get a native Masadi, river guys on target. So the 40 in your now Kelsey, what even Nate low, the Gila T24, 2 years and not a native, but the man you have a guys on the game now, so you're very general, the Pioli no follow David Peter 2 like it now, so Aaron, the very general, the Pioli, one was a one to a shock and a David Peter, give it 800 learning a follow to your can even switch view of chaining, giving now so much so much like a video with 40. KO မိုက်အော်မရတော့အဲ့မှာကူအပေါ်လို့ပတ်ပြီးတော့တီးနေခဲ့ပြီးနောက်ဆုံးမှာတော့ IQ တယောက်ပဲတော့ကြံတော့တဲ့ shotgun ခါလေးကိုပဲဆုံးတော့တက်ပေးလိုက်ခဲ့ပြီးတော့ပဲ40လို့အပေါ်လုံးတစ်သိန်းလုံးတကယ်ကိုပဲပြစ်ခွဲပြနေခဲ့တာ MGA ဒီမှာ classy ကောင်းမှုဆုံးနေပဲကျွန်တော်တက်ပြီးတော့ဖာလက်တယောက်ပဲ short ခဲ့ပြီး IQ ရပါတိတ်ပြီးပြီးတော့တိုးနေခဲ့ပြီးဆိုရင်နေတာတော့မှကားနေပဲနောက်မှကျ forward တော့နေခဲ့ပြီး cool တယောက်လွတ်သွားမှလာလို့ပြောနေမှလာပါခါလေးကိုပဲဆုံးတော့တက်ပေးလိုက်ခဲ့ပြီးဆိုရင်နေတာတစ်ခုမှာတော့ကျွန်တော် classy ဒီမှာတစ်သိန်းလုံးတော့ wild ဖြစ်သွားခဲ့ပြီဗျာ
RQ just sweeping up the dust after that one. That was wild. So many superstars just going at it. And look at our top three. Still in the game, but only single players alive. Next zone goes on over to the left. This thing is ping-ponging all over the place.
5k တော့ရရှိထားခဲ့တယ်ကျွန်တော် format live နဲ့တူ flash တွေဒီပွဲ chicken ဆောက်တဲ့ chance ကတော့များလာခဲ့ပြီကျွန်တော် Nick Classy ဒီမှာလည်း short လာခဲ့ပြီးတော့ပဲ run set ကိုဆင်းပေးလိုက်ခဲ့ရလို့ KRS နဲ့ team flash ကတော့ကျွန်တော် run 4 နဲ့ run 5 ကို loop နဲ့ထားတော့ဖြစ်သွားခဲ့ပြီဗျာ
and then you're right, it is very much
1 2 3ရောက်ပါမယ်တယောက်ချင်းစီ
likely the circle pulls away from and the flash
တူတော့တိုးအောင်မှာအဲ့တော့ flash
no one wants to move out.
I
am more surprised that Fuchsman has been left unimpeded inside the bunker. And it certainly kept him safe. All right.
Dude, he be fooping right there. Down. He ain't moving at all, I'll tell you that. The second he walks out, he's done. Honestly, he's got a smoke in his hand. He may try, but
I mean, they're not at the point. I mean, that run
just
out.
Don't try. Honestly,
run out
like
is
this,
hellish. I mean,
it's over. If he makes it even into that white line of this circle, then I'm talking about GOAT are gonna win this whole tournament.
Yeah,
I'm telling you.
It's a hard push. I mean, there is this tiny range line you can play, but by the time you show your face, that happens.
Yeah, the second he even looked out, the second he even
looked. This setup out.
Oh no.
Okay, all right. I wish you come to the door right now. Their crew looks to be fairly decent, but Hoxie doesn't jump out the window with a flash. They've got a nasty surprise waiting for the
Look at that. And then those gas cans. They want to make sure they had the perfect setup. If they did push in,
so dive over 9 and get a who's I for flash doing like a KRS a colon of Papa like when I gave you now so to take out better channel and the beyond in a sort of type like a team flash. Think it tank is not to is he not get a ball like a little shot. Baby, I'm a type of OG with go pay out the balls, really get it to me, let me pick and get it on she do. Flash chicken farm no? Flash
this game, it's a certainty at this point. But we are centering up over towards horrendously open ground.
Last player up for 4 thrives does get this just one piece of coverage in this circle. What can he do with it? Especially if he's very fortunate to catch RRQ and Flash fight each other. Who knows what can happen? But Flash are going to have to push on out of that position. You can see him holding that kind of satellite tower position. Get a little bit of coverage here, but there's just nothing. It's all wide open field. Everybody just hugging the edge for the little bit of coverage they have.
You can see this is the most disgusting areas of the map.
Gross, dude. This is straight gross. There's
nothing. It really is. Yeah, I mean, gross is a good way to put it. RQ is moving forward though. They get themselves over towards the ballistics. Flash playing up on top. It's a good shot from the par. I expect nothing less. Zypher, the pile driver, off in the distance, looking to smash these two teams apart as a solo. Quick tap fire.
He's going to have to tap fire. He's only got like 70 rounds left, and to make it even less. Trying to get another elimination, though. Genfoss actually gets that knock on the bows. He's going for the third. He wants all the points here, but it's not going to be enough. That's 4 thrives. Here we go. It's Team Flash versus RRQ.
And nice interview earlier on. They were looking to find some more success today. There were some decent games yesterday. But can they secure the chicken dinner here at our halfway mark of day 2? Try and get themselves towards a position to get a direct qualification through the finals in the top 5. Zias playing off the back of the loot crate. Has the ghillie suit. might actually be insanely important here. But they know it's one of them. RRQ, a lot on the line for them right now. Win the final player left alive.
It's all up to RRQ here. They needed this win so desperately, especially with only 3 matches after this. They're trying to make that last second run into the top 5, and a chicken dinner here could be the beginning of that. But well, Team Flash, they're pushing themselves big up the leaderboards. Here we go, it's just win. He's got the last rock, but it ain't gonna be big enough. It's RRQ getting the chicken dinner right when they needed it.
Playing off the missile, they certainly will rocket up the leaderboard with that one. It's an important moment for this team at this stage of the day, but the fight is not done yet. They do not want to drop back down towards that bottom 3. There is still a chance of it happening, but right now they could breathe a little easier.
Ooh, yeah, I mean, they definitely are. They didn't breathe well enough to where we saw no pop-off right from that win. It's just like,
I know.
It was just, all right, good. You know, we're alive. Okay, let's see what we can do, though, before we really get happy.
But Flash, honestly, they played well. I think the aggression onto that compound versus Geeky, it was gorgeous. That was gorgeous. Really well set up, honestly. I think there's been multiple times we've seen Flash where they've demonstrated just great map knowledge, but more than that, great tactical knowledge of how to play those moments.
Dude, not to mention we saw those beautiful setups with those gas cans, right? It just goes to show.
They're cheeky guys.
They're doing everything they can, right, to make sure that they win those games, and that's how you get it done.
That's the Flash field. They'll do whatever it takes, and if it means playing off the back of a loot crate in Miramar to qualify for one of the biggest tournaments, they'll do it, all right? And I think that's what I like about Flash. They really take any opportunity, any moment to make it happen.
And honestly, it just goes to show, like GK, right? I don't know how you let them push up on you without getting one shot downrange. But Team Flash, that's that, and the fact that they're able to take that risk, right? They see that spot open, they're like, you know what? Full hard commit. If we can take it on the way in, it is what it is. But if we do get it, we get the win, right? Possibly.
Yeah.
And honestly, with that many eliminations, that's a W for sure.
It is a W. That's what all the teams have their sights on this tournament. The gorgeous PMWC at EWC trophy right there in front of our eyes. But a small break for us all, really, coming forward.
Yeah.
And I think that as we get to map 3, you've got to take a breather here, reassess what we're doing going into the next 3 matches, because they really do count. And again, a lot of teams, they don't technically want to head through over towards that group stage.
No.
They would much rather just go straight to the finals. It's so much easier, so much more prize pool there as well. But again, it requires you to make those moves, make those moments happen. But yeah, I do want to see more on Enigma Galaxy. I think that they're a team that absolutely can secure a spot in top 5.
For sure.
There's been moments where we look across them and like, oh guys, you kind of look a little bit sad after that game, but they're playing well, man. They are playing well. And hope they can continue to do that, because we'll be back very shortly, and we'll see you soon with JJ, John and Alan.
We book ESPORTS World Cup up.
Third place. Close enough to see the trophy, but never close enough to lift it. For Aurora Gaming, the road to the Esports World Cup is about more than qualification. It is about finishing the story this roster started last year. At 2025 PMWC, they established themselves as one of the most mechanically gifted teams in PUBG Mobile. Their aggression was fearless, and one knock could quickly become a complete squad wipe. Doc, Top, Zeol, and Refus could all take over a fight, but at times, they looked more like a group of incredible individuals than one fully connected team. Doc was named MVP, but they still finished third.
За бидрийг одоо төрүүлэхэд зогсоосон зүйл нь гэвэл миний хувьд бол яг тэр үеийн яг сэтгэл зүй жоохон тийм байсан болоод тэгээд ер нь зоонч тэр rotationч тэр ер нь тийм болоог баха.
Then came PMGC, another huge international performance, another MVP level showing, and another third place finish. Two of the biggest tournaments in the world, 2 podiums, but still no trophy.
За өнгөрсөн жилийн үтхэн бол бас 2 том тэмцээнд 3 дугаар байранд орсон. Тэгээд энэ жил одоо тэгээд чадхаараа чэндэ.
Now, they return under Aurora Gaming with a new organization, the same firepower, and another opportunity to finally win. The question has never been whether they have enough talent. Their MVP titles have already proved that. The real question is whether multiple stars can now play as one complete championship team. Their qualification run showed promising signs. Aurora still played aggressively, but their rotations looked more controlled. Their pushes had more support, and the team appeared more connected. That growing coordination was on full display in the final match.
Oh, the nade of Refus, the 1v4 from a range.
They wiped out the last team and won the EECA finals by the smash rule with 145 points and finished first in the regional qualification ranking.
That will be the tournament going their way. They've done it. Aurora are your champions.
За өнгөрсөн жилээс энэ жил нь ондоо зүйл гэвэл одоо манай багийн хувьд ер нь сэтгэл зүй өөр амьсгал багийн тоглолт ер нь нэлээд өөрчлөгдсөн. Одоо яагаад гэвэл өмнө жил одоо 2 том тэмцээнд 3 дугаар байранд орсон болохоор одоо жишээ нь авраг авахаас одоо нөө хой суугдсан алдаануудаа ер нь тэгээд бүгд засч орж ирсэн. Тэгээс авраг авахын төлөө ер нь чадхаараа хичээнэ.
The MVP awards are already there. The international podiums are already there. Only one thing is missing, the championship. Aurora Gaming arrive at PMWC 2026 as the uncrowned kings of PUBG Mobile, ready to break the third place curse and finally become global champions.
Jangan diadu, Chef. Jangan sampai ke Chef.
Dia bisa mati zona ya.
Gua dalam smoke ya. Gua ambil kanannya, gua ambil smoke-nya, gua ambil smoke.
Ambil gate. Udah di batu kanan dia, batu kanan dia.
Oke, dari batu.
Tanda, Sep.
Nice. Gitu deh kayak dari tadi. Kanan tuh, Chef.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to PMWC at EWC 26, day 2 of Group A, as we're just 3 games away from crushing Keys. But talking about Keys that don't want to be crushed, RRQ, the team that needed those points, the team that needed to be able to get out of the top 3, I think with that win, they should be able to.
I mean, agreed. I mean, these teams, you can see the desperation that are flowing through all our teams at this present time because they know that this is their last and final chance. They don't get another opportunity after this. They don't get to have a second chance. They're already on day number 2. Now, this performance from RRQ, obviously they were incredibly quiet in our first 2 matches, so having this sort of comeback for them is not, I'm going to say, a miracle. It was obviously well determined and planned. They were able to sort of cause that chaos and that contention right here in the ends of the stages and basically position themselves in such a fantastic way whilst our juggernaut teams sort of fell from there.
Yeah, I mean, still really good to see RRQ get a bit of presence here with that massive chicken dinner here on the outskirts of military base. But we saw during these replays, Coops, oh my goodness, Coops, that clutch. There was Ulf, there was Nigma Galaxy there trying to just survive against their grenades, and also 4 Thrives coming in late. But what a clutch from this guy. But eventually you can see the circle very open-ended. Flash just throwing everything against the wall, hoping it sticks, but nothing really stuck for them. And eventually the angles they had was enough to finally secure the very first Indonesian win here.
Yeah, and for Flash, I mean, for them to even get second place, this is good as well for them, being able to get those eliminations. But for some of the other squads, it's starting to be a bit of a, you need to start doing a lot better. We've seen Exports Rejects do better. We've seen it now, none other than the team that just ended up winning RRQ do better too, to get themselves out of that bottom three, as we're looking at a head-to-head here from Flash and 4Thrives. In 4Thrives, my gosh, Falak can definitely do his thing. He's still showing that they want to go for that first place, because they should be able to go for that first. Is that Glitter? Glitter! Whoa, wait, come back. I actually want to see if we can get a club. Is there any club championship update?
Oh, no. But I'm literally going to get one right now, so stay tuned.
Ah, thank you. Glitter Explosion, our championship update person. Just the girl. She knows everything about CC. But going back to some of the other with 4Thrives, right? They're still battling with OG for that first place. If you end up being in first place, you will be able to crush those keys.
Yeah, they've been having a bit of a tougher time in the last few games today, because the finish is always just a solo of 4Thrives. We're not seeing like the dominant force, 4-3 players alive, just steamrolling every team in these matches. No, it was Huzaifa earlier on in that Heaven finish. It was IQ. I want to see the just dominance of 4Thrives back in these games, because right now it's been a bit silent, but day 1-7 was just so good for them. It should still be enough for them to remain in that top 5.
One team that we haven't seen being able to be dominant or even currently in the top 5, if I'm not mistaken, when we get a chance to end up looking at the overall, is Ulf. Ulf is a team that a lot of us were expecting to go straight from groups to finals because of the performance that they have had this year.
Yeah, it was about a 3.3 average point for yesterday, just eliminations alone. And for a squad of this caliber, I mean, their first few games to only achieve sort of like 10 points, which is not bad compared to some of the other squads, but it's unusual coming out of this match. And they were able to have that control over the western side. They had that little bit of defense. They were able to sort of get the car and place it on the hill against 4Thrives. But they were so incredibly grouped in that contention. It just took one of these opening nades from 4Thrives to be able to eliminate that, and then they just didn't have the ability to maintain that spot. And their squad should be able to do that. I mean, at the end of the day, it was about 8 eliminations coming out of that match, something that they needed, but this is something that they should be doing every match.
They definitely should be doing that every match. Now we're looking at the bottom 3 max. We got Alula, Gaming Stars, Thunder Talk Gaming. Thunder Talk has been pretty much non-existent, so I'm sorry, Thunder Talk fans. I'm just gonna skip it. Gaming Stars as well. Alula at one point showed us that they could maybe even try to push for the top 5. That's not the case right now, as they're currently sitting at the bottom 3.
I gotta say, unfortunately for the side of Alula Club, it's just 2 players doing most of the work for their side, so I need to see presence from the other 2 players. Hopefully it'll be enough, because right now, 7, it's a 2-point difference between those teams in the bottom 3 and the teams just above them. So Alula, it's not game over, but they need to get these points on board right now. Their non-games literally are 0-pointers. You can't afford to do that at PMWC.
Yeah, you cannot afford to do that kind of stuff at PMWC, especially with 3 matches left. You can either make it to the grand finals, you can make it to survival, or you can end up going home, going into this final 3 minutes. Oh, what is this?
Oh, bro, thank you. What's this?
What's this?
What is? Thank you, James.
I will not throw my
even
card
give us a
in.
thumbs up. I threw my card.
I've learned my lesson.
Oh,
sir.
wait. This is a PUBG Mobile blind box. There's something inside. Let's open it.
There's a Giga Rare one.
Oh my gosh.
The mysterious, the joyful.
Wait, y'all ready for this?
Is that the clan or can't?
Lace, wait, you ready for this?
I want the pink one.
Max is already going.
Oh my god, you guys are already ripping it.
Sorry, we're littering right now. Don't worry, we'll pick it up after this.
Oh, there's more packaging.
Oh, I thought I got the special one.
Oh, there's a card in there too.
Oh, did I just get the one I wanted? Oh, no.
Hey, I got the pink one.
That's the one. Is that what we get? Let's open it. I'm gonna have to put this down.
I think I got the pink one. Sorry, spoiler alert.
What did I get?
We're clearly not good at opening blind boxes.
If you like ASMR, here you go.
El Clasico.
Yeah.
Wait.
Boy. Wait, did we get twinsies?
Twins!
Wedding!
Please let me open this. Yes. Yes. I like this. You know what? I'm this the rest of the day, because we're now heading to the final 3 matches of PMWC at EWC 26 Group A. Who's gonna be making it? This is awesome.
I'm loving it. Some excellent blind box openings coming there through from our analyst desk. And they're having a good time. Our teams probably less so, because it is getting sweaty.
Yeah, that's the thing about blind boxes, John. You never really know what you're going to get outside of the predefined list of items. But obviously in PUBG Mobile, kind of similar. You always know what you're aiming for, but you never know if you'll get it. Some teams definitely getting more than others.
Yeah, right now, hot contest on the bottom bubble, and it's going to be a real fight for them to try and join some of the teams maybe in the survival stage, not to mention the top 5 going straight to those grand finals. We're going to be heading over into Erangel for the last time of Group A as the plane path sends on over. Looks like we're coming from North George, cutting down towards Novo way, towards that military base. We saw that military circle finish in the last match. It did get a little bit messy around the runway. Let's see if we can tidy things up here.
Yeah, see how we're looking and what sort of sauce we're going to be cooking with into our last 3 games of today. And obviously for some teams, John, that's the brutal reality of the situation. It's not just the last few games they're playing today, it could be the last few games they played this entire tournament. And obviously for what we've been building up for throughout the season, throughout this year, back-to-back grinding for some opportunities to really arrive in Paris, France here at EWC 26, John. If it's taken away from you in the space of 12 games, it's going to be such a gut-wrenching feeling.
Well, that's going to happen. It is going to happen necessarily to at least 12 players.
Yeah.
Because 3 of these teams are going to be going home, as the desk was talking about before. It's, you know, Alula on that bubble right now, 33 points to 35. They need to jump up a little bit further. It's a little bit further to go for the teams beneath them as well, but it is still all to play for as we enter the back half of the day. Over military base, looks like we've got 3 teams dropping out. Goat will be heading on through, trying to make their way over to Novo. A very heavy west plane path.
Yeah, it is a bit. Ooh, shift on that as well. God, we've had some kind of rough circles so far. John, I don't know if you'd agree, mate. Past day, especially today again, it's been a bit aggro. This is one that I imagine for GOAT team, you're probably going to look up and go, you know what, it's not that bad. We love a late rotate, guys. This is the dream.
Yeah, grab some of those hovercrafts, pull a KRX, send in 2, and get in late into the game, or at least try to. Looks like Flasher on the hunt. They've spotted 2 players in a buggy. Out of the window he goes. Wint for the spray down. Doesn't quite connect on the first one. Reload, leaning out the windows. 3 players in the car, trying to chase them. But it looks like X-Force rejects are wily to it.
Yeah, Win looking for the lineup. Full gangster level plays as he leans out the back seat with the boys tracking nicely. That's going to be the bonnet over the top of Reverb to get their first Elim hard hammered in. So not ideal for Reject, John. You've dropped into a field and you've been mowed over by a vehicle.
Far from it. Yeah, absolutely. Do want to be keeping all your players alive right until the very end, Jackie. That is a top tip for PUBG Mobile. That they are going to be playing on and right on the bubble as well in that 13th place position. It is rough stuff, especially given that they're one of the few teams who's already dropped up to right. With 4 players, they have such a better opportunity to grab everything that they want. And if you guys want to grab everything that you want, make sure that you're joining the Uzumaki Naruto event to make sure you can get the chance to draw those beautiful skins that have been added to the game over the course of it. And see if you can take the top spots here. Well, you have to wait for that probably. Next qualifiers.
Yeah, maybe another year, maybe another time. But obviously for the squads that are out right now, I do like the point that you established, the idea that for a team that was thankfully gifted a position that was far closer towards zone, you've got a quicker rotate to actually get yourself set up, find some safe ground, get yourself truly looted rather than just with scraps when things kick off. You're forced to run into a team on rotate. Well, that would be a lot easier if you had all 4 players. Even one at a pivotal point like this makes it far harder to actively fight. And Reject, I mean, not, you know, being rude, John, they need the extra level right now. You need the full squad. 3 players, this is going to be a bumpy ride.
Yeah, they are only 2 points ahead. They definitely need to have everything play into their tune if they can get it. Team Flash very happy to be able to add another point to their tally, try and solidify themselves in towards the top 5. Because of how the plane path was sat, it did exacerbate those vehicle drops, which is why you see that sort of conflict. And then trying to break out to the east, you kind of are going to expect it on a situation like that where you start all the way out on that northwest side. So, yeah, brilliant stuff for Team Flash to be able to hunt that one down. I just hope they didn't waste too much time. It was pretty quick though, so I don't imagine what they have. They also have all of Yasna to be looting through. We are seeing the classic Sigma Galaxy send 2 out and see how far you can go. I'm expecting to see them in Kameshki in about a minute.
Yeah, this has been, well, you know, relatively working for them. It's been something they've adopted far more with a 2-2 split, being a bit more proactive. We've seen that over the course of the flow of games today as well. Opportunity that they might run into some bystanders and possibly get a read on it. Avoid early interaction if possible with this setup. It's TTG just nearby, Ulf, and then Flash in the middle as well. Another squad that's there, though, John. OG. Been looking a lot more exciting as the event's gone on. A lot of fanfare behind them.
Yeah, absolutely. They have really picked things up today, obviously taking that top spot right now. Just about pipping Forthright to the post for the time being, but there is still time to change that. Of course, again, very closely for position. But for both of these two teams, it's about that top 5. It's brilliant that you have that sort of step up for Orangutan, for Four Thrives. They have really been putting that pressure on towards the top of the tables, and it's been great to see they've been able to ascend to such heights. But yeah, for Orangutan, they're looking much more coordinated today. They're looking like they really have it figured out in a lot of situations, I think it's safe to say. Quick refuel there for Four Thrives as I forget some target practice in. Getting ready for it. I'm assuming, yeah, I'm just going to top that one up right to the tippy top, and off he goes. Falak on the road again. Falak was kind of crazy with it at the end of that last match, right? Sending forwards over towards, I think it was Nigma Galaxy to try and sweep through. No, sorry, it was Coops who took him down from Nigma Galaxy. But yeah, it was really quite nutty what they were able to pull off there. Unfortunate that Coops did roll them down, but you can see why people talk about Falak the way they do from the play in the end there. I would say a little bit too much risk for my liking, but that's why I'm not in his shoes.
That's fair enough, man. I think, you know, at certain times you've got to dial it on, right? And if you can wreck yourself in those moments, we've seen when he does need to sort of realistically understand it's time to play a bit slower, be a bit more defensive, he can hit that switch. But he's so damn slick with it in firefights that, honestly, I'm pretty excited seeing him giving it. He started off day one with an absolute fanfare of performance, and that's not gone anywhere. Chance they might run into some uncomfortable water, though. You got this wrap over the bridge from Aurora, KRX just up ahead, and 2 of the 4-man split from Nigma, not too far away either.
Yeah, still in Pachinki though, and if I know anything about them, they're going to stay there until zone 2 and then see where they can go. Okay, no, they are on the road now, so they have finally looked to leave Pachinki. As we hop over on board with Geeke, they are currently moving out towards the east side of Roshok, trying to find a way to maybe have a chance to cross the river later on. It looks like Orangutan are further ahead in that pursuit, though, and that's going to make things difficult. Will cause a bit of a roadblock there. And instead, they post up in some of the buildings. At the moment, with the river as it sits, you're more going to look to prioritize the eastern side of this circle right now because it's so much more mobile. Teams out there are going to have the opportunity to send all the way north nice and quickly or drop down south if it comes to it. But the teams around the river, they're going to be blocking each other. It's going to be a lot harder to move. It's very, very difficult to try and make that rotation. But sometimes that's just where you have to find yourself. That's just where you are going to end up going. But yeah, I'm looking at the teams on the east and thinking they're going to have a better time of it in towards stage 2 and 3.
Yeah, it's fair enough, man. As much as the ideal situation has always presented itself, sometimes you've got to just roll with the punches. We did see a little bit of a read there from Geeke as well. It's Ragnarok that's looked like he's actually got the spear of this team in situations where they want to instigate. He's always keen for a fight. Took some warning shots over towards OG. Won't really invest much into it, but info goes both ways. They don't need to all-out brawl right now. They'll avoid that encounter. This is going to get spicy soon, though, John. A lot of space that's going to be taken away. Tons of squads getting neck and neck towards each other, and that's the crunch that comes in.
Yeah, keeps Yasnaya on the north side of this circle. Again, those teams out to the east side going to have better access to this one, but I'm looking at RRQ and wondering what their moves are here. It's a difficult spot for them. Do they try and force their way across the bridge? There's potential for them to get a good start, but as time ticks away, it's going to get less and less likely that they can make it unscathed. However, they have managed to send forwards a scout. And actually, the compound to the south of that bridge looks fairly uncontested. They might just saddle themselves with a quite brilliant compound on the west side of those Yaz fields. Very, very central. And potential to backswing if they do need to end up going to the north side in a crazy circle shift.
Ooh, 10 points for that one as well. Lovely work there, John. He's probably damaged the vehicle a little bit in terms of resale value, but hey-ho, for what it was a nice rotate right up the ramp.
You know what? A chicken dinner's worth any resale value drop, so we'll see if they can leverage that position over on the east side. Very stylish, though, and you're right, yeah. Style points definitely super important here.
It's pretty on brand for 4 Thrives as well, isn't it? Style from what we've seen. And I wouldn't be surprised if we get a bit more of that. Right now they're looking over just towards the ridgeline. Got a bit of a read on TTG, but once again, you don't want to throw the first domino and have it blow up in your face. But Flash,
don't know what sort of dominoes you're
on. They're really big ones, but they're full of those, you know, the things you used to buy from the penny shop. You throw them down, they blow up. It's like that.
Yeah.
Bangers, John, bangers.
Absolute bangers. Let's see if we've got a banger of fight on our hands here between Team Flash and Gaming Stars. Win pulling the pin. It looks like the opener has gone well, but Bozy has already fallen as well. So it is not looking super healthy. You've got KRX also poking their noses in from the south side of this fight, Jackie, which is going to potentially force it into an uncomfortable scenario, but more uncomfortable than it already is, to try and find themselves locked horns now. Gaming Stars trying to rebuff Team Flash. Yeah, KRX going to continue to just slyly creep around the wings.
On the periphery, keeping their eyes open. Swash going in. Ooh, trying to swing the broadsword there on contact. Top's good for one quick flash back. Rolex with a heavy artillery doing damage as well. So trading blows right now, but this is looking like a pretty good recovery for Flash, John.
Yeah, it looks that way indeed as Gaming Stars go down and Flash hold their nerve in the fight. Some really cheeky angles being held there. The two ghillie suits on the inside of the building, not going to matter too much, but it does probably feel a little bit more insulting when you see a little bush Wookiee coming around the corner, taking those shots at you. In the meantime, we saw a player earlier drop from X-Force Rejects. Looks like they may not find too much more luck out in the open as they rotate towards the Wizard Tower here. This is very, very central in those Yaz fields. It is completely isolated, and SafG has nades for days. He's got one more, and he puts them to bed.
Man, that's clean. Straight on target, lines it up, knocks them down. 10 points for that one, as he'll be walking away with his head held high if this was basketball. Right now it's PUBG Mobile though, and they're living their movie. 2 elims chimed in. They did lose easy for Bad Boy, so it's a 3-man squad from this point forward.
See what they can get done with that. I was keeping track of the Enigma Galaxy rotate. We saw the wide split. The forward duo actually rotated back around the side and re-injected from that south edge. And now Enigma Galaxy sit on the south side of this one. Should potentially have a pretty good position into the circle, but 4 Thrives moving in from the east side could make that difficult. This is an interesting rotate coming through from AJL, right? They are actually going over the north side of the Yaz Lake, followed by Alula, but they're going to have to try and cross the bridge. It looks like that Rosok bridge is going to be available for them, but are they going even further west? Okay, fair enough. If they don't have the scouting information, you might expect that Rosok bridge could be sat underneath.
Yeah, I suppose the paralysis by analysis on that one, overthinking it just in case. We'll see if they take a bit of time for a slightly longer rotate on it. Right now, more of a scouting party mission to read things. Alula going to double back as well towards Yaz as they don't overcommit on the chase. I'm looking at this very slow rotate we've had from GOAT as well. This is more classic GOAT, John. They love just wasting the time, dialing it down. And a potential fight versus 4 Thrives is something where Killer Joe loves to stick his face into the mix. But look who gets the first knock. Falak out swinging.
And the flush as well. And it will go down. Not quite getting the flush, but he's very, very low. Immediately IQ swings on wide. The spray down needs to come through, but the rest of Flash not quite in position. It was a cheeky pick, but I think they're going to be able to get Falak back to his feet. Zeus moves into an off angle though, and that could be the high ground they're looking for with GOAT in the wings. 2. There is danger on every front. Falak will be back though, and he will look to get some healing done. 4 Thrives look to maintain position on the east side.
Yeah, I want to see if they can really dig their heels in and hold on to this. Top's attempted to get a large dash on the nade, but not enough distance to hit that one. And on the double back, he's spotted out. Easy connections from Hooksy and Tree. That's going to be him left. Banged out in the field, John, as KRX clean up on that free elim.
No possibility of recovery there. Playing a player down now as well. 2 players down now for Flash. KRX looking to hunt down with a third. Zeus heads out into the blue with his comrade. On the east side, really getting hounded out of town now. 3 circles in. We're about to see that next stage coming through, and as soon as you start getting knocked in the blue zone, it's not going to work out well for you. This central area, Ulf's compound, super important. With this next circle shift coming on through, if it heads out to the east, okay, it's going to guard a lot of access for the teams on the north, out to that west side as well. But I'm looking at Enigma Galaxy here, and I'm thinking they found themselves in a pretty solid spot, as have 4 Thrives. Geek as well, holding down that area, could potentially be on to a winner. But Thunder Talk, slap bang in the middle, might just have what they needed, because X-Force Rejects, they're down and out already. We'll see if they can make it happen.
Pot shots being taken towards RRQ as well, with Alula finally making their push down. We have that split from either side of the squads with AGAL. And Alula being thrown into the blender. RRQ attempting to get the shots on target. Fury, a third party, as Chief starts to strike. And they might be able to clean up onto this as well. Force the issue back onto Alula, following the damage they've taken from that investment, John.
Trying to recoup some losses, see if they can consolidate, re-engage. A little bit strong on the north side, does need to conclude fast though, because the circle has just started closing. AGAL on the west edge, that slow west side swipe is going to work out well for them in terms of staying alive, but the west insert may be a little bit more tricky. On board with Furia as they take a tumble, but it's 1-for-1.
R3B, what can he do here? Closing the gap with the shotty, quick switch to the primary as well. Tracing not quite on point to get the back tag off as Fury do dip out. You can see the damage is already done. It's only a solo that barely might survive. Survive being the operative term, and not this time. Alula wave bye-bye to Furia, as they are down and out.
And they say hello to the top 13 with that as well. The 7 eliminations they found, they are making that break for the survival stages here and now. In match 10, takes until double digits apparently, but an inch is as good as a mile when it comes to qualification. That's what they're looking for. As far as they can go in this match, they will start to put a buffer between them and the 2 teams beneath them who have already been eliminated from this match, which is brilliant news for them. And they might be chasing down Geek and potentially RRQ off this match.
Exactly, see how far you can force this one. Do not leave fate in the hands of the other squads that are nearby you, vying for survival within today's games here. The PMWC, give it your absolute all and write history for yourself. We've got the POV of Force right now. There was that 2 split players at the further backside from Foops and Moxie that were watching the rear. They're going to move up onto him safely in the compound. AGAL not too far out either. Been a whole lot quieter from 4 Thrive, sitting pretty for some time. Alula, meanwhile, has been forced to fight. And it seems like, again, they are willing to do so. Brief opportunity to loot. Yasser further back, vehicle taking some shots.
Do need to get a healing done nice and quickly. It's just not going to be quite enough. The play zone takes him down. Some tags coming on through. And he will fall. Unfortunate there to lose one, but yeah, for Alula, this may be as far as they can go. I was hopeful that they could find something maybe against Ulf, pushing in nice and quickly from that north side, but yeah, the doors are starting to close, the windows too, locked and bolted. They're going to have to smash something if they want to break their way through. Falak now in contest again, peeking over the ridgeline as KRX may have their attention diverted down to the south side.
They're so low though from the sustained damage they're taking from outside of the blue and the pot shots, even with R3B getting that tag into the back of KRX. They don't have the gap closed to get in their face and convert from it. It's just one man left effectively. R3B try as he might to get anything more here. At least make it a dire game for KRX. That was the closing play.
He does manage to get the knock onto Hoxie and Vinny. Hang on a minute. He's taken quite a hefty chunk out of the team there. KRX going to have to try and recoup something out of it because they do only have 3 players now playing into the match. The circle's going to push them away from their position. Ulf on the north side is a major roadblock for them as well. This 2-1-1 split that Ulf are holding right now, it feels a little bit greedy, but with Aaron on the overside, they know those knocks will come out to the east side. With Calci on that west side, they're trying to guard out Orangutan. I think the Calci will be the first to move if it comes to it, but Aaron also needs to jet on in. Once they consolidate in their position, they're going to have a pretty good time on the north edge.
DK getting backstabbed as well from Aurora. Good shots there to be able to split the squad into only 2 effective players remaining alive. AGAL hunkered themselves down towards the ditch after taking a few shots on target from Nigma. Ooh, backstab though. Joel gets eyes on Ralph. This could be interesting, John.
You've also got Go Team out in the southwest of this to potentially play spoiler to Enigma Galaxy if they get too embroiled to the north side. Ralph also does need someone to move out and pick him up. The rest of the team lot further out to the northwest, and it might just be too far for them to go. Giving up on their compound, that's a really tricky decision to make, and Aurora and Go are going to fight for the opportunity to take down the rest of Navy Galaxy.
The main protocols have been good so far. Let's see if they can do it again. Aurora, good splash damage into the back. Force fighting from a distance. Moxie so low as Fuchs gets knocked. And Force living on a prayer there, but the double nade is enough to stop it. Only really Moxie that remains alive, but the nades don't stop John.
Oh dear, that old goat does need to try and stay alive as long as possible, but the bombardment continues, and Aurora stay alive with all 4 of their players. They're going to swing up towards the north side because Rufus is engaged now with Geeke over the top of the ridge. Doc wants to get stuck in too. Maybe a little bit more reticent now, though, as Rufus does have the challenge. Steps forward, Sauchi wins it, and Doc just wasn't there. The rest of Aurora, they weren't there either. Rufus will be the price that they pay. But is there an answer? Is there retribution? Shoal looks to try and find one. Geeke managed to get back behind the headland. An aid on in. Let's see if it's good. It splits the difference. Takes down one more. And Sauchi now fighting for his life.
Anything but safe in the position he's left in. Trying to clamber over the top of the bonnet. Low on health, about a quarter of his HP remaining. Shots on target as well to keep things uncomfortable. No moment of respite. No opportunity to catch your breath. Geeke gone. Silenced on this one from Aurora. But other sharks are in the water, John, and they smell that blood.
Not going to matter though, because they've got backup. Doc takes a tumble. The knock is sent over their way. KRX are trying to scout out. Could maybe be dangerous for Ulf as they don't have their wits about them, but I'm hoping that they do right now. They will try and maintain that control over the northern side. Thunderstorm Gaming have just been so quiet over the course of this whole match, Jackie. They've been in this position for a long time. They can stay there for a little bit longer, but I imagine you're going to have Aurora and Ulf on your doorstep pretty soon.
And that's not a collective that you want at your front door. It's going to get messy pretty quickly. Top with the eyes locked on as well for the exit side towards off. TTG just trying to keep their tails tucked between their legs, sitting pretty for at least an opportunity that's given to them. KRX that suffered heavy damage from that backstab. Alula making it uncomfortable did result in the downfall of Binny. So only a triple threat left. Vehicles for the rotate, but smoke coming out the bonnet.
Not the best of health, but you'll take it. It's the only thing on offer. KRX in probably the most difficult position here. Depending on their timing, though, because Four Thrives and Ulf are both going to have to move. The question is, where do they target? And if you can find a cheeky little insert into the back of a third-party fight, something like that, KRX might have a better time of it. But it looks like Ulf are much more preoccupied with clearing out that backstop because they haven't taken that move just yet. And KRX might just be walking straight into the fight. They want to try and take it down, Jackie.
They want to get stuck into this one, battling down the ditch, but let's see if they can withstand the blows from Ulf. Scarface lines up one, Chaos buckles to Oxy. There's a reply from Falak as well from range onto QXX, so he's able to steal away some points amongst the interaction between these two squads. Panic stations now for Ulf. They've got to play medic, John, and Four Thrives, their eyes are lighting up.
Four Thrives are already setting out. They are on the hunt. Hazaifa and IQ following this one down to the bitter end, as only remnants of these two teams on the north side will still be in action. And Hazaifa is all too happy to take those points, push OG off the top spot as well, and they are back in first place. On board with them, they got 4 players alive, playing from outside the circle. They'll need to find a route in.
Living the dream right now. Further damage done. Meanwhile, we switch over to the POV of Aurora. Nice nade. On target, Satan takes the brunt of the damage. Ulf still attempting to fight versus Four Thrives, but they're silenced as they cut their way through them. Lord battles back up close. Ralph can't withstand the fight from Joel. Good play with a shot, and he's got space to be able to calm this one down, John. Tucking the limited cover. AGAL from the sideline now.
Oh, getting stuck in. Sure, why not? Aurora down to 1. Just Joel remains. Doc is a goner. There is no way that he's going to get that player back up. Surely not. Has to try and play on this high ground. The zone will keep him in if he moves forwards to some of these trees, but stim up first, allow the blue zone to creep in. Doc, yeah, he's not coming back. That's going to be confirmed now. AGAL will take that point. Coops, the solo for Nick the Galaxy, who ruined the day Four Thrives last time around. Let's see if he's going to do the same thing here, but they are on opposite sides of the circle. Might be a little bit harder. Zypher, though, wants to try and get all over this circle. It's not going to go well. They do take a tumble. Falak's down too.
Yeah, this is looking brutal now. 2 players removed. It's all on IQ. Brains at the operation as he sprints through the smokes, looking to get a lineup onto them. Shotgun special, but not enough to deliver the payload, John. AGAL withstand the fight, shut down 4 Fribes, and can they reset from this? No one in immediate vicinity to attack onto them. They might be able to reset cleanly. TTG advancing up onto Joel as well.
They finally found a second elimination. They can leave here. They are the only team with 4 players alive. The pickups coming through on the east side is going to potentially give them a threat here, but this flex out needs to go well. It's only against 1 player, but that 1 player is Joel. So we'll see if he's got anything left in the tank. They disengaged from it. Interesting. Prioritizing staying in the zone, I guess.
Yeah, for TTG as well, right? It feels like you're in such a risky position in terms of the overall standings. You've got to get out there and give us a little bit more of that confidence, but still trying to grind this one out all the way to the bitter end. Keep themselves in the contest of a fair 4-on-4 firefight, I suppose. Thinking about AGAL as more their big competition than risking it versus Joel.
I mean, that high ground would have been great to try and suppress the rotation from AGAL for them. I feel like there's a lot of merit in trying to keep that hilltop going for you. You're right, it could have been dangerous, but I don't think you're going to win tournaments if you don't like the danger. And that's just not what's happening. AGAL making the cross against the duo from Nick the Galaxy, and that's how you want to hold. A nice little opening spray down, but 2 players unload right next to the compound. A third on the flip side as well. Maple looking to burn Lord out of position. Coops is half HP as well. Immediately catches him on the egress, and now Coops is looking for more, but what has he got left? Because Lord is down, and now Coops is the next to follow.
Really cleanly played there from Maple. Nice setup with the molly, instant switch to the rifle to hold the angle. Joel, meanwhile, has been crouching around all the commotion, but he's found Jimmy, dispatches him, and we get into that final 4-on-4 head-to-head. AGAL looking slightly more green around the gills with a single knock onto the roster, leaving them with an effective 3 to fight back versus TTG. Jimmy already got a bit of his power rising off the back of the knock onto Joel. What more can he do here? Nades chucked out for defensive maneuvers. They're committing to get this res off, and there's no aggression to punish with the advantage.
The nades not quite connecting for Thundertalk. This is sort of getting a little bit messy, but look at this flex out on the east side, sitting, trying to find an angle, but regroups back in. They're sort of putting themselves on the northwest side of this circle. And not as much pressure as they might need. They do know the full lay of this fight, though. They know where all of these players are for AGAL, so the full information is there. They would hear those vehicles, they would spot the runouts coming through. With Jimmy's angle there on the high ground, they might just be able to do something here. But 5 eliminations for AGAL, 3 eliminations for TTG. These are some fairly quiet games from these 2 potential winning candidates.
Scary as well, man, looking at the setup on the angle. I felt like that was your one opportunity, at least, where you had an advantage in the engagement. Now, as time ticks by, it was a nice setup from XEZ on the top side, just scanning over the periphery of the building. They've got nades to play with as well, so if you crash onto this, TTG are going to have a bumpy ride through, dumping some of the defensive utility out as well. A few Molotovs into the field.
Trying to hold on to a little bit more for later on when you get closer, when you get forced into known nade range. Much more tricky to hit it around the buildings. I mean, when you don't quite know exactly where they are, you can argue that it would be good to put them in now and maybe find an opening knock against AGAL, but they're going to look to try and levy that later on. Liu getting rezzed up there was a massive benefit for them. It means that they have this outpost all the way on an off angle. It's covering off so much ground and limits Thundertalk's position really heavily. Not following through for that flush may have just been a crucial mistake for Thundertalk.
On the other side of the coin, it's a play that could pay dividends for AGAL. This is the worrying duo setup as well. Zone crunching in. We'll see if Maple's forced to advance over the hard cover towards the fence just as it stops on the mark. XEZ still looking on the top side for the peek up. Sitting on the door. That's the nades in as well, and you're starting to take damage here. The shoe could be on the other foot, John. It looks very uncomfortable. TTG in the double nade on target.
Flower and Maple blowing away too. Suddenly you are at panic stations.
Down they go with their backs to the wall. What more have they got? It's all up to Sig. But he does find an answer for one. Let's see if he's got any more. A 1 versus 4 would be necessary. He's going to start out well, but it's not going to go his way. Thunder Talk, cower on the northwest side. They just are too timorous to take that one down, and instead, AGAL take the top spot. 19 points, 9 eliminations. A nice close down for them.
A big result in the final fight, and it felt problematic. TTG paying for placements for so long, hoping that it would pay off, but that one moment, John, where it felt like you had a chance to commit to it. It was the biggest opener they found in the space of that 5-minute final game sequence. Didn't commit to it, comes back to haunt them.
Absolutely. I mean, not committing to trying taking down Zjol's position out on that west side. I think that they could have done a lot more there to use that high ground. They would have been able to spot the AGAL run up towards the Nigma Galaxy duo. They would have been able to do so much more damage, maybe even flush Liu out, and then flex out towards the east side. They had such a massive opportunity to do that with Sighting moving into that area earlier on. It felt like they kind of threw that one all away, to be honest, Jackie. And when you're at the bottom of the tables, you need to be throwing caution to the winds, not throwing it into the bin.
Yeah, it's brutal, man, because obviously that's the thing, you know, it's everything to gain, nothing to lose in those kind of moments with how close we are towards the end of day two, being down towards the bottom side of the standings. An opportunity present itself, but the indifference there, that paralysis of just overthinking the situation twice towards the mid game, and then, like you say, with the late game as well. Yeah, it feels like that's kind of the difference maker, man. You know, hindsight's 20/20, John, but in those moments, a new pair of glasses may be needed.
Absolutely, or at least contacts at the very least. Yeah. Because they need to be seeing clearly. Some shifts coming through towards the bottom of the tables as well. Some players, some teams rather, jumping up to try and get into the survival stages. A couple of our teams towards the top as well, making a bid to confirm themselves, to lock down one of those 5 direct Grand Finals qualification spots. So really interesting. Moving out of Erangel now, we're going to be moving over to Miramar. I'm very excited to see what our teams are going to bring to the table on this one. The desert is going to be more rotationally focused. We say that all the time, right? So hopefully the smarter players are going to be able to bring something to bear. Who has got the brains behind the brawn?
Yeah, exactly. You're going to need that large IQ to help you get through these kind of games. These are our replays from the final moments on that one as well. Of course, Thunder Talks, like we said, he had one opportunity on the engagement, though. It was a nice knock from AGAL, and then they just ran through with it, John. The nade opener absolutely crippled them.
头顶一个和右手一个，可以控，我能过来。不要手倒，右手倒，最后一个，我右手倒，不用急，他没去，他要失去。
Solid comms, they knew what they'd done already.
我来。
As soon as the comms go silent, you know that they've got it locked down.
Yeah. Seems happy, seems confident with how they played it overall. Good shutdown towards the end. I like the position as well, where we had that 2-2 setup. Yeah, XZZ basically just on the top side, looking over the ledge of the hut. The way you had Liu as well further out, like you mentioned, just giving them so much more map control that really did give them that extra edge.
Yeah, well, that is what you need to try and find. I mean, how many nades were in the pockets, do you reckon? Four TT, right, when they went down. It felt like they could have used that utility a little bit earlier on. Sure, it's not like the perfect place, but I don't think such a thing really exists when it comes to this. You do just need to be throwing those down range. There was more that they could have done. It was not to be. And credit to AGAL for being able to leverage that advantage, right? They were able to read into that. They were able to send out, right, and grab their player back up because they felt, oh, yeah, they're not putting pressure on us. Let's just go for it.
I know that's the thing, right? It does kind of feel like we're really egging on this one point, but when you look back at it in hindsight now, that was the pivotal moment of it's the big edge they had. Following everything else that went on from there, John, there was no advantage taken. It was very sort of, cowsome in the setup they went for, hoping that effectively they'd find a pick on contact. It doesn't go that way when you're eating shrapnel. So yeah, the one opener that did give them an edge, not followed through on. That indifference certainly hurting them in these games.
Yeah, absolutely. Some of the rotations around that west side as well worked out well for them, right? Because remember,
early on, I was talking about AGAL. Oh, they're going all the way out west.
True.
And they were later into the zone. They played a slow game. They played the only team really to go for that sort of thing. And it's obviously worked out well for them in this instance. But I feel like if another team was in Thunder Talk's position, might not have been as easy. But either way, they do manage to make it work. So yeah, very, very smart stuff coming through from AGAL. Looking to try and get one of those spots for themselves as well. I'm loving how close all of this is, Jackie.
I know, it has been exciting, right? Obviously a little bit different to the usual spin of things when we're at such a prestigious event like this with the back-to-back games. The fact we're going into a day two with a risk of not only having teams qualifying through, having that sort of, you know, our dream moment, this is great, but the sheer defeat, the sheer panic of sitting there and realizing that's it, 2 days of play and it's over, mate. You know, you're thinking about airports, John. You're not thinking about trophies, about the history, about actually giving that solidarity to your organization with a big result. After what's been quite a grind to get here, some of these teams.
I mean, at the end of all of this, right, we do crush the keys. If you're in this sort of situation, you can't let your mind be crushed already. There is still an opportunity, I think, for any team to make it into at least survival stages, given how we were sat before this. And for the final 2 matches to be so good is pretty important. It is going to be good news. We're going to be jumping down for an interview with Al-Ola.
Yes, we do. I've got quick here from Al-Ola Club Esports here for a very quick interview before we go into our final 2 games here on the Qiddiya City Grid. Sandstorm, thank you so much for joining us as well to help translate. Quick, let's talk about what the issues have been so far over the last 2 days, or the points of contention. What's been stopping you guys from gaining momentum over the past few days?
اول شيء شكرا على تواجدك معنا كويك وحابب اسالك بخصوص الاداء خلال اليوم الثاني. احكي لنا ايش المشاكل اللي عم بتمروا فيها؟ يعني بين انه مو عندكم مثلا اي نقص بالامكانيات او القدره، لكن يعني في عندكم مثلا نقص من ناحيه الفرص انكم تبنوا عزم في المباراه، فايش المشاكل اللي عم بتمروا فيها؟
والله المشاكل يعني ما عندنا مشاكل انه استراتيجيه وجن سكيل، عندنا يعني كل شيء موجود، بس عندنا انه نحتاج ندخل بالجو وجاي ندخل بالجو، وان شاء الله الجيمين الباقيه انه راح نأدي اداء ونتأهل.
I want to say it's not that we have an issue when it comes to our tactics, our strategies. We just need to get into the flow of things. And with 2 games left, we're hoping to be able to get into it and get it done in the next games.
I mean, speaking of getting into the flow, even that last map on Erigel, you guys appear to have better flow, better pacing. You coming down through the north side of Circle, obviously it pulled away from you guys. You took out Furia, everything seemed to be good, and then the pacing slowed down. What happened?
هلا بخصوص المباراة الماضية كان مبين انه في عندكم يعني بوش قوي من المنطقة الشمالية، قدرتوا تشيلوا فريق فيوريا، كانت سرعتكم كويسة، لكن بعدين بطأتوا وتم إقصائكم بالزون. فايش كانت المشكلة وقتها؟ هل مثلا كانت روتيشن بطيئة ولا ايش المشكلة اللي مريتوا فيها في الجيم الماضي اللي تم إقصائكم من وراها؟
اخذنا قرار نشيل ار كيو، بعدين دخل علينا تيم فيوريا وقتلناهم، بس اول ما خلص الفايت انه ما عندنا وقت نجمع انفو ندخل على الزون. رحنا يمين شفنا كوتيم ضاغط علينا، رحنا بوجهنا لقينا تيم، رحنا يسار تيم لازم علينا، ومتنا من كثر الضغط علينا بالسيارات.
After we were able to make the push and take down Furia, we tried to rotate in multiple different positions, but every direction we took, there was always another squad waiting for us. So, yeah, the fighting did benefit us, but it was at the end. So, yeah, it became just too difficult for us to actually find different positions, but every direction occupied.
Yeah, I mean, couple of potentially going into the bottom 3. You're currently out of it. Are you going to be able to stay out of that bottom 3 spot? And how are you guys feeling? Are you feeling positive for these next 2 games?
هلا بقى عندكم اخر مباراتين، اخر فرصتين عشان تقدروا تتاهلوا وتكونوا موجودين ضمن حاجز التاهل للسرفايفل ستيج. فاحكي لنا على كيف احساس الفريق، كيف شعورهم، وهل جاهزين وهل عندهم الامكانيه انهم يضلهم متواجدين ومتاهلين للمرحله الجايه من البطوله؟
شعورنا دائما انه نحو الافضل، انه ايجابيه وما عندنا اي سلبيه، انه احنا نقدر راح نتاهل، بس عندنا مشاكل نريد نحلها، وها هي ما يعني متأهلين، الثقة موجودة، الحماس موجود، كل شيء موجود.
I want to say as long as we are in the right mentality and we have the right state, we're in the right state of mind, we can accomplish what we want to, and hopefully within these last 2 games, like I said before, we'll get into the flow of it, and we believe that we have the ability to qualify, and we'll prove it in the last 2 games.
I like that, a bit of positivity. Thank you so much, Quick, for joining me in this interview. Sandstorm, you're a legend. Thank you so much. We have another interview here on the Qiddiya City Grid before we throw it over to the studio, so let's go over to that one. Yes, we do. Thank you very much, Barney. I am with Aaron, one of the superstars, the young superstar from Ulf here, to talk about some of the games that have gone on so far here for them. And my question to you guys is, obviously, it's been a bit of an up and down results so far from you guys. What do you think about the overall games from today as well as your performance?
Bugünkü maçlarda yine iyi performanslarınız da oldu, kötü performanslarınız da oldu. Genel olarak bugünü biraz değerlendirebilir misin?
Bugün çok iyi de oynamadım, çok kötü de oynamadım. Ortalama puan çektik bence. Çok hatamız var. Onlardan ders çıkarıp son iki maç inşallah iyi puan çekeceğiz.
As you said, we had ups and downs today as well. But we know our mistakes and we hope to learn our lessons from that and finish on the top in those last two games.
So let's talk about that then a little bit. Obviously, a lot of top fours from you guys so far, but no wins, no chicken dinners just yet. But we're used to knowing that Ulf is always a contender for number one and always able to get them chicken dinners on the board. So will there be any adaptations in these next two games, or what are you expecting?
Henüz bir win almadınız ama Ulf'u biliyoruz, her zaman birinci sıraya zorlayan bir takım. Top 4'de de çok oynadınız ama hiçbir win gelmedi. Bu son oyunlarda stratejinizde herhangi bir değişiklik olacak mı?
Yani bir değişikliğimiz olmayacak. Aynı oyunumuza devam edeceğiz. Sadece hatalarımızı telafi etmeye çalışacağız.
We will only keep playing our own game and we will try to learn our lessons from the mistakes that we made.
All right, fair. Thank you very much, Aaron, for joining us here. That is us done for here down on the stage. Time to head back into the games here from PMWC.
thằng quấy nhỉ. Thằng quấy tiền gì vậy?很有道理。
Promise you all some more updates. Well, we've got them because we swung by the Allianz Vault. We grabbed Trav to give us a little bit of some insight into what's been going on because you guys are already 3 days into your group stage, so break it all down for us.
Yeah, as you say, we're in day 3 at the moment, which means the brackets have kind of reset, the groups are back to the start, and the players are on the same standing again.
Okay.
But the same can't be said for some of the clubs. Team Falcons coming into day 3 of competition with 3 players left alive. They came in with 4, so lost 1 along the way. But other than that, the biggest competition, you're looking at Twisted Minds.
Sure.
Arslan Ash has pretty much done everything you can in this game. So he's just one EWC, is one of the favourites to take this competition. Now, he beat the favourite in his group, so he's kind of taken that pole position at the moment, and I'm really liking AGL to go far here.
That could be massive.
Exactly, and like obviously in the position they're in on the club championship leader, and they've put all their faith in one player, John Ding. So it's a question of whether or not he's going to be able to get it done. He's been looking kind of hit or miss so far, but obviously with it refreshing and being now in the similar standing, he might have a chance.
So this could be really interesting when it comes to our club championship standings. Obviously, like you mentioned, we've got AGAL in 3 out of the 4 stages this week. One of the teams we're paying attention to in PUBG Mobile, you mentioned Vitality. We've got them. We're going to see them tomorrow kind of to kick things off for their group as well. So lots of these clubs could get some massive points this week, kind of shake up the overall leaderboard because so many clubs are chasing Falcons right now at the tippy top of it. So still lots of action left in store for all of you at home. And of course, when we have some winners, some more points on the board, or some big changes, we'll make sure we're keeping you updated on all of it.
See, I told you Glitter will be able to deliver with the club championship updates. Also, shout out to Trav for letting us know what's going on his stage. But I'm joined by none other than Mr. Black. He went from casting and now here at the studio with us. And none other than Neptune as well, the 7WG. We got to talk about that last game. AGAL putting themselves in contention for that top 5, Natura.
Isn't it nice? It's so nice. I mean, we've been wanting AGAL to do something. For how many games has it been? 8 games so far? Something like that? Yeah, 10 games, even worse. No, they're doing a very, very good job. I am enjoying what they're doing, but to go in a little bit more in depth, right? I really liked how they did that South wraparound, and I think that's really going to be something that we're going to see, hopefully, from them a little bit more, as they're being able to actually, you know, think outside the box a little bit, do those wraparound rotations, able to see those opportunities and do it all over again. So maybe in Miramar it will be happening. But 19 points, I think that is the incentive that they need to do that again.
Yeah, solid from AGAL to maybe, hopefully, they'll be able to make it to that top 5. We'll have to wait and see what's going to happen with it.
Yeah, bro, why did it take the weaker Chinese team to let the stronger Chinese team win?
Oh, line is landing on the going. No, the going line is landing on the
Thunder Talk Gaming was camping in.
They
were there for the longest time.
Okay, however you call it that though, because you came out, you said X-Force in heaven, we're not camping.
I didn't say they were not camping. I say it wasn't just lucky, though. They were holding off people. What do you mean? They were holding off Furia. They were holding a bunch of other people.
Yeah,
for this one, Thunder Talk, they were legit just camping.
Okay. I agree with that. I mean, to be fair to Thunder Talk, though, they need some points. Okay, if that's what it takes, that's what it takes.
You gotta do
it. Okay, you can't hate too much.
No.
I'll tell you what I do hate, though. I'll tell you what I do hate.
What do you hate?
I really do not like Enigma Galaxy's push onto Volcano versus Aurora. That was a throw. That was probably the biggest throw I've seen in quite some time, actually. There was no reason to leave where they left from. And I mean, if we even just roll the tape back to what we were just watching just then, AGAL won from when Enigma Galaxy was playing.
That's true.
Like, we could just sit there all day. We could sit there all day, twiddle our thumbs, and we would have won the game. All right? Aurora has to come off the ridge side into playing view. Got shot by someone else. So I don't really understand the call there. And we're still hitting these strange 2-2 splits. I think sometimes it works really well. Other times, not so much.
Yep. And that one, it didn't work whatsoever if you are Enigma Galaxy. One team that does need the points as well to put up good points in the last match was Alula. I really enjoyed the way that they were able to kind of rotate towards the north. And right now, we're seeing an amazing performance out of this squad that's trying to make it to survival at least.
Yeah, it's a really nice play. I was watching them versus RRQ, I think, over in the garage area, and it was actually really, really nice to see that aggression come on through. It was a very strong sort of presence that they put themselves into, moving into the garage area over there, because it wasn't a direct push. There was a solo of RRQ in the garage, but it wasn't direct full-on push onto an opposite team. It was just such a strong presence with those vehicles that it was like, hey, we're actually going to be doing something. It's intimidating for the other teams. That's what you want to see from teams more often. And yeah, Alula did a really great job of that.
Well, I think this lobby is quite well balanced so far. It's very well balanced.
Very.
The thing is that there are some squads where the gameplay feels a little less intentional overall. That's what kind of worries me in a big way at the moment, is that for OG, I do think there has been some times where, you know, they'll find a good spot, they have some good rotates in, and then it feels intentional from there onwards. Like that's a passivity that they go for, and it tends to reward them in the late game. Yeah. I want to see a bit more proactiveness from them in future, because I think that could really help improve their score lines. But right now, they're absolutely fine. There's no reason to change. There are teams, on the other hand, like we're looking at RRQ, they feel like a team that's been forced to make plays. It doesn't feel intentional. And then they're winning off the back of some gun skill. And I think, honestly, Lepar is massively propping up that team at the moment, because he has some really good clutch moments. But it comes off the back of, ooh, did we really want to be here? Now Lepar's going to have to clutch up.
Yeah, it's true. I think you're right there. It's like, And I'm seeing it from a lot of teams. I'm just trying to think of like all the lobbies that we've seen, all the groups, all the teams rather. It's kind of a lot of the same thing. I think OG in the beginning were doing it as well, right? Not so much today, but certainly yesterday it was a little bit of a let's see what happens if we go here and then see what happens. You know, it's not proactive. It's not, there's no plan to it. It's just kind of a bit random, and I think a few teams have been doing that. Like
For OG, they're not going to be that upset, all right? They ended up with the first place, third place, fourth place. This is just something that they're going to keep on improving. And going back to Alula, something that I actually really want, I was hoping you would end up pointing out. I really enjoy how long they took to rotate in, because they were making sure that there was going to be nobody behind them. I really enjoyed that out of them, which can allow them to do that fight that you were talking about with RRQ. Another squad that we actually been seeing now step up, as we're seeing the battle there for first place, is 4 Thrives. 4 Thrives with those 2-2 splits.
It was very nice, and 2-2 splits are their big thing. The 1-3, the 2-2, they love doing it, and we saw it in some really good form there in that last game. I really enjoyed that. Very strong. Again, the same point I was making about Alula is the same for 4 Thrives. Again, they're intimidating the rest of the teams. They've woken up in this game and gone, right, there's 2 games left. We would like to be in first place, so we're going to be more intimidating, playing those mind games, being very strong, not necessarily going full aggro, but being intimidating. Look at what intimidation gets you. 4 Thrives, 92 points.
Not even just intimidation, just being proactive and making sure that they don't let anybody push up on them, as KRX was trying to. But 4 Thrives right now overtakes that first place. Orangutan still in that second place. Congratulations, Orangutan. You're going to be going to the finals. Aurora came in there in that third. And now we're going to be looking at that 5th place and that 4th place, because I want you to see how close it is from 4th place all the way down to 8th. It's just 11 points, which honestly, they can, even through this, even through Ulf as well, they can make that jump, Blank.
They can. I think for Ulf, there's a big opportunity here at the end of the day to make it happen. I wasn't massively impressed with Erin's answers there, though. There was a lot of, we can learn from our mistakes, we can learn from our lessons.
Yeah.
What are those lessons? What are those mistakes? Do they even know what those mistakes are? Ketch isn't really on his A game. I think Erin's doing a lot of heavy lifting. Scarface, funnily enough, despite having not these massive pop-up moments, he's coming in clutch right now. But Ulf can do it. Enigma Galaxy, I really do want to see them get into top 5. Yes. They have looked very disappointed throughout these 2 days, which I've been, a little bit unhappy about, because I'm like, guys, you've been playing very well at certain points in time. I want that team atmosphere to be a little bit up. You've got Coops with you. He's doing phenomenal work. Hype your boy up a little bit. That's all I want to see.
My boy, Coops! Because honestly, he has been performing so well. But before we go into the next 2 matches, we're going to be sending it to Kalaris and the man with the big energy, Hadouks!
That is very correct. We got Miramar on the way, and we want to talk a little bit about that. I've got Hot Jukes with me to talk about it all and how it's going to go down. Obviously, with only 2 games remaining here, Jukes, some of those teams on the bubble, they've got to make moves on one bubble or another.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, that's what it's all about here. It's top 5 or bottom 3. That's where our eyes are locked, because everybody in between is going to that survival stage. But you're right, we're going into the desert, baby. The last 2 matches, and that is where you gotta clutch it up. One team I gotta talk about right off the rip is Go Team, right? They won the second to last Miramar yesterday. The one thing though was that they land in that El Azahar area. Both circles in both matches ended up going down to that Los Leones region. So I think that was advantageous for them here, but the zone could go anywhere here. Can they repeat that? They're going to need to, because Enigma Galaxy is going to come from.
I think they did such a good job west side of Impala to be able to have which compound that they did and then be able to rotate south on that. So that was very, very impressive. On the other side of the bubble, though, I want to talk about GK just a little bit, right? Because they started off the entire tournament for their group stage so far with a win, and since then it's slipping here, slipping there, and I would like to see GK do a little bit more. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I mean, I think that it was really demoralizing for them in just that other match where it was down in military base. They had such a great position, and they were not able to put any shots on a team flash at all. They took it and won the game from that spot. So it's all about, you have to adapt, right? You're at the biggest stage ever. You're live here in Paris. You got to be able to calm down, settle down, and make it happen no matter what.
Well, between you and Jackie, I'm never escaping the GOAT team subject here from all of this. All right, no more barring, no more barring. It's time to head over to the commentators here for the 2 last games of the day.
Hey, look, we don't lie, James. We don't lie. Me and Jukes know what's up. It's all about GOAT, baby. They're going to be out there swinging, but it's Miramar time. And I got someone that I describe as a GOAT sat right next to me. And it's not because how he looks. It's because he's the best at casting. Get in there, John.
Oh, you're talking about me?
Yeah, that's right, buddy.
I was looking on the other side of you. I was like, what's going on there? Is someone else sitting on the desk with us? No, he's being very kind to me.
I know.
That's a very strange feeling, but thank you very much. We are going to be heading into Miramar, lickety-split, and it is hubble bubble, toil and trouble. 5 teams will go forwards and 3 will fumble their opportunity to make it towards even the survival stage. The down towards the bottom of the table is looking mighty dejected. He's starting to open up a bit of a 6-point gap between 14
let's go,
bubble. Towards the bottom of the tables, that's pretty significant.
It is. That was kind of slick with it as well with the wordplay, John. You were giving me some nursery rhyme type beats there, and you're spot on because it will be a crime for some of these teams if they don't get through because they can't make dimes. PUBG Mobile World Cup.
Make sure that you're getting in and amongst it. You cannot afford to be timid, to be timorous, to be shy. When you have a knock to play around, you know, that's kind of a look, you know, as long as it's still in my memory, it's going to be in yours too. It is a real stain on that one. Plane path goes from Minas del Sur over towards La Cobraria up on the northwest side. Fairly chill on this one, waiting for the circle to come on out and... But now, we're going to be kind of chill. Picardo, though, could be dangerous if Thundertalk do drop down, because 4 Thrives are on top of it. In and amongst it. But no, Thundertalk, we know what they like to do, and it is get away from other players in the lobby.
You got it twice in the intro, but I can't believe.
I've just got to twist that knife.
I know, you really are. You're turning it.
Second place isn't first place, is it?
Yeah, I mean, technically. Second to lose, I suppose. Or first to lose.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I'll take it.
Something like that. We'll run the numbers. That's not our role. That's Max.
No, it's not.
It's not Max. Oh, dear.
They're on the road again with a big bang. They're going on through. It's the GOAT team. Heading on up on the South Coast Road, going to potentially move in over towards Puerto Perico and Impala, that sort of area of the map, but the plane path being on the west and the circle being on the northwest is going to make things tricky. But if you want to make things as untricky as possible, make sure you're grabbing those Naruto skins. You saw that flash up on your screens. Jump on into the game. Make sure you go for those draws because you can look mighty fine on the battlegrounds.
Oh yeah, you can look pretty damn slick. Come out there styling on fools with your plays with the mad skins that they've got. Wonderful collab. Everyone's very excited about it. So like John said, make sure you're checking it out and getting your solo peepers spotting it in game today. And of course, we'll be using our eyeballs to tell you the lay of the land with the teams here. Give you a run through of everything that matters as we get close. Going into the next game, obviously, it'll be a little bit more deliberation, right? We'll know kind of what we're looking like. Top spots, obviously, being drastically important. Skip survival. And then the bottom side of the pack, because otherwise, John, it's not even a matter of survival stage for you. It's just outright goodbye, good night from the event. Yet to come, really, but it might get a bit defined from this very game of Miramar here.
Yeah, if we're going to see early falls from X-Force Reject, Thundertalk Gaming Stars, it may just be a death sentence for them to try and make their way forwards. Obviously, there is always those mathematical probabilities, because technically you can get 60 eliminations in a game and get a chicken dinner, which gives you a 70-point match. But I've never seen it happen, Jackie. Not legally, anyway.
No, but you can't see air, and they say that it exists. So you never know, John. That's the funny thing. But hey, probably not, eh? Because that would be crazy.
I hate that you've just said that to me. This is right. But only if you're talking about the visible spectrum of light.
Yeah, I mean, like, we can prove it exists, but...
Yeah. Can you? Can you prove it exists?
There's a fan next to you. That seems to be moving some air.
You don't know what it's doing.
I can feel it.
If you can't prove air, how can you prove fans, you know? You've got to start from the basics. 1 + 1 = 2. Thundertalk Gaming can't close out a game. That's the sort of situation we need to be starting from. That's the foundational elements of this universe.
Well, someone's giving you some funny juice today.
Hey, you know what? I had to do a lot of exercise.
I'm a little crazy with it.
Yeah, you work
ကျွန်
on
တော်က87အမှတ်တရတိတ်မပြောက်ဘူးကြာကျွန်တော်ဒီဟွာဒီကို
as well. There's about half an hour of unedited footage of John.
တော့70ကိုတိတ်မပြောက်69မှန်တယ်89ဆို
Oh, it was good to see though, but honestly, I think your rotations would be on point now. The amount of stamina you must have built up.
I've lost it all. I used it. I burned through that camera very, very quickly. Let's take a look at the lay of the land now, because it looks like X-Force Rejects with a chance to take a fight against Ulf. And remember, X-Force Rejects, one of those teams in danger. Reverb is down and out of there. So already a poor start for our bubble team.
Yeah, not ideal. That one's going to get popped instantly. Akin to bursting in the verbiage we're using here, which isn't what you want if you want to try and rise up and actually get yourself out of that danger zone. Devil up top side 2014 as well. Alula, we were singing their praises previously. They started to build a good amount of energy. Some of the fights we saw from them actually look good as well. That R3B, that awkward encounter versus KRX, so far away in terms of distance, but hitting beautiful shots. So mechanically, individually, John, he looked like he was hitting some great form. Rest of the squad comes alive into this one. It could be a good reset. We heard in the interview as well, you know, yeah, there were mistakes, but we can fix things. We're going to come out on top. Would love to see that proven true.
They definitely want to. A lot of power from that last match to see themselves up towards the survival stage zone right now. On 41 points, they're in a decent spot on this map. Up towards La Cabrera. They do need access to the north and the south. And if they can win a fight with X-Force Rejects, that would probably be one of the best case scenarios for them, right? If they can take control of the Crater Fields area, get some of that high ground under lock and key against one of their main rivals, there's very few better positions for a team to be in than to be able to find a little bit of confidence right now. It's going to be weighing heavily on the minds. Everyone sat around them. Enigma Galaxy moving in from that western side. RRQ as well could potentially try and jump into the mix there. Orangutan as well have access to those Crater Fields hills. But we've got a little bit more time before we see things go really to loggerheads. We've only had that one casualty so far.
Moving up. Obviously, from what we saw, it was a little bit stale from some of the kids, more just getting stuck involved into fights when it was forced upon them rather than taking the initiative necessarily themselves. We'll see if that will change here with the approach. Down towards the compound now, having a bit of a loot up. Satan not too far away. No real read or need to engage onto each other yet. So opportunity to at least get themselves armed without an overinvestment. Visual contact there as well. You can see the vehicle driving away, so Satan will clear distance.
Gets a little bit of a wider berth around the roadblocks. Enigma Galaxy, they're very central on this already. Goat team, really not so much. Already out in the blue, over the water. Impala coming in from the eastern side for Goat team. They are going to need to get towards it, but it's still very, very early days, especially here on Miramar. Waiting for the second circle can often be pretty impactful.
Oh, 这边比对。我不敢听你的，我不敢碰，我不敢听你的，你们。
On a Miramar, wait for that small shift and try and play for it later on. Get a little bit more looting done out on that east side. We saw Goat team dropping out and moving quite early on, so the looting phase will have been a little bit offset. Hopefully now, though, they are on the road, and I believe that they are, to try and move in, potentially sweep all the way up to that north side. Could inject towards water treatment, over past Cruz de Valle. But there is Geek in the way in El Azahar, so potentially be an unexpected blockage in the system for them. The next zone will reveal itself fairly soon, though, so we'll see what they opt to do with that new information once it's revealed.
See what we're cooking with, and this one gets a bit of a shift on the go. Obviously, those later rotates coming up. Condenses relatively central, feeling slightly down. So most sides still within a fairly comfortable amount of territory. Water treatment going to be cut out, so going to be giving up the KRX and looking for an advanced path. You can see Geek advancing a bit quicker now as well, speeding up on their rotate through the roadside with Goat in relatively close by contest. And then that chance for AJL to potentially bump into Aurora on the late advancement.
Trying to push in on that south side. There are other options for AGAL here. Maybe not wanting to go past Montenuevo. They could send up maybe try and play up towards El Pozo or swing even further north, but you know this side of the map's going to be really heavily occupied. It's a difficult approach, so going straight through may just be the best option available to them. Geeke sort of slowly trundling over the hillsides, and Goat have spotted them now. Moxie hops out, looks for the shots, but doesn't quite take it. Doesn't have the lineup with the rest of the team to confidently get a knock, and you don't want to overexpose here. You don't want to be using players like this, especially with how tenuous Goat team's position is in 5th place.
Yeah, and it's not something they generally tend to force the issue on either.
Historically,
even with Rust being a little bit different to what I'd seen in the past, on Miramar they were pretty good with late rotates. It's something they really enjoy playing, right? If they can avoid early game fights, they're going to be building into a big finish. It tends to work well for them. That sort of situation, maybe with the tumble from Ragnarok, if he had a clean shot, could have got an opening pick there, tried to build off it. Not worth the risk from the angle they were left in. So late chase, calm it back down. That's more the Goat style. It'll give Geeke a window of opportunity to get into the zone. Is that Reject getting a knockover onto 4 Thrives, John?
I believe it was, yeah, but they're a little bit too far afield to really confirm onto this one. And not only that, but X-Force Reject really cannot do too much to get out of their position now. This is that high ground position. Atop it, but actually Nick the Galaxy kind of in the way of it as well. Yeah. You can see there is this cabal of 3 players very, very close by, but they are still downhill from that super duper high ground. For Alula, this is a brilliant spot to take points, to try and extract value from this early to mid game.
Interesting lineup, and like you say, obviously not the best position to try and get that follow-up from. Reset from 4 Thrives, be more aware and paranoid about the potential to expose themselves. AGAL were slow on the rotate behind Aurora. That started to turn a little bit with them actually pulling up very close towards the Aurora squad, looking to block out the sun. It's a nice angle on the peak from top. A weapon he's very comfortable with. Takes the pot shot, but not quick on the response. XCZ with a knock, John. Damn.
Now Aurora can't really roll forwards. Doc and Joel immediately rolling back around to try and keep things together. Reapers with some good suppressing fire. There are off angles as well against this position that could potentially be causing worry for AGAL. Do not want to let their momentum slip. Could jump up into the top 5 themselves after this match. Still a long way out from the end of this one. As the res comes through, so Top's back to his feet. Control the east side, but the kills for Alula are just so beneficial now. This is a brilliant game for them to try and make this one work. It's so hard for everybody else to try and move in. I feel like Thunder Talk are going to have a really tough time here trying to extract themselves from the southeast side where they sit, which is behind this engagement on our screens now, Jackie.
Yeah, this is really bad for them with the backstab building, scouting party play from Doc coming in round the rear, whilst the nades are just keeping them hammered into position. AGAL do get one knock onto top once again. It's a good nade thrown out from a key player from the team in Flower H. On the hard commit, Joel is slick with it with a reply. Punishes him, pushing up daisies. That's the only flowers that are in his mind now. Leo on the reply, jumps behind the steering wheel. Off angle push on the ridge. Let's see if he can do anything from this.
Moves out into position. Doc on the high ground has control of the angle, though Leo does need to be careful. That smoke's just about to fade. Drops the Molotov to stop any forwards aggressive pushes as Reefus regroups up to the top. All of Aurora are here, and Thunder Talk are trying to loop around this one. Okay, put pressure onto the solo. Let's see what Doc's got. He's got backup now, and the rest of Aurora are trying to move on in. It's a breath of life for AGAL, but maybe they want to get stuck in too, because Doc is still fragging out. Nade out to try and find an angle on towards Thunder Talk, and this is a little bit more aggressive. This is a little bit more dynamic. That's what we wanted to see. But do they have the skills to back it up? Not stepping in fire. Number 1 though, as Jimmy takes a turn around the corner.
Doc on a move up as well. Once again, shotty, but it's Joel with an SMG that puts AJ to sleep on first contact. Close quarters combat, Reefus with a hop up. Good to shut him down. TTG thought they finally got a breath of fresh air. An opportunity to push in an upset versus the lone player of Aurora. But the longer this has gone on, That thunder is being taken away from them.
AGAL moved up towards this fight, but actually took a harrying from KRX. That backstab that you were talking about, making itself known. Maybe AGAL overextending in that scenario and losing a player here, but they are in the zone. KRX not so lucky. They don't really have that sort of foothold. So for AGAL, all is not lost, but the fight may be coming to them from KRX on the north side.
We've got Top priming the nade as well up top right now. This shanty town could be taken down as the nade from Top's right on target. Goodbye, Jing. They know they've got to move quick as well. The zone coming up, so they want to advance and try and force the issue. Low HP for Top. Reefus with a bait play, opens the door, holds close on the angle, and the shotgun sings for one. Jimmy encounter, but it seems like Aurora can hold on for now.
No way to put that one back together. Jimmy just sat there and didn't really do much. Unfortunately for Thunder Talk, they will go down again, and it's good news for our bubble teams once more. We're going to try and make that chase. We turn our attention over to the northeast side. It is Orangutan, Four Thrives, and Ulf. Going at longest to try and push past, because Four Thrives have control of this hill, have control of the ground. It's going to make things tricky in this area.
That respite for Four Thrives has been very different from what we've seen throughout the entire event. Always looking for opportunities to force themselves into weakened situations to get advantage from it. Here, thinking about the big picture, knowing they're relatively safe, they're comfortable, they're happy. They'll see if a mistake is presented towards them before they play their card. AGAL on the wrap back up. That three-man squad that got away, realistically, John, with Liberties in that situation versus the crunch in from Aurora. How long can they survive? How long can Nigma hold off potentially this crunch from GOAT?
GOAT as well. This is the battle on the bubble. Remember, Nigma Galaxy trying to chase them. They've already found that opening. They're going to know that this is GOAT, and they may just be out for blood. Ralph also cooking a nade there, so they didn't have the barrels down range to take on Footman as he beats wide. A nade sent back on in, but not really connecting just yet. Does some damage, but it's only going to tickle. And they back off, Jackie. They are falling away from this, not wanting to get too far into this fight. You can get third-partied. Alola up on the high ground. A massive threat.
That's the thing. Killer Joe usually so keen for the close quarters engagements as well. It feels like he's your entry fragger, someone that's going to take those risks. Being knocked early, left of resets, very elevated angle to peek down. Bullets barraging on target, but the longer he takes that fight, the more exposed he is to the hilltop side there that you've got from Alula. So can't overcommit. Killer Joe with the knock once more, back on his legs. It seems uncomfortable.
Killer Joe going down, Foosman backed off the angle again. And they are just getting forced into a difficult scenario here. Goats do still have force out in the open, but Alola just making life so difficult. Nobody's having a good time around these cliffs, but nobody's going down behind them, which is quite impressive stuff. But Moxie finally caught by Quick. Able to slide away unnoticed. No, he gets found again. That should be a flush, and likely Killer Joe going down too. So go cut in half here. Enigma Galaxy, big opportunity.
There's just no exit path, John. You've got to stay close to the wall and fight up in person, or attempt for a quick get. Whatever you choose, Alula just leering over the edge, looking to convert from it. This extended battle between KRX and Aurora as well, leaving them worse for wear every minute that passes. The duo attempts to just get out on it. Beats away from the situation, but Jean not given that gift. Another connection, that time it's from Flash Gaming, catching them on the exit with a rotate of the vehicle. Only Top left.
Moving in on that south side, it's over for Aurora. Goats managed to get back up to 3. I thought they were going to lose Mox. Sorry, 2 players. Killer Joe does manage to somehow get res there. Rotating in the shadow of the mountain, but the circle just keeps giving it to the high ground here. This is good for Enigma Galaxy, but Alola will survive for so much longer. The difficulty is the X-Force reject are just still in this one. Still a threat, still breathing down their neck.
Seemed like that was nearly the go signal as well, called for. Enigma were looking right on the edge, debating whether or not they do swing off it if there was a peek out, a wide angle in play, but Foops is trying to keep himself close down to the ground behind the vehicle. Killer Joe on the back line, a similar situation. And I better hope they do it cleanly as well, John. Alula could peer over and attempt to clean up if they take sustained damage from this. No one wants to risk it.
Now RRQ, it's a really important fight right now. They're trying to push it behind Alula. If they get a shot out of this team, things could change. But a stalwart hold and R3B on that long-range backstop angle is so importantly placed for them. He catches them on the crossfire, immediately shreds a player away from them. That is great news. Not only that, but it gets the information over the rest of his team. Where RRQ are approaching from, how many are they, what sort of angles they play around with. It is so invaluable to have that sort of stuff on side. I think a Galaxy to get rid of the Remnant to go.
This time they clear on the edge. They knew Fuchs was not once again. The over-investment from cleaning out the full squad isn't worth the risk, though, so they won't go too deep into it. Stay in the angle where they know they're safe from the peak from Alula. Coops looking for a backside read as Killer Joe sits, staying warm by the burning building with Force miles away from assisting him.
Orangutan in the meantime tried to send forwards. They've lost a lot of health bar, but it looks like they may be able to res up to 3 if they're lucky. All while this is all unfolding, RRQ again suffering, but it's back and forth with Goat. And I think that might just spell the end for them. Only Killer Joe now remaining. The last to stand, Enigma Galaxy, all too chuffed with this because they are in that 5th place spot now. Goat desperately wanting to try and stay in the running for our last match, which is yet to come after this.
Oh, Satan spotting it. Seemed like there was the clear there over towards the vehicle. Good shots on target. Stop Killer Joe. Remove Goat. So they're out here. And that's the dream scenario. Licking your lips for Enigma Galaxy. They know that they'll be able to move themselves up. Cleaning limbs added to the total tally. The 4 players still remaining alive. We saw Force falling to RRQ that are trapped down in a divot right now. Resetting, playing inside of the smoke. Such a wide berth of space, though, with Silence keeping his sights on this position.
A lot of open angles for them to play around, but leaving this building is going to be so hard for Furia. With the angles that Enigma Galaxy, maybe not Alula, I think they're a little bit too far away to take shots out there, but the position that Enigma Galaxy have on this, they'll have the information.
No,
it might be pretty difficult for them to actually compete on that angle. So maybe AGAL could be more important on suppressing Furia's route out, but a swing down to the south could definitely be on the cards for Furia if they're able to find an opener, get rid of top in the process, maybe find a shot over towards Team Flash. So they do have options. But again, it just slaps bang on top of Enigma Galaxy right in the middle. And there's a big focus on the 5th place bubble with Goat and Enigma Galaxy, but AGAL are there too. And they are right in that bubble contest as well.
And considering how this one potentially could have gone for them with the run-up onto Aurora as well, could have been a very different game for AGAL. Surviving far later than expected off the awkward encounter with the nades that came there, where the backline play from Doc that could have spelled defeat. But ironically, it's Aurora that are down to just a solo outside of the zone, and AGAL that still look to fight on for another day.
Up towards the hills here, but has to go open broadside towards Team Flash if he wants to make it. Furia up and into the foothills now. Yeah, I don't think the angles are there. Alula picking up more points as well. They're finding shots left and right, doing a lot of damage, but they have to crunch down south now. So leaving that position has kept them safe for so long. Continuing to just lose a player, and now they're down to 1. Out in 9th place.
Finish off there as Devil from Reject gets that last shot in with the Mini 14. KRX being shut down as the zone nips at their heels and the fight breaking out all across the battleground. 4 Fribes coming alive once again. See you later, top. As that's Enigma Galaxy with the spot from quite some distance. Up on top of the Rock Lord, living his movie. There could be so many free points to steal from the position they've got themselves into, John, and you can't get them out.
Just not going to be available to you, not on the cards. Fourth drive still taking a little bit of punishment on the off angle. They do have to make a move fairly soon. They have to get these reses coming through. Top a little bit of work at suppressing Furious position, but we're hopping on board with X-Force rejects. This is the team looking to try and displace Al-Ula or indeed anyone above them off of that top 13 spot, but they have to lead here. Fourth drive's on the long range angle, but Kevin opens up the bidding. There is damage pouring in, but no knocks are sticking. Not just yet. Finally, the first balls, and now it's two of them left to try and put something together.
So many of our squads going at each other right now. 4-5 seems to be taking the brunt of the damage as they fall one by one. Goodbye, good night. Reject could be going the same way as well as DK have on them on the close quarters engagement and pick them off. In the midst of all this, we saw some pot shots hitting onto Enigma Galaxy and leaving them down to just one man. It's only Lord that remains up on top of the high ground.
Big shift when it comes to the tables. As you say, Enigma Galaxy going down to 1 and AGAL breathing down their neck on location and on the points totals now. Dropping to 7th place as two teams have now pushed past them. Continue to climb and they make sure that RRQ is now a buffer close behind them, and Geeke could be next up on the chopping block if they can transition towards this low ground. So a lot of really important dynamics unfolding here when it comes to moving into this final game, and that is a helping hand of a circle towards AGL.
The benefit of Al-Ula for so long finally starts to slip through the fingertips.
ကျွန်တော်တယောက်တော့ကျဲနေခဲ့ပြီးတော့သူအနေနဲ့ပတ်ပတ်လည်းပြန်ပြီးတော့ကြည့်နေခဲ့လို့ flash back က top တယောက်အနေနဲ့လည်းကျွန်တော် flash တွေက 3man live ထိကျဲနေခဲ့ပြီးတော့ fury က ayala တို့အနေနဲ့လည်းဒီဘက်နောက်ဘက်ချမှာပြန်လည်းပြီးတော့တူတော့ထိနေခဲ့ပြီး ayala အပေါ်ဘက်ချမ်းကိုတဲပဲပြေးတူတော့ကျဲနေခဲ့တဲ့ fury တွေအနေနဲ့အစင်ရောပြေးနေခဲ့ပါမယ်ကျွန်တော်လည်းချက်တော့စောင့်ကြည့်အောင်လည်းဖြစ်ပါတယ်ခင်ဗျာ
feel like for the teams in first, second, maybe.
ကျွန်တော် chief ဘေးဘက်ချမ်းမှာ top ပြန်ပြီးတော့ထောင်းနေခဲ့ပြီးစမောကတလုံးမရှိတော့တာနေလည်းမရှိတော့
wanting to find these shots but not quite connecting the nades, not quite getting the
ရှာဦးကြမရဘူးကျွန်တော် flash ကလည်းစုံတိုးအောင်ပါ
maybe overzealous
ပေါ်ပချမ်းမှာလည်းထပ်ပြီးတော့ fury he go silent ayala တော့ chief 3ယောက်ပါနေဆက်ပြီးလောက်ပြနေကြအောင်မလည်း4ယောက်အကုန်လုံးပတ်ပတ်လည်းပြန်လည်းပြီးတော့ထောင်းနေခဲ့လို့ကျွန်တော် boss နေကြီးကွက်တီဆိုတဲ့အနေနဲ့မှာတော့နေကတော့နေငယ်တော့လွဲချော်သွားခဲ့ boss တယောက်သူနေ first he ကိုတော့မြင်မြန်ဆန်တော့လုံးမတော့ရတော့မယ်ပေါ်ပချမ်းမှာလည်းထပ်ပြီးတော့ silence ဆိုနေနေကမှာ glassy ဘက်က lot တယောက်ရှိရဘက်ကတော့တီးနေခဲ့ပြီးနေတွေပဲလုံးတော့စတင်ပြီးတော့ကျဲနေခဲ့ဆိုတဲ့အနေနဲ့တခုမှ silence ဒီအပေါ်ဘက်ချမ်းကိုတက်သွားဖို့တော်ကြံရနေခဲ့တယ်ကျွန်တော် AGL အနေနဲ့လည်းဒီခီးတက်လာတော့ follow ပတ်ပတ်လည်းပြန်လည်းပြီးတော့ထောင်းနေခဲ့ပြီးတော့ကျွန်တော် Liu Flower Ace နဲ့ X နဲ့အလုံးတော့ကျန်နေခဲ့ပြီး he ကိုတယောက်စတင်ပြီးတော့ knock out တော့ကြာသွားခဲ့ပြီဆိုတဲ့အနေနဲ့တခုမှ Furious အနေငယ်တော့ NA တော့များသွားခဲ့ပြီသူတို့အနေနဲ့ AC လေးပြန်ပြီးတော့ကယ်ပြီးတော့မှဗဒင်းဆိုင်မှုတော့ပြလို့ရအောင်မယ် AGL Liu တယောက်ဒီအပေါ်ဘက်ချမ်းနဲ့ခြေတန်းတွေမှာပြန်ပြီးတော့ပေးနေခဲ့လို့ Boss Flash အနေနဲ့လည်း 3 man survive တော့ကျန်နေခဲ့သေးတယ်ကားနဲ့ပဲတေးပဲပြေးလို့တော်တော်ကျရနေခဲ့တဲ့ Furious အနေနဲ့အစင်ရောပြေးနေခဲ့မှလည်းနေတွေပဲ pre နေတွေပဲစတင်ပြီးတော့ကျဲပြီးသားခဲ့ပြီးဆိုတဲ့ data တခုမှ AGL အနေနဲ့လည်း U ဒီဘက်ပေါ်ပချမ်းမှာ wins ကတော့ဒါစုံနေတော့ဖြတ်ပြီးတော့ knock သွားခဲ့ပြီးဆိုတဲ့ data တခုမှ top ရှောင်းတော့ထိမှတော့ရတော့မယ်ပေါ်ပချမ်းမှာ Liu တယောက်ရှိရဘက်ကိုပဲနေကြီးကွက်တီတင်ပေးလိုက်ခဲ့ဆိုမှနေကတော့နေငယ်တော့လွဲချော်နေခဲ့သေးတယ် Fury Ayala အငိမ့်လေးပြန်ပြီးတော့တိုးနေခဲ့လို့ wins တယောက်စတင်ပြီးတော့ knock တော့ကြာနေခဲ့လို့ဘေးဘက်ချမ်းမှာထပ်ပြီးတော့ chief ကျွန်တော် top ကိုစုံတော့တက်ပြီးလိုက်ခဲ့ပြီးတော့ပဲတယောက်ကို knock တော့ချပေးနေခဲ့ပြီးနောက်ဆုံး boost တယောက်ကိုလည်းအပေါ်ဘက်ချမ်းနေနေမှာ Galaxy law ကုန်လုံးစုံတော့တက်ပြီးလိုက်ခဲ့လို့ Fury ဘက်က silent flower h ပေါင်းပြီးတော့2ပေးထားခဲ့တာကျွန်တော် law တယောက်နေနေလည်းတွေ့သွားခဲ့ပြီး Liu တယောက် open v ဆိုတဲ့နေတာတစ်ခုမှတော့ AGL ဘက်ကတယောက်ထမှန်ပြီးတော့ knock တော့ကြာနေခဲ့ပြီးကျွန်တော် law နေတွေပဲစားနေပြီးတော့ပဲကိုင်ဆောင်ထားခဲ့ပြီးတော့ပဲဒီနေ့ကြီးကွက်တီပဲကြာနေခဲ့မလားအပေါ်ပဲချမ်းနေကျွန်တော် AGL flower h ဘေးပဲချမ်းမှာထပ်ပြီးတော့ chief တို့ပြန်ပြီးတော့ထောင်းနေခဲ့ပြီးဆိုတဲ့နေတာတစ်ခုမှတော့ back 10နဲ့လည်းပြီးတော့ pick နေခဲ့တဲ့ Ayala damage ကတော့အနေနဲ့တော့ထိနေခဲ့ပြီးတော့ပဲ XZ တယောက်အနေနဲ့တော့နေကြီးနဲ့ကွက်တီလှလိုက်တဲ့ he ကိုရဲ့နေခါရဲဆုံးတော့တက်ပြီးလိုက်ခဲ့ပြီးဆိုတဲ့နေတာတို့မှာ AGL အနေနဲ့တော့ကျွန်တော်က run 5T ကိုတက်လာခဲ့ပြီးလည်းဖြစ်ပါတယ်ခင်ဗျကျွန်တော်တော့ lot တယောက်ထပ်ပြီးတော့ပဲ Yasa တယောက်ကိုတွေ့သွားခဲ့ပြီး lot ပေါ်ပဲချမ်းအကုန်လုံးပတ်ပတ်လည်းပြန်ပြီးတော့ထိနေခဲ့ဆိုတဲ့နေတာတစ်ခုမှတော့အောက်ဘက်ချမ်းလည်းထပ်ပြီးတော့ OG ဘက်က Wisco တယောက်ရှိတာတော့ရှိလို့ရှိပြီးထားခဲ့သေးတယ်ဒီဘက်ပေးပဲချက်မှလည်းထပ်ပြီးတော့ပဲကျွန်တော်ဒါ Fury လည်းရှိနေခဲ့တယ်ဆိုတဲ့အနေထားတစ်ခုမှာကဲပဲလို့ဒီဖြစ်သွားခဲ့ဦးမှာလားကျွန်တော်တစ်ချက်တော့စောင့်လို့ကြည့်အောင်ဗျာ
The less ammunition remains running low. The economy now playing a pivotal role
How much more
တွေ့
can
တယ်
he
တွေ့တယ်
squeeze
နေမှာ
out
က
of
လစီ
this
ဘက်ကတော့ဟုတ်တယ်ရောက်ပြီ Wiz go တီးပေးလိုက်ပြီ Top 5 ထဲပြန်ရောက်လာပြီနှစ်သင်းတော့အပြန်အလှန်ပဲနေမှာကလစီမှားလို့မရတော့ AGL လည်းထို့တူပဲမှားလို့မရတော့ Grand Final ကိုဒဲတက်မှာ
to solidify themselves into the top
Grand Final ကိုတက်မဲ့အသင်းနေ
well, sorry, so the top 13. It's fairly certain that they may have done enough here.
ကောင်းလိုက်တာပါနေမှာကလစီဘက်လော့ကြီးရဲ့ပုံ
Relief for them.
ဆောင်းကအပြောက်ချင်းပြီအသင်းအကုန်လုံးပြေးလို့ရတော့
A solid double-digit game coming on in.
အင်းအကုန်လုံးပြေးလို့ရတော့မှာဗျာ
Geekay tried
ပြု
to
တ်ကြ
pull
ပြီ
their
ပြုတ်
way
ကြပြီ
around the edges. Quick. Oh, you
ပြုတ်
can't
ကြ
get
ပြီ
that
ကွက်က
far in the blue. Goodness me. Loses his footing somewhat, and the most of
တွေး
his
တေး
health
တော့
gone
ရှိ
too.
သေးတယ်ဗျကွက်က
More of that.
ဒီကီးလေးရှိလို့ကျွန်တော်လော့လည်းရှိတယ် Furia ကလည်းအောက်မှာ3အောင်
Healthy to contest from here. Furia somehow living on borrowed time with some of the awkward fights they've had to even get this far into the runnings. Lord knowing
ထူမှာအကုန်ထူမှာလော့ကားလည်းရှိတယ်ဗျ AC ပဲ
in a clean pick with the low ammunition left in reserve.
Furia ရဲ့ UL ရဲ့ DK ရဲ့3သင်းတီးမှာ
This could all change in an instant, John.
A single
Đó,
pick.
nhìn thấy là
The
phù
fact
không
that
này.
Lord is low on ammo is so important for Geekay here. Their survival would be all but diminished. in
ပြောင်း
its
တော့
entirety
ပြောင်းတော့
if they
ပြောင်းတော့
didn't
UL အော်ကြီးရှောင်းပြနေကြီးရှောင်းပြနေမရတော့ဘူး
Silence
Silence ဟုတ်တယ်ရောလော့ကီးကိုဖြတ်ကောင်းနေတာ
pitches a point away with some of his precious ammo at range, and he finds more too. Down to his last magazine though, 31 rounds for Lord. He's got two nades, but has to back off.
He's got an
Đó,
angle to
hoa
get his
lên
HP
nhau.
back, doesn't need to over-invest. He's already started to break the backs of everyone that's dared to defy him from this
Đó,
angle.
tí nữa, tí nữa,
Amongst
không mà.
themselves. Furia putting pressure on, but they're not ready from the peak from the top.
Neji,
Two
anh
nades
Neji
in the
quát đi.
back. Let's see if these will pay off. Cuts
Anh Neji
nicely,
quát đi.
rolling down the hillside.
ဟုတ်တယ်ရော
Alula
anh
already
Neji
still
quát đi
the point
lỗi
of
ရခါတယ်
Furia.
One more nade for Lord. Drops it right on top of the heads. Looks for the shots. Gets
Oh,
one
no,
up,
no,
but it's
no,
now
no,
on
UL
to
chicken
Alula,
rồi.
who are looking to charge themselves up. Gain some
ဟုတ်
pace
တယ်
over.
ဘောကနေနေကမှာကလစီလော့ဟောတကယ်ကိုလောက်ပြနေ share ပဲကျွန်တော်တို့အရင် YG မမီယာမပွဲမှာဆော့ခဲ့ဟာလွန်ခဲ့တဲ့3နှစ်ကလား4နှစ်ကလားမသိဘူးအဲ့တော့တောင်ဆုံးနဲ့လောက်သွားတာပဲ YG 1 second လားမသိဘူးအဲ့တော့အဲ့ပွဲတော့သွားတရီရတယ်ရေကောင်းနေဟာချစ်စင်
With ammunition running low, he did what he could, and he stole far more points than it felt like he was going to get from that one.
Absolutely. I think it was at least 6 eliminations for him, maybe even 7. So the
ရေဆော့ပြနေရနော်ကျွန်တော်ဒီမှာကလစီ
third place off of that location. You could see Enigma Galaxy. They are happy. Yeah, okay, yeah,
Let's
get
go,
that
let's go,
celebration in.
hold
You
it.
love to see it. And they are feeling good because that is going to put them nice and deep into the top 5, Jackie.
That's an unbelievable game of Miramar there, mate. A lot of excitement, right? And you think about how
Lord, they
rough
already
it was
teaming
for them,
now.
constantly trapped with Alula, staring at them
He
for so
going, no,
long.
he
They're thinking,
ain't
do we
leading
really commit to the fight versus GOAT? Lord made the heads-up play to climb up. The zone gave them a blessing, and they ran with that as long as they could. Shocking scenes from Alula as well, just always making it uncomfortable for all of these squads. And John, I'm shocked Furia survived that long.
I am too. I feel like they were really on their last legs for so many times. But to get to second place is a real testament to their transitional ability. From that location on the southwest side, they picked their path well, taking that fight with Flash. It was stymied, it was corralled, but it was fought well and with good heart for Furia. Happy to see them getting later into this one. Alula, though, the big news here is, of course, their ascendancy away from that bubble at the bottom of the table.
Pressure beat it,
Now, with
didn't
a
it?
game like that, are they not too far off top 5? I mean, it's possible if they could do it again. I feel like there is potentially something on the cards. It would be a miracle.
Hey, man.
Tiene
They
pressure
said
tiene
we could
pressure
fix things in the last 2 games. That's one half already secure. Have another big performance, give us another reason to get excited. Come out here and wax lyrical with the plays that they can deliver. It could all change. It's why it's so enticing today. It's why it's so explosive. These teams know. One mistake, you could have your key crushed and your dreams going with it.
Yeah, 3 keys will be listed for destruction. By the end of today, we will have those 3 keys named and locked and loaded, ready to go. We are going to go and take a look at some of what our sponsors have to say before we come back with our final match. So do not go anywhere. We'll see you guys in a few.
ဟုတ်တယ်နော်မင်းတကယ်စောပြနေတာ Oh shit sorry Geri စောပြနေတာဗျာ
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
All right, we popped on over to the STC Arena for our final CC update, and I managed to grab 2 people to help us talk through everything that we need to. Of course, we have Ginny, but we're also joined by Blaze. So, Blaze, let's start things off by breaking down what's going on here on your stage.
I mean, so it's absolutely insane. You know, when it comes down to the CC, you got 3 teams here that can really make a run for those club championship points. You got Falcons, 100 Thieves, and FaZe Esports. So when it comes down to those squads on your stage, they're going to be getting some help over here.
Okay, that's actually big, because this is an opportunity for a couple of those teams to actually get some more points that they need, Ginny. So talk to me about the CC implications that this could have, and if there are any other CC squads that might have some surprises.
Yeah, so when it comes to right now, we have 4 out of the top 8 that already qualified. So you got FaZe, you got G2, you got 100 Thieves, as well as Falcons. Very important to note, however, that G2 is not CC eligible because of the fact that they made too many roster changes after the deadline has already passed. They did knock Gentlemates into this lower bracket, and Gentlemates has competed before on COD, where they got 200 points. They competed in Valorant, where they also got 200 points, and they are yet to compete in Rocket League next week, where they have a pretty good roster. So for Gentlemates side of things, like, they have to win this lower bracket game today to even be in the top 8 and get some points. My question then for you is, how realistic is that, considering what happened yesterday with the 3-0?
I mean, it was a 3-0. It was crazy. You know, I talked to some of the players, and they felt like they were playing a God squad over there.
Oh, wow.
But don't worry, the Gentle Suits are in the building, and if I've seen anything out of that amazing group, is that they can will their team through some crazy series to push them into the finals.
I love that, which means that there's definitely going to be some very exciting matches coming up over the next couple of days.
Yes.
So, of course, as we know more, we'll keep all of you updated and see how everything plays out.
Thank you, Genie, Glitter, and Blaze for the update with the CC, because things are getting spicy here at PMWC at EWC 26 as we're going to be heading into our final match of Group A. We will end up eliminating the bottom 3 teams. And talking about those bottom 3 teams, Lace, one team that was able to push themselves out of it from the beginning of the day, Alula ended up getting that win as well.
Yeah, I just want to obviously mention to you guys at home, they started today with 21 points in the bottom 3. Now, they've had a nice trajectory so far and being able to sort of keep themselves within that middle, but then to skyrocket to a chicken dinner. And not only that, managed to get about 10 eliminations just before the fight with Furia when they're moving their way down off that peak onto the hill, and then they were able obviously to get that. But that wasn't without some help from one of our teammates who was sitting on the top peak there. But for this team, they clearly understand that these last 2 games are incredibly important. They have had a steady run throughout this. I mean, looking at this position here, they are actually sort of moving their way down on top of GK, which I thought, oh, okay. Obviously, they weren't sort of putting out that scout to see where Furia were at that moment. Furia were able to get like a couple of knocks on them, but they were able to reset and then get that win.
I have no idea how Fury just kept getting back up. They get knocked back up, knocked back up, knocked back up, and they got really deep in that game. I did not expect them to make it actually to a top 2 finish. That is very impressive. Just highlighting how relentless Fury truly are here, representing Brazil in Paris for PMWC. But the finishing moments here, Yasa giving it his best shot. But Lord in particular, here Niptura, oh my goodness, making it rain from this peak finish with that mini 14. He was holding on to his resources for as long as he really could, but eventually the circle had a different plan in mind.
No, he was exactly the right teammate to be up on top there, right? I think he was really, really good at sussing out exactly where everybody was. He was really good at getting those nades. Some of them went a little long, but a lot of them were right on target. I love the mini that he had as well. That was a fantastic weapon of choice to be up there. So all around, a really, 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 really good play coming in from him. Really, yes.
But really. And really, Lore was able to put up good performance for Enigma Galaxy, being able to secure some extra placement points as well, putting up those. Oh man, look at us, Tomash. Let's go. 8 eliminations there from Lord, and the damage there as well. And this is a squad that's currently in contention for that top 5, and they were securing the top of that mountain.
Yeah, I mean, it was great to do that 3-1 split. That's what they had in the mid game. 3 players down below in the thick of it, fighting all the teams. There was Alula. There was even a side of Go at one point just coming their way. But no, Lord was trying to keep his teammates safe. But he could only do so for so long, right? Eventually, teams are going to be encroaching on his 3 teammates. They get eliminated, and then Lord is alone. I like what he did because he knew he was limited in resources, right, Niptra? He was not able to really take too many shots. He just held onto those resources until the very end, where he could maybe convert that into a chicken dinner. As you know, that didn't happen. But Podium, as a solo, that is huge regardless.
Huge indeed, as we're going to be taking a look at the overall. And I want you to keep in mind, top 5 go directly to the finals. Bottom 3 gets in home, and the ones in between get to go to survival. 4 thrives, still in the first place, but just like, actually, let's just focus on 4th all the way to 9, because 4th place with Aurora Gaming, they have been playing great today, but they just haven't been able to create such a big gap, as they only have 82 points, 4 points more than AGAL in 6th place.
No, they do. It's going to be interesting. I have noticed that Aurora have been stepping up, right? They felt that pressure a little bit. They've realized, like, oh, it's not really going our way. We got to up our game a little bit. It is working now. So they are at 82 points. Yeah, it's still going to be all down to the wire in this last game, but at least they're already there. You know, teams like Team Flash are also already there, but 2 points ahead of AGAL. GOAT team as well. Furia climbing up those ranks. They were not in 8th place a few games ago, Max.
Yeah, I mean, really looking at the teams in the top 5, 4 thrives, they're safe. We know they're going to make it. They're going straight into your PMWC Grand Finals. Orangutan, I would say, also somewhat safe, right, going out to this one, because right now they're above the likes of Enigma Galaxy, Aurora, Team Flash. We're looking at Aurora Gaming and Team Flash in particular here. They need a big game, Lace. If they do not get that performance here, all gamers, GOAT team, Furia, you know they're going to chase them down for that top 5.
Yeah, they need to make these opportunities for themselves. And what we're seeing a lot of teams do is kind of letting just the cookie crumble how it will. These players need to start obviously creating these opportunities and making the lobby play to their way. And I must say that from that game, Furia did that. I would kind of call them like the mountain goats of PUBG, because what is with them being able to scale up a mountain, absolutely decimate in every way, which form. But it's good to see Alula here, obviously moving up with 63 points, definitely securing that place out of the bottom 3. Now, I do want to sort of touch on, I guess, a little bit more of like Thunder talk out of that game. This is crunch time for them. They're under pressure. And look, they had a push from Aurora in the building, and they showed no presence, Max. They just sat down there. They didn't create any space, no presence, and got absolutely rolled by Aurora.
Yeah, they have the cloak of invisibility, but no one told them to take it off right now. It's time to take it off. They're looking at this one. The point gap is 12 points between X-Force Rejets and RRQ. I would say you are teams in the bottom 3. You have to hot drop RRQ. I'm sorry, it is time. If you don't do it here, you're going right home right away, straight to Charles de Gaulle. And as we know, that is not where you want to be.
We usually hate to see the hot drops, but in situations like this, you gotta take destiny into your hands. And yeah, you're absolutely right, Lace. They have to do it.
Yeah, and look, this is what I'm saying, where create your game. Make these plays to position other players into moving and having you create that space. Like, even if they were to look at, you know, players like Alula, who were in the bottom, they actually forced GK to rotate into Furia. They made that play, and these bottom teams need to be able to do that as well.
Yeah, they need to be able to do that, and they need to be careful with teams that are going to be towards the top, like none other than who's that? Who's this? Oh, it's the best content creator for PUBG. Come up here, baby. Come up here. You know what? You don't even have to go that way. Just step over the chairs. You got this.
Hey.
Cool. The beast with 4 thrives currently in first place. Oh, put him on. Put him on. Oh, you should. I would have brought mine too. But my Naki is here, and Naki, the team is currently sitting in first place. How are you guys feeling?
Alhamdulillah, we are feeling great.
We are having a great moment.
Ooh, yes, you guys are. You guys have OG currently chasing you for that first place. Whoever gets first place gets to crush some keys. But how are you enjoying Paris so far?
Paris has been really great for us. The weather here is so beautiful. The city is so beautiful. We are really excited to visit the sites.
You're really excited to hopefully end up lifting that trophy. Max, you got any questions for Naki?
What do you think of French people like myself? The locals.
Bonjour,
do you like
bonjour.
That definitely answers my question. Thank you very much.
That is a great one. From what you guys have seen, going back to the game, from what you guys have seen so far out of day 1 and day 2 here, has there been anything that ended up surprising the squad?
OG has definitely been a surprise for us. Like, they're playing really good. Their decisions, I haven't really looked at them that much, but their decisions are really good.
Yeah, their decisions have definitely been good. And for everybody currently watching, don't forget that you can experience the PUBG Mobile fan experience because it is gonna be open from August 11th through the 16th. Go enjoy some of the exciting activities, not only PUBG Mobile and Naruto Shippuden, the amazing collab that we're doing, but also the PUBG Mobile, Spider-Man, everything cool going on there. You can earn some exclusive rewards, so make sure you check that out. But yeah, I'm with you, Naki. I mean, I'm with what you were saying in regards to OG has been able to surprise a lot of those teams. And then towards the bottom, you're seeing some teams that I thought were going to end up performing better too with extra rejects. But with this one, who's going to be your top 5? I mean, it's pretty much said, but who is actually going to be your top 5? Tell me your predictions.
I mean, there's only last match remaining. So I don't see that there are going to be a lot of changes to the top 5. But the teams on top 5, yeah. OG, definitely. 4 tribes, as we know.
I mean, you kind of have to pick them. Come on now.
Yeah. And Aurora is playing really consistent. And I hope FL qualifies. They are really my best friends. And one remaining?
Yeah, one, I think. If I'm doing the math, Max, math right? One more? Yeah,
OG
one more.
Would be good, yeah. OG 40, FL, Aurora, and KRX.
Ooh,
oh, nice one.
KRX. Okay, I thought you were going to go with a different one, like Enigma Galaxy. But thank you so much for joining us. Lace, Max Benatura, myself, 7WG. But ladies and gentlemen, it's time we go into the final match of Group A. Who's going to end up winning? Who's going to end up in the bottom 3 and get sent home?
Grand Final တက်သွားမယ်ဘယ်အသင်းတွေကအိမ်ပြန်သွားမလဲပြီးဘယ်အသင်းတွေကလက်ချဆက်ဆော့ရမယ်ဆိုတာကျွန်တော်မကြခင်ချိန်တွင်နောက်ဆုံးပွဲမှာသိရှိရတော့မှလည်းဖြစ်ပါတယ်ခင်ဗျာ Let's go let's go let's go let's go let's freaking go
Only time will tell and 5 teams will rise right to the top. Cream of the cream, or creme de la creme as they say here in Paris.
Maximum way. That's what I'm expecting to see here live in Paris. It's going to get explosive, John. It's going to get enticing. And from what we've seen over the course of the day, it should all build to an absolute blistering affair here in our culminating game. Our last battleground, Miramar, once again on the cards. And you're right, that sharp steel butcher blade is getting ready to chop. And those keys will be crushed. Barney will be there on stage, literally grinding all of these teams' efforts into a pulp.
Well, not all of the teams.
No, those teams.
Yeah,
just those teams.
Yeah, okay.
All of those teams.
You're getting ahead of yourself.
Sorry,
man.
mate. Yeah,
I know we've got to chuck most of them into the grinder. Only one key will eventually remain. But we've got to get there first. And we've got to do it bit by bit. It's incremental, you know. But we do get to do 15 at once. Check that one out as we take our final steps onto the plane with Group A. Miramar has never been hotter. It's time to decide who will move forwards.
Now you can see the keys around the crusher. Our team's deep in fort, getting their last minutes in before we kick this one live. Get back into the playing path and set things off. The players, the organizations, the hopes and dreams. The atmosphere is good here in Paris. You can feel it. Tension you could cut with a knife for some of these squads. And for the top end, John, as much as you're not fighting to lose your chance in the tournament, you certainly are putting your neck on the line to make sure you guarantee a chance to skip that survival stage.
Absolutely. Top 5 is so valuable here. Interesting predictions coming out from Noki back over on the desk as he
Why
found himself
sorry,
over
come here.
the chairs
Not
and
John Dean.
immediately
No,
thrust into
sing meeting.
doing,
A thing I do.
Neptura
Share win look on it. No share sing look on it. Dean, I don't cool man. Dean, go on fair people. I don't know. Try to do it easily sing yeah.
I feel
Fair
like
fair
going through Nick Galaxy in the top 5 was a bit of an outside chance. And then even further beyond that as outside chance, KRX being in the top 5 for him. I feel like that's maybe what he wanted to happen. Not what is probably going to happen.
I mean, that's his personal ideal top 5, right? That's his take on it. So it's fair enough, man. Exciting teams. They've certainly all given us something to rave about over the course of yesterday and today here at PMWC, live from EWC 26. Big 26, John.
God, imagine. I remember when it wasn't 26. Just last year, actually.
It was 25.
Yeah,
and the year before that.
No, it wasn't. Oh, yeah.
Sorry,
there
yeah.
you go. It wasn't 25 the year before that.
Sorry, boy,
Southwest
the
Circle,
shady
as the plane path goes straight down the middle of this one from
Don't wanna hold
Partona up towards San Martin. It looks like we are going to be heading down towards that Shumasera Hills area, the Ladry area. Dual peak lines over on the western side. Going to be a major feature there, so transitional areas around there, highly coveted. A lot of ground on the south side is slightly treacherous. Potential to see teams rotating down through Partona, trying to get access to the west. See a long rotate over on the north side, down on that west edge, past El Pozo, to try and push themselves towards those Ladriata hills.
Flash, I'm a little loaded. No, Team Flash. I'm finding it. I'm a little loaded. It's already lady. Team Flash got Chingy lady.
Results we'll be looking out for on this one. We'll delve into it.
They're
saying at times like this, you need to really invest that risk versus reward. You can't play it overly safe. You can't leave your fate in hands of other teams. That goes both ways. If you want to try and push into that top 5, or if you're looking to actually keep yourself in the competition, not lose those keys. We'll see if there's any forced fights. The early game was a bit different. Some of the indecision we've seen from squads. You look back, right, what we saw from TTG. Moments of difference where maybe if they just committed that risk factor, could have given themselves a little bit more stock to play with. We'll see if that changes here and now.
I mean, right now for X-Force Rejects, they're sat 12 points behind RRQ. That is a big gap to make up. It's going to be very, very difficult to do that, and even further behind for the teams behind that as well. So I'm really not holding out hope. I feel like we may already have our top 13. I don't want to jinx it for RRQ, but I feel like I'm fairly confident in saying that, especially given where RRQ are on the map, down towards Biodemar already, pretty much slap bang in the center of this circle. Yeah, it's going to be pretty difficult to try and jump up there and change things on that front. Would require there are quite a few teams, I think, who could realistically jump into the top 5 here, depending on how Flash, Aurora, Enigma Galaxy do in this game. There are potentially opportunities to jump on through and see what you can get done for maybe, I mean, maybe down to 9th, but maybe even Ulf could give it a fair crack, if not Alulo, which is a very outside chance. But 17 points. As we were saying, you know, the 12-point gap feels pretty dastardly to try and get past, but with the form that Alola are on right now, it might be doable. 17 points.
Yeah, they've been looking far better, been hitting some good strides, and definitely guaranteeing themselves at least more of a safety net to play with from slipping deeper down into the depths. Rising though and attempting to climb does kind of rely, like you say, on a few of our squads. There have been those point vacuums, those absolute hoovers towards the top side, effectively just falling early, having some kind of breakdown that opens that door for an overlap for a squad to find a way in. So a lot riding on it on the individuals. A lot of small storylines in this one. We'll keep you dialed in with the narrative.
Trying to play small ball and keep yourself rolling straight down the track to the top 5 at the moment. I mean, the differentials between these teams are really quite small. I mean, even up towards OG, an 8-point difference between 2nd and 5th is very, very much acceptable. A 10-point difference from AGAL up towards Orangutan to jump up towards that top spot. So very
Okay,
volatile,
okay.
even
Show
at
me,
this
yeah,
late
show me.
stage. 12 out of 12 were at the full fraction.
Show me, now some more
Matches after this one,
they didn't
and it
team.
is still very much all to play for.
Oh,
Unless
you
you
do
pull
your
drives,
face
then
on
you're pretty
you.
much guaranteed to be in already.
John, then you're watching
The
man.
plays that they've made over the course of the past 2 days, John, looked very, very exciting to
Then you're
watch.
watching man.
It would be a real shame not to have them there, to be honest, mate. I feel like it would be a big blunder. So glad they've already proven just how hard they're willing to play here live from Paris. We've heard the arena getting absolutely ballistic time and time again when you see pop-off plays. Hell, even just from one individual, right? Falak starts to go huge, this place gets loud.
I feel like Falak does anything, this place can get loud, I think.
True.
That's, you know what?
Flash.
That saw them to first place back in PMGO as well. A global title spurring them on. And a second in their sights. We'll have to wait a little bit longer to see if they can do it, but it's almost certain that they're going to have a crack. Aurora, in the meantime, a lot less certain, but in a scrap with RRQ and Fury. RRQ and the bubble team at the bottom do not want to be going down early.
You could see that kind of kicking in the immediate reaction when they thought, hang on, I've got a line of sight to try and take a pick here over onto them. Throws a few bullets out, but doesn't want to overcommit. Far riskier for RRQ than it is for Aurora. If they see weakness, they might attempt to dogpile on top of that and backstab towards Aurora. It's calmed down off the initial shots that were fired out. He's still nearby. No safety yet, and that's only the one man. Skier trying to keep his nose clean and out of trouble.
A little bit of trouble finds OG though. Taking a knock over towards themselves and on the north side. Two of our teams towards the bottom, and our second place team, OG, having a little bit of trouble here. And that's going to be another nade launched over the top. The knock not yet back up, and Swash does get flushed away. Shiva to be able to claim that one. Potential around here for Rolex, but he's spotted and handled. X-Force rejects, seemingly in charge of this fight against Gaming Stars as another flash comes on through. Yusuf Maniac trying to piece themselves back together. Boom goes the dynamite, leaves Maniac back. Nothing more to be said.
That was quick, it was clean as well, and that's what you need. Good plays made. They're going to be able to shut him down and remove G-Star from the competition off the back of that, make it far more uncomfortable for them. They now know there is nothing they can do for themselves in this situation to rise up the ranks. They're left dead last in that position, whilst Reject claim 4 points. They could do a whole lot more, John, but that's a brilliant start.
Get a whole lot further down south as well now for X-Force Reject. All the way out the back. Did manage to get the player res, so they are rotating a full 4 team there as well as KRX out on their west side. This is a real gauntlet for Reject. If they're going to qualify, this is the sort of test they need to take, Jackie. So I'm happy in a way that they have that opportunity. I'm not so certain that they're going to be able to pass it, but I'm willing to be proved wrong, and I'm ready to be here for when it happens. RRQ are now only 4 points ahead.
Hitting
the show-stopping plays, but can they actually punish with the shots? Close quarters combat from Hooksy. Straight back in his face. And for Reject, it went from a nice start to a punishing position. Damage done onto 3 players for KRX though. It's just Trey left. Spams bullets onto Reverb. Starts to put them in their place, but recovering from this is going to be awkward. Both teams suffering massive losses.
Shiva not in the fight. A little bit too far the field, already locked down. There's going to be a lot of points added to RJC's total, but they are losing players left and right. Now playing on us 2, they disengage with 7 eliminations. RRQ as time goes by. With a chance, but yeah, that gauntlet, like I was saying, it's such a tough pass. The third party coming through, it's impossible to make that one work. But KRX falling in the meantime as well. A little chime in coming through from OG, helping them
မ
out
ပြတ်ဖို့ပဲ
there.
လို့လား RQ လေး RQ လေးကိုလည်းတက်စီချင်တယ်အာမ
OG keeping themselves in a very comfortable position, seeing if they can chase towards 4 fives.
RGC ရှိပါ
See who remains at the top of the plinth come the end of today. It'll be exciting to see who our lobby leader is when it's all said and done. TTG here as well.
AGA and 2 on
The potential of them really grinding from the spot they've been left in, John, is unlikely at this point.
over RGC
Yeah, it's getting less and less likely for a lot of teams as time goes on.
Reapers ကတရားတော့ဝေးရတယ် Fury
will not be correct with his KO.
Free ရတယ် Brazil
He's going to be down in a 9th place.
AGA ပြရမယ် Gold ပြရမယ် Fury ပြရမယ်အမှအဆင်ပြေမှာမဟုတ်လို့ရှိရင်အဆင်မပြေဘူး
I think I can guarantee that.
OG က2 key တောင်ရတယ် RGC ရှိပါတယောက်ထပ်တော့ပါပဲ
From X-Force rejects, and that is going to be a
ပြသွားပြီ RGC အောင်ပြသေး
may just to be
Cypher
drawn short on the north side.
40 ထိန်းထားတဲ့ point လေးမိုက်တယ်
All they need to do is hold their nerve, stay alive,
မိုက်တယ်
keep things together, and defend their patch slap bang in the middle. Although it's
Flash
a lot less
hold
central now,
it,
the hardy
flash
shift.
Zone crunching in. Goat already in position. Gike making the move up as well. Lula Fury
Flash hold it no
really just
these are
the
turn
kitchen
on
crowd
these
to
are turn
remain
on
for
Flash
reject over that side as well, with OG potentially in a position to
Well,
find
big
them
jet,
on
yeah,
their
really.
late pathing in.
Who's
An
there
Enigma
really now
side that looked very talented into the
Fury
previous matchup off the
ULA
back of the skillful
RGC
plays we saw
40
from Lord on
Nigma
the
Glassy
elevated angle towards
Nigma
the
Glassy
market
တိုးတာ
top.
AGA နဲ့2ပါမှာကောင်းနေလား
Seeing what more they'll get from this. That's the park up from Devil.
အဲ့
I
ဒါ
mean,
ကော
there
င်း
is
နေ
potential for it, John. RRQ.
အဲ့ရမိုက်ပါပဲအဲ့ရမိုက်ပါပဲတို့ဒါဒီ point ကြီးကကျွန်တော် flash တွေ chicken စားနိုင်တဲ့ point AGA ရဲ့ day တွေပြခါတုတ်ပြီးကျွန်တော်
But if reject
Don't
can
do
do
it.
much, maybe there's an opportunity. It's only a solo though, so we're looking for a big finish on
Hey,
it.
come on,
Smaller
man.
elims.
Oh,
It
then
will
yeah,
not
do
be
it,
an
yeah,
easy
man.
feat and requires RRQ to be shut down by a different team.
And I feel like RRQ's position is just so strong here. It's such a difficult position to try and get up on towards against a full force squad. If they're reactive and fast enough to respond to threats as they come their way, that is the major downside for RRQ, right? You have to play it fairly split in this location.
RQ ငိမ့်ဆောင်မရအောင် RQ ငိမ့်ဆောင်မရအောင်
Going to be, I mean, they're spiking out. They are making themselves known, which I think is the right play. Force teams around them to fight against each other as they try and ascend towards it. This is what you need for RRQ. Keep that suppressive pressure, just moving teams away from you. You do not want to give them the idea that, hey, you're a good fight. But maybe Furia have found their opening. There is HGAL behind them that can make it harder, Jackie. But I feel like Furia, we know how hardy this team is. We know that they've got some real staying power. The question is, can they get up the side of this cliff?
A similar situation once again for Furia then. They've had plot armor in the previous game, but this one might be harder for
yeah,
them.
no,
Shots
yeah,
on
man,
target
what the
towards
fuck?
the O, so AGAL starting
No, yeah.
back up.
AGA no I
Look to
BR
close the
easy
distance between their split and play off each other. You've got good cover at
Easy
least by
man,
pushing
AGA,
so far
no.
towards the ridge side, so you can't take shots from the top of RRQ. But fighting towards them, like you say, is another story.
It does allow RRQ a little bit more flexibility, I'd say, if you're confident that Fury is not going to push up that cliff, not going to go further in and try and loop around the cliff. You've got some more latitude to send your players to other angles. But there's plenty of angles to try and deal with.
ကောင်းပါပြီအဲ့ရကောင်းပါပြီအဲ့ရကောင်းပါပြီ AGA
AGAL and take a huge bite out of
မ
that.
ကောင်းဝင်ကြ
They're
တော့
down
ကောင်းပါ
to
ပြီ
2 now, and that bubble just got a little bit safer. And 78 points for AGAL. Team Flash still 2 points ahead on 80.
Yeah, this is really rough for them, John. If they were looking at the idea of having another
AGA
game
ကို
where they
ကို
could
ပြတ်မှရမှာ
really wrap
AGA
up
ကို
those
ပြတ်မှ
points
ရမှာ
and
အခု
push themselves into a good
ကျွန်တော်ဇုံနေထားဆိုလို့ရှိရင်
chance now with only 2 of the
flash တွေအဆင်ပြေတယ်ဘေးမှာလည်းထပ်ပြီး Fury နဲ့တွေ့တယ်ကျွန်တော် Aurora ကောင်းတယ်ဗျ refresh တခါလည်းအဆုံးသတ်ပေးထားတယ်ကျွန်တော် TTG လေးရှေ့မှာရှိလို့ AGA ကပြတ်တော့မှာပါအဲ့လားဆိုတစ်ချက်ကြည့်ရမှာဂုတ်တွေလည်းကြည့်ရမယ်ဂုတ်တွေဘယ်နှမှာတွန်းငိမ့်နေလဲမသိဘူးဂုတ်တွေ Body တော့ပါပြီခုဆိုင်ဖာ
Galaxy getting stuck in on that
ခု
western
ပြန်
flank.
တော့လေ RGC ကအားချောင်းသွားပြီ
Side in the
ဒီမှာ
corner
ကလေးစီ
now behind 4 thrives, but getting a pick onto the open is good, but they've lost Coops on the back line.
RQ တေချာထိမှရအောင်နော် RQ
Jackie, I don't think that they're going to be able to get it back up there. Devil is keeping him company. Haifa in a real sticky spot, so it looks like that trade will be evened up. So 2 of our top 5 teams taking one player out from either side. And it is Devil who picks up the point there. Adds them up to 44. And a little bit closer to our RQ. So now you're still not
RQ is even RGC at the
that feels like a little subtext storyline. We'll keep our eyes on it. It's not super likely with how it's going.
Okay.
But worth being aware of. I mean, he's still on the move, still alive for now.
He made a deal with himself to get away with that one. I mean, high ground suppressing the angle from Nick McGalaxy. Had him dead to rights. But where does he go here? He's got to go up. He's got to go around into OG, into and there's not really a good choice here. It is stage 4, so the zone is quite survivable. So yeah, okay, go for a long wrap. That probably makes sense on it. Drops that adrenaline in as well, maxing out the stims, get as much healing as you can get.
We'll see how that pathing goes for him once he gets himself back
into the zone. He had a few meds,
not comfortable. 4 frags with IQ getting line of
sight.
So a bit of pressure still sitting where they hunkered down so long ago, waiting for DK with a connection in the rear. Seeing all of this commotion around them as well. As Nick McGalaxy move up towards Alula. That's top taken down by IQ. As Aurora are suffering casualties.
Not in its entirety. Nick McGalaxy a little bit better on the points tables, but going this low, trying to just wend your way on through. Seems like they successfully shacked themselves up there. This was a team that was looking good in the top 5 not too long ago, but now their dreams are being dashed at the feet of Alula.
They formed a fist and they are punching through the defensive. The team gets removed from the equation. Coming alive as they begin to punish Galaxy. Absolutely collapsing. Fragmenting the squad.
Keeping up that pace, Alula. There is a different team right now playing for them, but losing one, taking a knock to the play zone as well. That's going to slow you down no matter who you are playing on this team. I have to see what they can find. It is just too far away to hope for the bubble right now. Here with AGL getting cut down. For Aurora, you definitely want to be putting a little bit more distance between you and that bubble, because 4 points is not enough to feel safe. Especially when you think about teams that have the potential to get into this late game, like Furia, who are definitely within striking
go down to a combination of Aurora and 4 frags. Removed from the equation as our top team scrap amongst each other. RRQ finally play their card, but it's versus OG, and they come in full aggro. Good shots with the orb. RRQ down to 2 players. That's 1 cleanup. Shots hit onto Wizguard, and they are able to repel the initial assault. Aru behind the steering wheel looks to create space and get away. Play on as a solo.
RRQ had fumbled the roll up. It could have been the chance for Devil to make his way in, because he's completed that around and we saw him go out wide and is now pushing it from Chumacera. Could have survived a lot longer. Look to get a point or 2 on Elims, get some placements coming through. Now the gap is 6 points, and it makes it all that much harder.
And in the conversation come the end of the day.
I'm sure they
up with the plays. 4 Elims in the back pocket. Always showing up in the Elim feed. as the arena here at the Qadir City grid starts to
RGC
roar.
8 ပါleadership
Devil did make it in, like you
50
say.
နှစ်တော့ပါသေး
RRQ found 2 picks onto
Dina,
OG though, and
Dina,
they're looking for the
Dina.
full flash back over. Aru's got something to say about it. Good for a clash up close.
Oh,
They're trying to
dear,
force him out
we-
of the building and
3
do
key,
so.
yeah, argue.
Orangutan out of the running now as they'll be left in second.
And
Hold it,
RRQ,
hold it,
another
man.
point added to their tally, pushing themselves further and further away. Not too long from now, it could be that Geek are up on the chopping block for fourth rise. The
Oh,
next
yo,
challenger
Peter, damn,
towards
yeah, we found
RRQ.
it. ညံလိုက်တာပါဒီကောင်လေးရှိရ
This is the star
ရှိမှ
player
TTG ရှိတယ်
the desk was talking about.
40 ရှော့တော့မှနေတယ်
As a real clutch
ဘာလို့ဟွာတွေကတက်မလာလဲမသိနော်အဲ့ကောင်လေးဟောအောက်ပြန်ဆင်းသွားတာပါ TTG က KKKK ငါကလည်းစီလည်းပြတ်သွားပြီ Aurora လည်းပြတ်တော့မယ် Flash AGA လေးပြတ်တိုင်းပြီးပါ Flash က AC ပဲ Fury က3ယောက်ပဲကျန်တော့လား
Certainly not at the moment.
ဟော
AGA
40ကထုလိုက်လား40က
falls to Furia.
40ကထုလိုက်24နဲ့ Fall လည်းကျန်သေးတယ်
Down in the ditch
ဟော
with
IQ လေးကျန်3ယောက်တော့ကျန်သေးတယ်ဟာတန်ကေပြီးလိုက်ကောင်းလိုက်တာရောလေးကျန်
throwing him in on target. His eyes lighting up with the idea of a prospect of 4 more
Oh,
points
dear,
for
D24.
the top lobby team right now.
အောက်ရောက်နေတာအဲ့ကောင်လေး TTG ရဲ့တေးဆောင်ဆော့လို့ဒီကောင်လေး
Success with ease.
Oh, T24 though stays a little bit too long. There is a response finally from Thunder Talk. AJ manages to thread
ပြန်ထောက်မှရမယ် Fall ပြန်ထောက်မှရမယ် open
in the
open
meantime on the south side as
Open.
Alola keep chowing down with their 2 players alive. The rest comes through. Falak wants to suppress the rotate.
Yo, open ပြေးနေတာ Fall ကြီး
One forwards.
ကားမရှိဘူး
This is a wild charge from Falak. He is so
Oh,
overexposed. on the
yeah,
outside.
yeah.
I'm surprised he didn't go down before. And RRQ
တော့က
gonna
ပြစ်
chime
ပြီး
in.
တော့က
So it's
ပြစ်ပြီး
not
ရော
Aurora. Putting them back in their
Hold
place. They
it,
may have
hold
broken the
it.
century, but you cannot get
Hold
a little
it.
bit too ahead of yourself there.
ကိုတက်စီခြင်းနဲ့အတင်းနေပဲ
They've
တက်တော့
done
မှာ
enough. They will be top spot by the end.
10
IQ
lives.
လက်တက်ပြီးလားဆို
And one representative of the squad still alive and kicking its IQ that was
IQ
down
က
towards
3
the
ယောက်
low
တော့ကျန်နေ
ground. So he's
RGC
safe.
RGC မရတော့အမှ Flash တွေရှိတယ် Flash ကအငြိမ်ဆော့နေ
Like you say, they just hard commit, wanting to get the extra points and prove that they can bully this lobby. Doc
Flash
lines him
got
up
a
and knocks
new
him
zone,
down. That solo representative of Aurora at least guaranteeing some extra boon for the squad.
ULF ကတယောက်ပဲကျန်တော့ ULF က4ယောက်တော့ကျန်သေးတယ်
He's pathing around. I mean, Flash have been so quiet for so long, but thankfully for them, John, the other squads that were close to potentially forcing them out of that 5th place are already gone. They've already left this lobby.
ဟုတ်တယ်40ကပြတ်သွားပြီ
It's
ဗျာ
going to be nice and safe for them to feel like there's really not much to challenge them. As Alola also bite the dust, but they've done enough to see themselves into that survival stage.
တေးတော့မှာပါ RGC က
It's likely that the tables have started to solidify. The only moving part here is Devil.
ULF က KK ရဲ့ RGC ရဲ့ပြီးပြီ RQ လက်တက်ပြီ
Another rock.
40ကတန်းကြီးတော့ရပါ109မှန်တယ်
It
Oh
is
my
a
god
tough approach from this north side, and it needs RRQ to start going down because the placements are already at 2, which means that
Flash
even
got
just
a new
surviving
zone.
is not going to be enough for
ဟု
him.
တ်တယ် top ခါဆုံးတက်ပြီးလိုက်ပြီဗျာ
Will be our bottom 3 locked
ပြီးသွားပြီ
in.
RQ တက်သွားပြီတော်ပြီရော
Rejects joins Thunder Talk and Gaming Stars taking the tumble down. So it's all up to the points now. Who's going to finish and where is it going to be?
Those keys now guaranteed to be crushed. But the dreams
RQ
live
ဟုတ်
on
တယ်
for
RQ လုံးပြန်ပြီ
fought
5K
for their right to survive here.
KK
Another blow
ULF
left
အကုန်
over
တက်
to
တော့ပြီဒီမှာ
Aurora as Doc is shut down. And they're looking for even more.
ကဲဖလက်လေးချကန်စားလိုက်မှာတင်းဖလက်
From
တင်းဖလက်
the 2-2 split of GK. Our final
တင်းဖလက်လေးချကန်
decision
စားလို
comes
က်
down
ပြီးပြီ
to
နော်
who
AC
takes
ပဲ
the chicken dinner then between these 4 remaining squads.
ဟောတင်းနေတယ်တင်းမှမကြံတော့ဘူး
GK with the most central position.
တင်း
Flash
ဖလက်ကဟုတ်
with
တယ်
the
အ
high
ငြိမ်ဆော့ပြ
ground.
ပါလား
As you said before, been fairly quiet over the course of this match so far, but they are starting to extend their influence now. GK in the more central spot, as I said before, but they're much more limited in terms of their maneuverability, in terms of their flexibility. It's a question of if they can force the other teams around them to fight with each other, or in the
ဖလ
other
ဖလ
instance.
ကထူတော့မှာ KK ကိုတက်ပြီးတော့ဘေးမှာ RQ ရှိတယ် ZS
Now with Team Flash within nading range, it's going to get so much more hard for GK to hold off this location.
And Flash, after paying passive for
Hold
so
it,
long, know
yeah.
that they can take risks now.
Hold it.
So they look
to advance down onto Geeke. Good first nade connection to blow one of the
Oh,
squad
damn,
mates
maybe
away.
Allah.
Present an opportunity to punish off the back
Oh,
of it.
yeah,
But RRQ with a
yeah,
third
yeah,
body
nice.
snipe from distance, starting to steal those points.
Increase
The pressure that's mounting on Flash's shoulders.
Secure in their 5th place, but they
Wait,
like to
bien
go
que lui
further to try and join on the point scoring a little bit higher up on the table. 4 drives, OG, Aurora, Galaxy, ESPORTS teams pretty much, they have made it into those grand finals directly. Flash will be joining them as well. It's really, I don't think it's possible. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's not possible at this stage for Ulf to catch up. I don't think there's enough points left in the lobby to make up the difference. Especially when you consider that Flash will also be getting placement points for a minimum of 4th place. And whatever else they're able to alloying from the rest of this lobby.
Just about the showmanship at this point.
You
Give
know,
himself some extra confidence going into the following games, knowing you've got the comfortable nature of skipping that stage and coming back in to play your best. Inside of the split as they're set up, waiting for the advance to come in from Flash.
On that northern side, they've got that line up. They're allowing the teams to their south on the low ground to figure out how they want to try and manipulate this one. With the main rolling down the hill towards Geeke, making their life very troublesome. Yeah, Ragnarok out in the open is not going to last. You can't really step out for it. They had another point. Racking up those another knock over towards Kevin.
Lali,
This might be the final dispatch for GK.
now the nade alone, quatty, hold yes, flash,
Dead in their tracks.
flash got to get deep behind you, no,
Going to be locked in. RRQ will be jumping over them.
Oh,
with the
dear,
placement
Flash
points
got to
that
get
they've
deep
earned,
behind you,
leaving
yeah.
GK on that bubble, but nevertheless still in survival stages, which is more than could be said for the 3 teams beneath them.
Their keys will remain.
Finally, I'll be Flash got.
And RRQ just proving that they've still got more to show over the course of the competition then.
Top 3 long enough, finally, I'll
Extra air, an extra reset, some wind under their sails once they get into that survival stage with the pathway they've guaranteed themselves.
Team Flash playing this one by the book. RRQ and Ulf pushed up to these ridge lines that they have to breach through quickly and open up exposed angles against them. Flash need to be in position, ready to go for the shots, but it looks like they're more preoccupied over towards RRQ's position. Maybe rightly so, they can find Genfos, but Ulf in the meantime have gotten up close. Maybe a little bit too close for comfort. The shots can start to ring through, but Posey doesn't have an angle on towards it. As Genfos still bleeding out, but the nades now can come on in. CS is in danger. So's Tops. And there's the approach coming through from Kelsey off on the other angle. Aaron and Scarface playing off one another beautifully. Genfos does get flushed away. Stand for RRQ, but Ulf have managed to turn this one topsy-turvy.
Yeah, they've really thrown a spanner in the works here, and they jump back behind the steering wheel to keep more pressure on Flash. Kelsey with a Molotov thrown in as well. Give a little bit of space to play off on this one. Holding onto it with a good angle to try and punish onto Flash. But a tuck in behind the vehicle.
Oh no.
Yeah, it's right up in there. Taking it to them.
The Wolves at the door. They will echo with the sound of a shotgun shell. And now it's versus one. Technically, he's got a little bit of time here. Has Kelsey to deal with on the low ground. He finds it, and now there's only one more player on top for him to deal with the vehicle. Death departing explosion there. Final nail in. Looking pretty good, but it is Ulf to find the chicken dinner and a place in the survival stage.
Flash got, hold it. Come on. Grand final nhau không?
As hard as they could. For some, the journey ends. For others, it's just beginning with a battle for survival and out stage. But for the lucky few, John,
that were able to write
Trigger
history
me,
for themselves.
trigger
They're
me.
guaranteed
Oh, you only
an
let me buy easy,
opportunity
you know.
to go directly through to the finals. In the space of 2
Suck
days,
down,
the
man.
competition has reached an enticing
Feel like I'm
pitch
dead, though.
already.
What a treat Group A has been. Group B, I'm
Oh,
hoping
yeah.
is going to be similarly high octane. That would be fantastic. We've got 2 days of survival beyond that as well, where we'll see the returning middle cadre of teams that played in both of those groups as well, joining once again for another shot at those grand finals. And I think that there has certainly been some phenomenal turns of events here. Four Thrives have proved themselves to be deserving of that top spot as well. From that PMGO season, people still sometimes had questions. Not me, never me, but some people certainly questioned, are they a mainstay team? Can they keep it going? The answer in this group, a resounding yes against some of the strongest teams in the world.
They've had such resilience, such beautiful individual skill as well with the plays we've seen from the entire roster, passing the baton at multiple times to guarantee themselves more and more inside of these battlegrounds. And I'm very glad that we'll get to see more from them.
Okay.
It's unfortunate we'll have to say goodbye to some of our teams, John, but the ones that go on to survival stage, they've earned that spot.
ဖေးတင်းတက်သွားမလဲเนาะကျွန်တော်တို့ Grand Final ကတော့ထုံးစံတိုင်းပဲကျွန်တော်တို့ Flat တက်သွားပြီ 4D တက်သွားပြီ OG တက်သွားပြီ Aurora တက်ပြီ
strategies ingrained onto your team, as well as researching the other
Aurora
teams
တက်တယ်
below
ဟုတ်တယ်
the
Grand
survival
Final
stage, whilst being able to keep your playbook a little bit more hidden.
Grand
So for
Final
Orangutan,
Auroraတက်
I
တယ်
am thrilled that they've been able to get up and into second place. A brilliant result for this roster that
Grand Final
hasn't had as much international experience as a lot of the players down on the stage here. Phenomenal stuff. We're going to head down to the stage to make sure that we're locking in everything that needs to be done. Barney, what do you got?
Welcome back to the main stage. Of course, taking the top spot in groups from Group A is Four Thrives, baby. What an amazing performance. The crowd are behind you. That's got to feel good. Now, IQ, let's talk a little bit about stepping into these two group stage days and dominating. How does that feel?
To be honest, we are not really proud of our performance because we missed a lot of chickens, and we will improve in finals, inshallah.
Wow, okay. I mean, still placing in the top spot, but still things to improve on. I like that. Now, Falak, the expectations for you guys is pretty high, okay? Coming off the back of a PMGO victory, and now here, you guys must feel like you're in a really good position to take top spot. Did you exceed your expectations by placing first in group stage, or was this the plan the whole time?
I mean, it's amazing to finish #1 in group stages as well, but the main goal is finals, and our goal is to finish #1 in the finals, so we can win back-to-back championships and make our name in history.
I mean, speaking of making a name in history, the PMGO win, if you manage to secure the win at PMWC, and then in your home country, PMGO, that would be pretty good, wouldn't it, IQ?
Yeah, of course.
Of course it would be pretty good. All right, guys, we have something special to do, which I'm pretty sure you know. Follow me. We're going to go over to the Crusher. Now, as first place finishers, right here at the group stage for your group, you get to do the fun part. Now, I would like you to come and stand up here, all four of you, please, behind the awesome Crusher. Now, before we get into the meat of this, can I get you guys to budge around? Budge around a little bit. Budge around, move around, move around, move around. Now, before we get into the meat of this, we've got to say our commiserations, of course, but 3 teams underperformed here. And it's brutal, but it's fair. Gaming Stars, Thunder Talk Gaming, and of course X-Force Rejects will be eliminated from the competition. Is there anything that you would like to say to them before you crush their keys?
Sorry guys for crushing your keys, and bye-bye.
Ah, sorry guys, and goodbye. All right, IQ, can you please press this button, and that will turn on the Crusher and reveal the teeth. Here we go, look at that. See you later, Gaming Stars. Okay, would you like to pull on this lever, crush the remaining keys, and send them into the elimination zone? 3, 2, 1, see you later. Was that satisfying?
Yeah, that's too much.
Too satisfying. Well, you might get to do it in the final with 15
Okay,
keys.
yeah.
That's the plan, right? Yeah, that's the plan. All right, Four Thrives, congratulations in placing first in Group A. We've got so much more PMWC action coming your way over the next few days. You can hear the crowd going nuts for Four Thrives. That's what we like to see here at PMWC. But for now, let's head back to the studio so that they can talk about everything that happened over the last 2 days of groups.
It's a sight that we're getting used to seeing. Four Thrives just dominating in, honestly, not being happy with their performance, Lace. That's insane.
That's crazy because they're the only team to hit triple digits, 107 points. 80 of those guys were actually eliminations. They had 0 chicken dinners. They had about 27 placement points, so that is about like a 2.25 average placement. So most of this was made up by pure firepower. But of course, they don't think that's good enough. And look, that's okay. They want to add the wins to that valiant effort as well.
Especially because we're going to have Smash Rule.
Especially you want to make sure you can actually get those chicken dinners. You know they didn't do it in PMGO Season 1.
One thing we shall not forget. Yeah, congratulations, Four Thrives. You're able to get that first place here for Group A. But this is the first time in a long time that we're going to have an India team at a global final.
So I want to take you guys back to the PMWL 2020 Eastern Region. Orange Rock TSM entity, they made it to the finals and actually did really good back in that event. But now, it has been 5 years. Make it to your PMWC 2026 Grand Finals.
And a great performance from that squad, if we're being completely honest. The way that they were able to perform yesterday was impressive in the way that they started off so slow and they were able to become aggressive. This is what we've been wanting to see out of the Indian teams, to match the aggressiveness that the global lobby is currently showcasing. They were able to do that, and they were consistent as well today. Wizcard was able to actually get a lot of placement points with that squad in 2 matches.
He really was. It was so exciting to see. And you know what's even crazier, is that Orangutan, out of the 2 Indian teams that we have here, we have Godlike coming up in Group B. Orangutan is the more passive of the 2. Now let's just take a moment and let that sink in. Orangutan are the most passive of the 2 Indian teams here. They're in second place. They've been going all over the place. They've been controlling the lobby. What is it going to happen with Group B? I'm scared for everybody else now.
I mean, I was scared after they got their first chicken dinner on Game 6 of Day 1. I was like, okay, we need to see a continuation. I was not expecting a back-to-back win. Bring that confidence into the next stage, which is going to be the Grand Finals. Very exciting. So, Aru and the boys keep it going.
Yeah, they're definitely going to keep it going as we're going to be seeing
the overall ranking. Nigma Glazy Team vs Aurora OG.
Nigma Galaxy. I'm happy to see that team go
Nigma Glazyတက်သွားပါပြီကျွန်တော်တို့ Grand Final ကို date တက်တာ
major props to has to be Aurora Gaming. This looks like the squad that we usually expect, Nectura.
It is. I was just thinking that. It's like, oh, finally, they're not just sneaking their way into the top 5 just by the skin of their teeth. Finally, we have a team that has presence here throughout the 2 days. Maybe a little less yesterday, but look, very even across the board. 30 points, 60 elimination points to make that 90-point total. So I'm really, really happy with this.
အားလုံးပဲကျွန်တော်ဒီနေ့ live ကြည့်ရှုပေးကြညီကိုတွေအားလုံးတယောက်ချင်းနဲ့တယောက်ချင်းနဲ့အားလုံးကျေးဇူးများတင်ပါတယ်လို့ပြောနေနေတယ်เนาะကျွန်တော်ဒါမနေ့ဖြန့်မှာတော့ကျွန်တော်ပြောမယ်ဆိုလို့ရှိရင် 1G ပွဲရှိပါတယ် 1G group မှာကျွန်တော်နဲ့အတူတူလာရောက်ပြီးကြည့်ရှုလို့ရပါတယ်ကျွန်တော်ဒီကနေတင်ကောက်ပါရင်းနဲ့ပဲကျွန်တော်ရဲ့ live stream လေးကိုဒီမှာပဲရန်တာဖွင့်ပြပါခင်ဗျာအားလုံးပဲ Bye bye bye. I'm never going to YG she and YG. Let's go.
When it was necessary, so we did see them sort of fall off, and that brings through teams like Team Flash, who, like I say, throwing stuff at the wall, making it stick, but they adapted, they pushed through, and Ulf just kind of lost that momentum throughout there. Even Team Goat, we could say the same type of thing, expecting massive things from them as well. I mean, still a valiant effort, definitely, but these teams, it is surprising.
Yeah, I mean, looking also on the first page for a quick second, we had 80 eliminations from Four Thrives. There are 20 more eliminations than the second place at the squad in terms of eliminations, which is Aurora. Absolute raw domination from these guys. Though on the second page, heartbreak has been created for some of these squads. X-Force Reject, Thunder Talk Gaming, Gaming Stars. That is the end of their adventure.
Can I just take you on a little bit of an emotional journey for X-Force Rejects, guys?
Take us on it.
Now, I was watching Devil's little health bar surviving for so incredibly long in that last match. This was after they just obliterated Gaming Star. They set a trap on KRX. And the Shiva was able to escape, got picked off by For Thrives. And Devil's just traveling around in the vehicle trying to hold on for dear life, but obviously couldn't cement themselves and put themselves in that position. They were able to get 8 eliminations. And they just had to hold up for a little bit more placement, and they could have overtaken RRQ